Where's your microphone? It's not putting that.
Test, test. All right, mic should be working. Video looks okay. And then how do I hit go live here?
Well, that's what they said, that if we go live, it goes live, but I don't know, I can't even see on the experience. Test is like,
You should see it pop up in the right hand corner, right up there. There. And that means that you're live to restream and it's sending it off. Now those toggle switches you see.
I'm using a new platform called Restream so I could stream on both Twitch and YouTube, hence the delay over here. Looks like my delay will end in about 102 seconds and then I'll know if this is working or not. And then I'll go ahead and get registered here. I'm not actually playing right now. I'm just have a blank table open just so I can see once the delay is up if everything's working all right.
check. I didn't see a live stream on YouTube.
Huh?
Where is the live stream set up here?
I put the link on Twitter. Really quick. Oh, the setup? Yeah, you go to studio.
And then do what?
Live.
No, this is past content. I don't understand why it's the,
There.
that's why I'm not always chat, but okay.
Well, the delay will be up in 20 seconds, so we'll see if it's live here in a second.
Is this like private?
No, public.
Because I had some people complaining about a refund.
About what?
A refund
Where?
on YouTube.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's live here. Is it showing? Can you go to, yeah, it's live here.
Okay, I don't know what it's.
It's live on the restream, but I don't know if it's showing on the channels themselves, on Twitch and stuff.
Yes, it's live.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
It is on YouTube.
Go to Twitch. Alright guys, it looks like we are actually live. Okay. Looks frozen over here.
No.
Hey, look here, it's frozen. I don't know why, but no one else is saying it's frozen. So, can you confirm?
Yeah, it's not frozen on.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'll go ahead and register now. Oh, they wanted me to do something on Twitch. Maybe you could help me do it, Carol, after I register. I'm gonna pull up the instructions on the side here. Okay. Let's get registered. All right, and here we are. Now we are actually at the table, so we just registered. 300,000 starting chips. Bounty is going to be worth a fourth of the starting stack. It's about 75,000-ish is with how many chips a bounty is worth to start with. So Carol, here are what they wanted me to do to enable some highlight clips on Twitch. On this link, please enable.
What?
How do I do that? So I need to go here. Do you want me to forward this to you?
Where? I don't have WhatsApp.
You know, on WhatsApp. All right. Well, let's do it here on my computer. I'll start talking some strategy and stuff as soon as I'm done getting everything configured here. ACR had asked me if they can do some highlights, and I needed to be on Twitch for them to do that. So, hence why a little last minute kind of changes. Okay, enable clips. I see it. Okay. Enable clip. Yeah, that'd be great. How do I save that? Oh yeah, we could just turn on the light in the room. Jack 4 suited in the big blind here. I'm definitely going to be calling. Play my first hand over here. And let's see who we're covering. So the first thing I want to be paying attention to is who we're covering, who we're not covering. So we're covering 1, 2. This is a pretty good late reg situation in terms. I mean, we didn't reg that late. Well, almost an hour. But yeah, that looks good. But yeah, it's pretty nice that we're covering so many players at the table. There's a lot of value in that because that's where half the prize pool is, winning bounties. Not going to be able to do much here, just really in check fold mode over here. Okay, we're on break. So, cool. Clear my head a little bit from all that troubleshooting and come back in poker mode. Need some coffee in the house, actually. half. I lose too much time. You guys come here. Getting my little 5-minute break workout station going here. Every other 5-minute break, try to get on the floor and do some exercise. I'm doing the exercises in front of the camera. Alright, baby, we're starting the Venom. 5 mil guarantee, 1 million first. PKO's in the house, right? We got some work to do, baby. Got some work to do. Say hello to the people. He's 8 months now. Ace deuce off in the small blind. What are you gonna do, baby? You like the hand or no? Easy fold. All right, let's drop baby back. Give him a smile at least. Come on. Give him a smile. Give him a smile. Give him a smile. Give him a smile. There we go. Whee! There we go. All right. I'm going to get into ground, okay? I'll put him on the floor. You got him. Are you drinking this drink? Drink your drink. The juice is free. Oh, it's pineapple with mint. Oh. All right, so I kind of came in today's session a little all over the place in the sense that last minute trying to set up this new software and started running late, blah, 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 blah. So to kind of get myself back in a nice zone, I'm just going to be doing some kind of breathing exercises. That's kind of a hack I do if I'm ever playing poker live or online and you get tilted or you're just unfocused or anything like that. So just going to try to get myself back into a nice zone. So I'm going to be breathing in. If you ever want to try this with me, feel free. I'm going to be breathing in one nostril. I'm going to be filling up my belly, push my belly out, all the air into it. I'm going to close the nostril, suck all the air into my chest, hold it for 10 seconds. Then I'm going to release it from the other side. And then I'm going to cycle back and forth. Before I do it, to practice, what you can do is take a deep breath in and fill your belly up, and then release and feel your belly, suck it in. And that's the practice so that you get used to breathing into your belly before you can do this exercise. So now I'm going to go ahead and do it. You're welcome to do it with me. And yeah, that exercise is really, really great. Just really slows things down, brings your awareness back, brings you into focus. And it's really important to firstly be able to recognize when you're not in a nice state and then have a plan on what you're going to do. Because you're not going to be able to figure out that plan when you're in the middle of, being tilted or unfocused or whatever it is. Right? So you need to have a plan ahead of time. So I have kind of 3 moves I do. One is the breathing exercise. One is a cold shower. Another is I go outside and I run wind sprints. And I don't have to think. I know right now I can't go to the wind sprints because I'm on the 11th floor, but if I was downstairs and I could just quickly get out, I probably would go do that. So I know my kind of options. I get move tables? Looks like I got move tables. Yeah, I do feel a bit calmer, a little bit more focused and ready to go now. I'm gonna go on Twitter real quick and let people know I started. Okay. So we are live on Twitch and also on YouTube. I'm gonna let everyone know that real quick. So let's check out what's going on in the chat. See who's here. Start from the beginning. The Life's Aquatic in the house. Arnold, what's up? Some regs over here. Luke CB. Gigi Frost smells like ass in the house. What's up? Fun Dumb Mental. Stu Unger. What an honor. Stu Unger's here. Ladies and gentlemen. Rashad Shirazi, good to see you. Siddhartha. What's up? What's up? See you, Sid. Nick from Yuma. Fresh Matt. A couple of my group coaching students here in the house. Good to see you guys here. Adrian Dominguez, what's up? What's up? And Mr. Joey Driscoll. Hopefully I'm saying that last name right. What's up, Joey? Welcome to the stream. If you guys have any questions, we'll be talking about a lot of stuff. We got a lot of time. We'll take it slow and get in there. But anything specific you guys want to talk about, start throwing questions at me. I'm a social guy. I'm a talker. But if you don't give me stuff to engage on, then I'm not going to talk as much. So feed me the fuel. Feed the fire. Let me know what you want to talk about. Could be poker related. It could be not poker related. It could be, random topics that have nothing to do with poker, or they could be strategy. It could be about traveling. It could be about optimizing poker trips. Whatever it is you guys want to chat. Nice. Fresh Matt did the exercise. That's great. Yeah, you will, I promise you'll feel great after doing that. It's such a good exercise. Okay, so Rashad is asking, am I firing as many rebuy bullets, or does my rebuy strategy change for PKO? So I'm willing to fire pretty much as many bullets in a big tournament like this. That's really good value, except for the fact that late registering too late in PKOs is not great. Assuming your goal here is to play for profit, to maximize profit, right? Some people play for fun, and it's just purely about, I want to try to win. I want to win a bracelet, I want to win a trophy, I want to win a badass Venom trophy. If that's what you're optimizing for, then obviously you don't need to be a stickler about this. But if your goal is to maximize profit, then you don't want to late reg PKOs after a certain point. So normally I would say the point is around 15% of the field is knocked out. But in a big field like this, that's very soft, you could push it to even like 25% of the field knocked out and still re-enter. And you can be a little bit more liberal about it. And why is that? Why is it different in PKOs? The reason it's different is, let's fix this, because when you go to the price pool, how do they display it on ACR? Let's see, right? Well, this is not going to be up to date yet because it's a 5 mil guarantee. But when this is done registering all 4 days, it's going to say regular price pool, you know, like 2.5 mil, and bounty price pool 2.5 mil, total 5, right? Half of it goes to the bounty, half of it goes to the regular payouts price pool. So if half of the money comes from bounties and a bunch of people are knocked out, then that means all that price pool is gone, right? Like let's say half the field is gone, 50% of the field. That means 25% of the total price pool is gone, paid out of the price pool now. So you're still gonna pay the full buy-in, right? $26.50 or whatever it is, but you're only gonna get access to 75% of the price pool. That's crappy. That's a crappy deal, right? So, but yeah, I mean, with 15% of the people knocked out, it's fine because your ROI could be high enough to make up for that still. And there's a lot of value in PKOs because a lot of people don't value the PKO correctly. This is a little bit of a loose open, cut off hijack, low jack. So this is a small mistake here. I would just kind of like in autopilot here talking. And if I had 30, 40 big blinds here, this would be a reasonable open. But this deep stacked, these kind of big card, like bad kicker hands, they're a bit more dangerous. Reverse implied odds are a lot bigger. So I want to bias towards like 7-8 suited for my loose opens, not, you know, an ace-x suited, not king 10 off, an ace 10 off and stuff like that. Had I been 30, 40 bigs, that would have been a totally reasonable open. Nope, I'm not back in the States. I'm still here in Brazil. I just got an email from you. I'm trying to remember. Your first name is Joey, is it? Yes. Oh, Jose. Sorry. Jose's Mr. Chapu. How do I say your last name? Chapu. Jose Chapu. Says, hi, Faraz. I'm from the group coaching too. Yep, I saw your email about what time you want to do Jeremy's session next week. Thanks for responding about that. I am one tabling right now. I think, let's see what else is going on. I'm gonna one table for now. Just so I could, today is Friday the 17th. So they got a 50K guarantee 215. They got a 100K guarantee 600. Yeah, I could hop into something. They got a 1K starting in 16 minutes. And okay, and they got a 100K 215. Yeah, maybe I'll pop into 1 or 2 tournaments. I'm kind of honestly a little excited. Like I've been playing this last month and a half has been intense. Because ACR, Richie Rob in the house. What's up? What's up? Thanks. Richie Rob is such a freaking good dude. He's helped me so many times to just fix my stream and optimize it better. And I know he's done a lot similar things for Chris and stuff. So big props to Richie Rob. Such an awesome dude. Really giving. Really appreciate your time, Rich. Thanks for popping in here and saying what's up. So here, this is on the border. I could fold here. I could flat. I'd be a little bit, I might judge it on how tough maybe my opponent is. You know, if it's a really tough opponent who's going to make my life hell, I might just fold. If I'm covering the player, even if they're a tough player, I'm still going to call though, because covering players in PKOs, again, gives you access to that bounty. Stu Unger, who wouldn't come back from the dead in their pants to watch a Faraz Jaka educational live stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, so what I was saying was this last month and a half has been super intense. It was ACR had what was the name of the series they had? Was it the Boss series? They had the Boss series going on. PokerStars had W Coops going on. GG Poker had WSOP series going on. Party Poker had WPT series going on. So it was just like every Sunday was like 40,000 in buy-ins. And, during the week there's, big buy-ins as well. I wasn't really playing the 25Ks, but I was playing like the 5Ks, 10Ks, 1500s, 2Ks. I was just working on my game a lot and playing a lot and, trying to create some good material for my group coaching students as well, which is something I'm highly prioritizing these days. So, it was just super intense and I was constantly playing a shitload of tables, and now the storm has calmed a little bit for 2-3 weeks until the live WSB in Vegas starts. So it's kind of important for me to just not feel the need to kind of max volume and EV like all the time, because it's important to kind of have these moments of slowing down and chilling, taking it easy. Otherwise I'm going to burn out. So this is kind of my 2.5 weeks of taking it easy, and that means I'm playing way less. I'm just going to be playing Sundays these next 3 weeks. And even when I do play a day like this, which is not a Sunday, a big main event, I don't mind just one tabling, because it's a big enough buy-in that it's worth my time to one table, and I could focus a little more, and especially on a day like this where we're streaming. So that way I could kind of talk a little more and engage in questions, and PKOs do take a little bit more thought process when you get into some of these weird kind of PKO spots. Whoa, someone just said Niffler and Moneymaker are worth double bounties. I did not know that. Who's Niffler? I'm not familiar with who that is. Is that their screen name, or is that, how do I know when Niffler's at my table? And does the double bounty show on them? That's awesome. I love that they did that. Sergio, yo, what's up? To the bum. That means, are you doing well in Portuguese? I just remembered I was going to... Forgot to post something I was going to post. What's up, y'all? We are live here on both Twitch and also YouTube, live streaming the Venom 5 mil guarantee PKO. It's gonna be over 1 million at first. Come join, come hang out. What's up, y'all? Let's get a little Instagram live post going on. Okay. Is there a sponsored pro announcement forthcoming? No, no sponsored pro announcement, but I have a good relationship with ACR. I know some of the people who work there and I've come to their events in the past in Punta Cana, and yeah, I just get along with them. I think they're good, hardworking guys, and they put out a great product. And yeah, I'm happy to support them, as it's been really awesome to be able to play poker from the US because of ACR and make a living doing it. For the longest time, poker online kind of sucked in the US after Black Friday. So very, very happy that ACR exists and has the amount of volume and big tournaments. I mean, you get to play for a freaking $1 million like 4 or 5 times a year now from the US. That's freaking awesome. It's been a while since you've been able to do that. Probably since Black Friday. So I'm going to want to be paying attention to kind of what type of ranges this guy is going to be 3-betting with under the gun. And a lot of times in poker, you just don't get any showdowns. But it's really important to go back and try to look at the showdowns. And especially when you're playing live poker, that's probably one of the most important things, live poker. Paying attention, like more important than like being really good at strategy and studying and like knowing what to do in all the spots. More important than that is just watching the hands and seeing what people are raising from early position, what's they're 3-betting with, etc., etc., etc. I'm gonna 3-bet here. We'll go to 9. Could even go a little bit bigger. Let's go 10. It's a bounty, and he has me covered, so he's getting really good price to call. When you're deep stacked, you want to be doing a lot of 3-betting from the blinds. A lot of people don't 3-bet enough. Why? The reason why is when you're out of position, your opponent has a big advantage, and the deeper the stacks, or the bigger the SPR, stack to pot ratio, the bigger their advantage. So by 3-betting, we're lowering the edge they have on us in position. Let me know if you guys have any questions on that, or if that's confusing. Because a lot of people, what they do here is they're like, oh, I have 100 big blinds. I want to save my tournament life, so I'm just going to call. But when you call, you're out of position versus 3 people, super deep. And when I'm 100 big blinds deep against you, I'm going to have a huge edge on you. Whereas if you cut that stack to pot ratio in half, the edge I have on you in position goes down. So that's why you're really incentivized to do a lot of 3-betting here from the blinds, and most people don't do it enough. When you see someone who just call all day, they're usually missing a lot of value, and they're bleeding out a lot of chips playing out of position. Okay, let's go back to the chat. Sorry, I was just needed to send some messages out. I'm just wrapping them up right now, actually. Haven't got too much to play yet. I think I probably will pull up a second table. That way we get a little bit more action in. Okay, so Zachary asks, when would it be a good time to switch from cash games to tournaments? I mean, there's really no perfect time. That's more of a personal decision. Maybe if you could elaborate more on your situation, Zachary. I would say, here, let's talk tournaments versus cash games. I used to play cash games right when I started playing poker. Ran up a huge bankroll, like made 180 grand, like when I was like 19 years old, lost it all, got myself in 30 grand debt, kind of had no idea what I was doing bankroll management. I found it really hard early on to kind of discipline myself. Like I'd see a soft game at 100, 200, no limit and just jump in, even if, I was putting third of my bankroll on the line. And I just had a lot of bad habits with that. Or sometimes I'd have some bad habits in terms of like the game's not good anymore and you've been playing like 8 hours and you're down and you want to keep playing because you're down and you want to, be up or even. So you stay in bad games. And I had a lot of bad habits like that early on. And I found in tournaments, I was much less susceptible to those issues because you couldn't just rebuy. There was actually no rebuys back then. But even if you can, it's a lot easier to just like burn through your entire bankroll in like a few tilty sessions in a cash game, whereas you can't really do that in a tournament, or it's harder at least. And in general, if it's out of the rebuy period, then you bust and you're tilted and whatever. You go home and you cool off by the time you get to play more poker again. So that's not so much of an issue for me anymore, but early on that was an issue, and that's where I found tournaments to be a bit easier for myself. We're going to fold queen six off in the big blind here because A, this raise is coming from early position, B, we're very deep stacked, and C, he also is using a larger sizing. So easy fold there. Maybe I'm calling like queen nine there. Versus a min raise, I probably might peel queen eight. So what else about cash games versus tournaments? I enjoy tournaments more because I feel like cash games sometimes feels like I'm running laps, where it's just like the same thing over and over and over again, whereas tournaments have this excitement of like new players all the time, they're changing, you're traveling, you're playing at different locations. Like as the blinds get bigger and you're playing like way higher stakes now, and it's a little more exciting. It feels more like a competition to me. That's just me, of course. It doesn't mean tournaments are better than cash. The downside of tournaments is the variance is insane, right? You cannot go play live tournaments and expect to have consistent or even guaranteed income on a year-to-year basis. If you play online, you could have guaranteed income in tournaments because you could get much more volume in, but you need to be playing a lot. You need to be playing like thousands of tournaments a year to get guaranteed income from tournaments. What else? Yeah, so if you are going to play tournaments and you're not playing a shitload of online volume, you need to make sure you have a plan for how you're going to cover your expenses if you run bad, which in tournaments are basically running bad. This is a tournament player's graph is just like this, then it has some spikes up, and then this, and then spikes up, and then this. But you're downswinging all the time until you get those big scores, right? So you need to have some plan for your income. So for me, luckily early on, after I had a couple scores, I went and got a piece of real estate, a small little office, and I was renting it out and getting like $1,500 a month rent, and that was enough to this was like I don't know 8-9 years ago or something, and that was enough to cover my own rent. So I was like, all right, even if I'm downswinging, I always got rent money. And maybe you don't have a big enough score to go and buy a piece of real estate, especially right now with prices so expensive. You don't need to own real estate to have guaranteed income. You could do something else. You can go help a content creator. You can go help a poker coach. Just getting some sort of, you could do coaching. There's always beginners that need coaching. Even if you don't think you're, ready to coach, more, intermediate level players. Even if it's just getting, $30 an hour, like whatever you can do. Like I have someone who helps me create some of my quizzes, and they live in a low cost country, and, I'm paying them $25 an hour, and that's their guaranteed income for the month in case they downswing, and that they're paying for some of their bills with that. Right. So as an MTT player, having some sort of guaranteed side income is super important. To make things work. This is a ridiculous raise here. This is on the river. Okay, never mind. That's much more reasonable then. I thought it was the turn. What happened here? I'm gonna have to go back and watch this hand. King queen off here, finally gonna get to play a hand. Early position raise. I don't have my poker tracker on. We're gonna go ahead and 3-bet this. I should have my poker tracker on, especially if I'm going to be taking some of these 3-bets. So I could see how much this player is opening. Then it makes it a bit easier to make some of these decisions. If that player is super duper tight, I could maybe just fold here, unless I have some stats that they're really passive and easy post flop. Scuba Steve, ace. That's an interesting flop. We lose to 10 jack, we lose to ace queen. It's possible they have ace king and they, like, from this early position, they just don't want to bother 3-betting it. Definitely a dangerous situation since 10 jack beats us and they still have ace queen, ace king in their range. But we do get a lot of value out of a bunch of ace x, a bunch of diamond draws. Even queen 10, king 10 are going to want to continue here. So yeah, this is gross. Man, I just feel like this player never, ever bluffs here. Not that sizing. I guess the only bluff they could have is like 9-10 of diamonds and jack 9 of diamonds. I just don't see why ace x of diamonds would ever do this. I mean, he had to be turning like queen 10 or king 10 or something into a bluff, which I'm blocking. Honestly, this is a crazy fold, but I'm just going to make a hero fold here. I think people are super unbalanced when they do this. I'm going to show. Oh, I want to show. Come on, ACR, you got to make that show button a little longer. I want to show that. That was obviously an insane fold. I just feel like people never check raise bluff on that spot. And like I said, he has all those kind of ace queen, ace king, 10 jack stuff we're worried about. At least if the ace and the king were the diamond, then at least he could have like queen x of diamonds that I can beat. But yeah, that was a super exploitative fold. If I'm playing against regs, all like tougher opponents, I'm never folding that. And in general, I don't recommend you make kind of big folds like that, unless you have a really good understanding of kind of ranges and you have a really good read or reasoning to do it with. Back to the chat. Adrian says HRC or ICMizer for PKOs. They both work. I don't know. I don't have a preference. I use HRC. I've heard other people use ICMizer. I've heard a lot of people go back and forth on what they like better. So either one works. I use HRC. Jermaine Johnson. How's your wife and kid doing? They're doing great. They're doing fabulous. Getting a lot more help here and a lot easier to get help here in Brazil. So it's been nice being here. Bad Medicine from the group coaching. What's up, bud? Watching the stream while doing teaching rounds at the hospital. Ah, nice. What kind of students are you teaching exactly? Are these kind of people who are doing their rotations? What's your specialty in the medical field? Arnold says, can you explain the structure of this tournament? Sure. It's basically, it's a 2650 buy-in, right? 2650 buy-in, and 150 goes to the rake, 1250 goes to the bounty prize pool, and 1250 goes to the regular prize pool. So you will see the regular prize pool go up here, and then the other half goes into bounties. So as you notice, everybody has 625 in front of them, because if you knock anyone out, you'll get $625 immediately into your account, and then you're gonna get, I believe it's like I forgot how the math works, but I think it's 312.5 will go on to our head, because it's a progressive PKL. So kind of like half the bounty, half their bounty goes into our account, and the other half kind of goes onto our head. And when someone else knocks us out, the same thing happens, where it constantly goes into other people's bounty. So that way, the more bounties you earn, your bounty now becomes bigger, and people have more incentive to go after you. So like right here, you see this player 937. Scuba Steve has already knocked someone out. Man, I really wish I could have showed that Queen King. So that because maybe sometimes he would be more likely to show if I show, but I totally get why ACR makes those really fast, the showing, because if it takes too long, it's just going to slow down the game, and that's super annoying. So I totally get that, and it's probably better that it is fast. I should just be a little more prepared to show. It would be cool if there's an auto muck button, because then you could make it the auto muck button by default on, and then some people who want to keep it off. But I really like that they added that show feature. Brian says, but if you take several bounties early, doesn't that also make you a target? Sure. And what's the issue with being a target? It just means, well, first of all, if you make a bunch of bounties, you're gonna have a bigger stack. So how big of a target you are is relative to how big your bounties are relative to your stack. So let's actually talk about that, because that's an important factor. So, right, I mean, let's see who has some bounties here. So Steve has a bounty, or Scuba Steve has a bounty, but his chip stack's also bigger too, because he knocked someone out. So it's not like we're all just going for Steve. It's like, and actually, it's actually not true. So if you win a bunch of bounties, you're not a target because no one covers you. So they can't even go after you. So what ends up happening is Scuba Steve can play way looser. He can open wider, he can 3-bet wider, and all of us who are shorter need to play tighter against him. Because what's going to happen is post-flop, he's going to over-realize equity. Because like when he has a flush draw, when he has a straight draw, when he has a gut shot, he has extra implied odds. Or even when he just has like one bottom pair, he has extra implied odds that if he hits a big hand and stacks us, he's going to get that bonus bounty. Whereas we don't have that extra implied odds against him because we cannot access his bounty. So that's where having a big stack, you play looser, more aggressive. Having a shallow stack, you need to play tighter in a bounty because you're just going to under-realize and get bluffed more often and get blown off your hand more often. And the opposite's true for that player. So the term you want to be aware of is bounty power. So bounty power is, or maybe, should we pull up an Excel sheet maybe? Let's play this hand first. I'm going to open Excel in the meantime. Six, 5 off here in the big. Got a little call here. We're just gonna check it back here. If I was gonna bluff here, I would want to do it with stuff like 6 deuce off, 6 3 off, 8 3 off, 9 3 off. You want to bluff with the bottom of your range, not the middle of your range, especially not hands that play decent post flop. I could consider some stabbing here. We have some back doors. The deuce and the 4 give us a back door. This is on the border. I could just fold there. It's on the border. Versus a 1 big blind bet, I'm definitely calling. Versus a 2 big blind bet, I'm definitely folding. I mean, this player has a bunch of Jack X, Queen X, stuff like that. They're going to be firing. And what a great run up. Well, hopefully we can extract some more chips out of this player to I think they're going to call any 10 or better. Could be tempted to call with ace high, thinking some straight draws miss. Well, the 7-8 got there though. My guess is he just didn't have much. So bounty power, let's think about it. Oh, if it limps to us, we're not going to fold. Maybe it's easier. Fold that. Okay, so bounty power formula is going to be the number of start stacks divided by the number of bounties. Sorry, so number of start bounties divided by number of starting stacks. So how many start bounties does Scuba Steve have? Well, start bounty is 625. So he has about 1.5 start bounties. So let's use Scuba Steve. So he's going to have 1.5 start bounties. And how many starting stacks does he have? Well, the start stack is 300,000. And he has 500,000. So let's get the exact number. Here I'm gonna go ahead and 3-bet here. I like that this player is opening a little bigger to try to maybe lower the SPR. In bounties, you do want to open bigger when you can lower the SPR to try to get the chips in a little easier. He folds. You do want to be a little bit tighter 3-betting and stuff in these, but I feel like I haven't been too aggressive yet, so I'm just trying to kind of get away with some stuff. I might even 3-bet here again. This is a decent hand to do it with. This player does cover this player too, so it's reasonable that they might be opening wide here. And even though I have a bounty on me, it's still really hard for them to call with like king queen, king jack off, ace 10 off. Those hands are super dominated. So yeah, just getting them in here. And it'd be nice if we could climb our stack over to cover some people. Now I'm not going to open here. This would be a bit of a loose open. And again, I'm not in a position where I should be playing looser. I just did that the last 2 hands because my image is good. I haven't really done anything yet. I had decent hands to do it with. But now if I just keep opening, it's going to be kind of obvious. Like, all right, this guy's really not giving a shit about his shallow stack and that he's covered. And right. So I don't want to, bring the cat out of the bag and reveal how loose I'm playing. So, and yeah, there's no reason to open loose. I don't cover any of these guys. I just felt like those guys were opening light going for bounties and I had good hands to kind of 3-bet with. So I decided to go for it. Now here's a borderline hand. We're going to have to open. I mean, it's not borderline, but again, people aren't going to respect our raises too much in these bounties. That's assuming people kind of know how to value the bounty as well and are going after them. A lot of tables, you'll get people aren't going to go after them even. But yeah, there's a lot of incentive for like this player to 3-bet me and lower the SPR so we can get all the chips in because he covers me. And maybe he's doing that. I don't know. I haven't really seen this player's strategy exactly yet. But I'm going to call with this. Probably just going to check fold here. I mean, I'd rather have ace deuce through ace 6 suited to be continuing with, or even ace 10 suited, ace jack suited, just kind of ace 7, ace 8, ace 9, just kind of have no backdoor straight draws really, not great ones at least. And it gets really expensive to call because right now I'm still in a position where I cover this player and I could chip up and cover these players, but if I lose another 8 big blinds there, I'm getting pretty far behind of being able to cover people. Oh yeah, so okay, the bounty. So Scuba Steve has 500k chips. So 500 divided by 300, which is the starting stack. So he's got 1.67 start stacks and 1.5 start bounties. So bounty power equals this divided by that. Start stacks divided by, so he has a bounty power of 0.9. That is kind of like average-ish. Whereas let's look at Sharkdome. So Sharkdome has one start bounty and about a third of a start stack. Let's just pretend he has 100k. Right, so Sharkdome, he has one start bounty and he only has 0.33 of a starting stack. So his bounty power is 3. So that's really good. So bounty powers that are 1 are kind of like average. Bounty powers that are below 1 are really low bounty power. And a bounty power above 2 is a really high bounty power. And what I mean by high bounty power is that means it's a good deal. Like the amount of chips you're risking to go for that bounty, you're getting a great deal. And you should be willing to call with some pretty, speculative hands to go for the bounty. Whereas again, when the bounty power is just, less than 1, then it's kind of whatever, right? So someone earlier was saying, aren't you going to get targeted? Well, his bounty power is only 0.9, so no, he shouldn't be targeted. He should be targeted for sure. I mean, let's say he had like double the amount of bounties because he was crushing it, but now he goes back to 500k chips. Then his bounty power will be like 2, and then it is going to be worth going for him. So, all right, BRB. Let me know if you have any questions on that. Minutes left. 7-10 suited under the gun, folding. Whoa, all these chips just got in. How did that get in pre-flop? What just happened? Let's check that out. That's where it's really important to be watching these hands to see kind of who's doing what, because people do play significantly different in bounties, so you want to see that action. Let's check this hand first. Standard 3-bet. Quarter pot size. Okay, both hands played pretty straightforward there. And then what was this last hand? Okay, so this player just ripped it in basically for 37 big blinds going for the bounty. It's sixes, so it's a bit aggressive play. This player's bounty power was low, so it is worth going for his bounty pretty aggressively, but usually that's in the sense of more so calling. All right, ace deuce here. I would consider squeezing here sometimes, but I already 3-bet like twice in a row, and then I open, and I don't want to come off like I'm playing super duper loose. I just don't think the squeeze will get respected right now. Pommy LOL says liberal king 10x open, king 10x open. I like it. Is that standard or big field? As I said earlier, I didn't. As soon as I made that open, I didn't like it. I thought it was a bit too loose. I'm gonna go ahead and bet here to try to get some stuff like pocket 7, 6s to fold, maybe get like ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, ace 6, ace 5, ace 3 to fold that beat me. So yeah, basically small medium pairs and better aces. That's what I'm targeting there. And you see, I always like to think about what I'm targeting when I'm bluffing, right? You should always ask yourself, are you going for value or are you going for a bluff? So you should be able to categorize your bets, and then you should know, all right, if I'm going for value, what am I targeting? What am I getting value out of? Or if I'm going for a bluff, what are the better hands that beat me right now that I get to fold? Right, you should always be able to answer that question before you make any bet or any raise. If you can't answer that question, then you're not playing poker correctly. You're not thinking about it correctly. You're just kind of clicking buttons a little bit. So it's really important. And I know I'm being a little harsh when I say that, but don't feel that bad, because majority of people play like that, to be honest. A lot of my students come in their first session and they cannot answer those questions, but by the time they've done 2 sessions with me, they're able to start thinking like that. That's something I really hammer into my students in the group coaching sessions that I do. For anyone, a few of my students are here. But basically, the way my group coaching students work on livespot.co/Jaka, that link you see, I have different topics we're working on, different, whether it's c betting or check raising or 3-betting, and I'll pull up scenarios and I'll say, all right, what do you guys think you want to do here? What's your range? And I'll have the students type in the chat what their range is, and then or why they would do what they do, or why they think the answer is what they think it is. And I actually have them explain themselves, and then I correct their explaining and give them kind of the way I would think about it. And then I also ask them to re-explain what I just said in their own words. And that exercise is really important, because what I notice what happens with a lot of student-coach relationships, whether it's poker or anything else, is the coach is kind of explaining something and the student's like, okay, yep, okay, yep, got it. And then, next session comes and then you're talking about the same concept and it's like, all right, this player, the student didn't pick up on what I was talking about last session. That's why it's really important that you have the exercise of, the student or the person learning has to repeat what kind of they're learning, because A, that's going to help you retain that information much better. And B, it also gives an opportunity for the coach to kind of hear how you're saying it and if you fully understood it or kind of got some things mixed up. So that's something I'm really passionate about, kind of going through that process with my students. And yeah, if any of you guys are interested in checking it out, it's livespot.co/Jaka. We meet every single week, and all sessions are recorded in case you can't make the time that we meet. You could see the schedule on there. And right now we're prepping for WSOP with a lot of kind of multi-way spots. This Monday is probably going to be one of the best sessions that I've done. It's c-betting out of position. It's a spot that majority of people get very, very, very wrong. So I've put a lot of hours actually into preparing Monday's lesson. It's going to be one of the better ones for sure. If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask in the chat. Anything about the process or any questions at all. It's $99 a month for one session a week, or you could drop into individual classes for $33. Maybe on the next break or something, I'll show you guys the webpage, talk through it a little bit. We also have a student Discord group where I have students can talk hand histories with each other. They could ask questions, how do you set up Poker Tracker? What resources, where should I use what chart should I be using? And, talk about all that kind of stuff in the Discord group. And we're doing a WSOP meetup for students as well. So that will be fun. I'm getting that organized shortly. Sai Kishore says, good luck, Faraz. If you ship this, I can make my mom happy. Today's her birthday. Well, go Faraz, Crusher, nice on the throwback SN. Yep, the Toilet O is my long time known screen name on PokerStars. Actually, back in Royal Vegas Poker, way back when I was 19, when I made that screen name. I'm 36 now. Tic Tac UFO, thank you for the stream. You sound wicked smart. Good luck, good luck. Thank you for the compliment. Good to see you here. It's your first time watching me. Nice to meet you. Niffler is the SN of Vanessa Cade. Got it. Thanks for that. I do have her tagged with her name. Your bounty gives them a better price on a call, says Brian. And I'm sure once you see, that bounty power explanation should help on that. Rodello Emmett says, thanks for the stream, Faraz. What would you change strategy-wise if you find you're consistently only winning about 50% of the hands at showdown? Give me 1 sec. Let me respond to something real quick. Ace 9, easy fold. Okay, so Rodello was asking about increasing your win at showdown. Let me think about that. Let's see. So it could mean you're calling down with the worst hand too much, or I guess I would want to identify, like, first I would try to identify, is your win at showdown number worse when you're calling a river bet or when you're making a river bet and get called. So the first thing I would do is I would try to create a filter for hands where you were the caller on the river versus whereas you were the aggressor. So try to see which one it's worse at. So then you could identify, you know, which. So now you can narrow out which one is the issue. And yeah, I mean, it could be that you are, you know, value betting the wrong hands, or that you are calling down with the wrong hands and not using the right blockers and that type of thing. So yeah, I would say you'd want to work on how to think about value betting. So one thing that really helped me understanding kind of river bet sizing and value betting is that, well, here, let me play this hand first, and then maybe I'll pull something up that's helpful for you. So this player's sitting out, so it could be a while. So here's what I want to show you. It's a bet sizing matrix. And this is basically kind of telling you that the higher your chance of winning the hand, right, your equity versus their range, the more you should bet. You can ignore the exact bet size, but it's a good rough guideline. And when you're only 65% chance to win, you should be betting small. So some people get this wrong, and they have hands that barely are 65% to win, and they're betting like 80%, or they have hands like this that are like the nuts, and they're not betting big enough with those. That's something I do see people get wrong on rivers when they're betting. So being able to kind of understand that is helpful. Yeah, one of the lessons I did on my livespot.co is here. Let me actually pull up the exact one. Let's see. Does this work? Yeah, if you go to this website, the one that's linked there at the top, I have under content library, I have a session for double barreling. Yep. So I have this session called calling down versus double barrels out of position. It's possible you have some mistakes there, that you're arriving at river with too weak of a range. And that could be hurting you. Or the other issue just might be you're not double barreling with the right hands. So I have another lesson here that I did called double barrel opportunities. So those could be good lessons for you to watch. Maybe if you go and identify, sorry about that. Okay, what do we want to do here? I'm just going to give this up. If I had a gut shot or something, I might check raise or over cards, but yeah, just going to give that one up. I actually have, from the double barreling lesson that I just showed you guys, I actually have an 11-minute clip from it that I usually send to people that kind of DM me and ask me kind of what the group coaching is like. So it's kind of a freebie 11-minute video. I don't post it publicly because I think it's kind of too good info to just kind of throw out there. But I'm happy to share it with you guys that are here watching the stream right now. That way, at least it's not floating out there on social media. So let me find that. Let me find that video real quick. And then I'll post in the chat. Okay, here it is. Okay, so free 11 minute
spot.
Oops. Okay, I'm posting in the chat right now. Free 11-minute video from my double barreling opportunities lesson on livespot.co/chaka. Okay. All right, I just posted it in the chat, so it's a private video that you have to have that link to be able to see it. Someone asked if you had to run an exact VPIP, 3-rep percentage, etc. for the rest of your life, what would your ideal percentages be? I mean, you want your raise first in and your VPIP. Let's play this hand. Let's open this up. So let's look at someone with I guess we have a decent amount of hands on this player. So here is the VPIP and here is the raise first in. This person is 28 and 26. You want these to be around mid 20s. So this player is fine. It's a little bit high in the 28, but could just be variance. Check this one back. So yeah, I'd say you want the VPIP RFI at the mid 20s. Your pre-flop raise, you want to be around your high teens. So let's see what this player's pre-flop raise is. So high teens. This is a player I've marked as a good player as well. So they're at 19. That seems reasonable. It's slightly on the high side, but that's fine. 3-rep percentage, probably want around 8 or 9%. So I'll have that here. This player has 8%. So this player's stats look great. And full to 3-bet stats around like 45 to 50%. This player's on the higher side, but you know, a lot of people don't 3-bet enough, so it makes sense to overfold a little bit versus some players. And then c-betting is going to vary based on kind of what position you're in. So if you're c-betting from like earlier position, out of position, it can be like as high as 60%, 65%. Whereas if you're c-betting from like late position, out of position, should be like 30, 35% or so. But the general overall c-bet stat in and out position should be around like 65% or so. Of course, you could play exploitatively and, you know, be slightly higher in some of those spots or lower, but those are kind of the general answer to your question. That was a question from Got to Your Home Ball. Okay, let me scroll back up on the chat. I feel like I missed a lot of chat questions. Okay. Yeah, and sorry, Rodello, I don't have like a perfect answer for your question, because I guess what I would do with students is I would go break down those two hands to see why your win percentage at showdown is low, you know, and then just look at a bunch of hands and try to see, you know, what's going wrong. But without kind of seeing your hand histories, it's hard to answer. But yeah, I mean, it's clearly there's something wrong with your kind of double triple barrel strategy or your call down strategy, which is why I think if you were to watch both of those videos, I would guess you would probably find something there that would help answer where you have some leaks. So Arnold says, how do they determine what's the bounty for each player? It's automatic. It's just it's a fourth of the buy-in. So the buy-in's 2,500 plus the rake. So a fourth of that goes on to here, and a fourth of that is also kind of imaginary on their head, but you don't get it when you knock them out. It goes on to your head. John in the house. Good luck, Faraz. What's up, John? Another one of my group coaching students. Joey says, do you enjoy playing mixed game as well? I don't play any mixed games at all. Pretty much purely no limit hold'em tournaments, and I don't really play cash games, although every once in a while I'll get invited to like a high stakes cash game, like a TV event. So I played a pretty fun one in Monte Carlo a few years back with, what's his name? That black comedian who's freaking hilarious. What's his name? It's like the funniest comedian on the planet right now. Kevin Hart, yeah. Played a cash game with Kevin Hart, Negreanu, Liv Bory, Charlie Carroll. So that was a really fun event. That's on YouTube. I think it was called it was not the Shark Cage. What was it? I played another one called the Shark Cage with Ivy. That was a fun one as well. And most recently, I played a 50-100 no limit cash game. It was a WPT event in Vegas, which aired maybe a few months back, and I made a vlog about it that is gonna come out. Like, I made a vlog on my YouTube channel about preparing for it. That one's already live. And then I have a vlog of like behind the scenes and talking through some of the hands. That is coming out in a few weeks. And like I said, I don't play a ton of cash games, but for that event, what I did was I prepared. So I went to Vegas like 2 weeks early, played cash games every single day. I hired a cash game coach. I worked on ranges and studied up, and it was just like I hadn't really played cash games seriously in like 10 years. So I just kind of ramped up, and it felt really good to kind of ramp up on cash because it helped my deep stack game as well in tournaments. some of the key differences in tourneys and cash is, well, first of all, you're much deeper in cash games. So, you know, a lot of these kind of big offsuit cards like ace queen, ace jack, king queen, they lose a lot of value. Drawing to the nuts is a lot more important, and blocking the nuts is a lot more important when you're doing big bluffs. That's a big key difference. Paul says, hey Toilet, good luck. Any high stakes vlogs coming out? Yep, good time for that question. As I just answered that, yep. Because yeah, I'm not vlogging that regularly anymore, but yeah, every few months I'm putting something out. So there'll be a really good one actually coming out in a few weeks. So yeah, if you want to check out my vlog, go to Faraz, or what is it, youtube.com. Well, half of you guys are on YouTube already. Half of you are on Twitch. So yeah, go to YouTube. Go to youtube.com/FarazJaka poker, and then hit subscribe and hit the notifications button. Then you'll know when that vlog's out. Um, 710 suited here. I'm gonna go ahead and 3.5x this to get the SPR down. If he shoves, I'm just gonna have to fold. Even though he's got a big bounty power, it's just a bit much. So now we're gonna definitely bet. We got a gut shot, we got backdoor flush draw. We can barrel to get this player off ace high. And they fold. I went for the big bet there. The same way I would with nines. And I mean, I might just go for a big bet there with tens, jacks, and queens as well to just make a light value shove because of the bounty. I'm probably checking like aces and kings there because they don't need as much protection, but I'm more likely to bet like tens, jacks, because I don't want to go check, check and have an overcard peel off there. Okay, back to the chat and catching up a bit. So if I haven't answered a question, it's probably just because I'm still scrolling down through the above ones. And obviously it's possible I could miss some questions because I'm trying to play and go through a lot at the same time. So if I haven't answered your question, it's been like half an hour, then feel free to ask again, of course, and I apologize. So Monkey May says, I've seen some disagreement in my reading on whether a start bounting is PKO is worth 50% or 25% start stack. Thoughts? I believe the disagreement was more on whether a PKO is worth 33% or 25% of starting stack. And that debate has been solved, and that it's 25% of the starting stack. And it is confusing. And I was talking with some students, and we kind of shared some YouTube videos that kind of explained it and made it a little more clear. This is a very heavy big blind board. Whenever you have cards 8 through 4, those are the key big blind boards. And if all cards are between 8 and 4, that means it's a heavy big blind board. So we're going to be doing a lot of checking on heavy big blind boards. Probably around 50% of our range is going to be checking. We are going to check back a bunch of aces. So we're going to go ahead and start betting now to try to get 4x, 5x to fold. I don't think 4x, 5x and fold if they have a straight draw with it. I'm not too worried about that card. We're going to go ahead and bet here again. I maybe should have went bigger since we have the club. Obviously the deuce makes a straight. I just didn't think he had a lot of deuces there. And obviously I don't expect to get him off an ace. I'm trying to get him off like, you know, second pair, third pair, an 8. I don't expect him to ever fold an ace. That's not what we're targeting. Pommy says, large 3-bet size for lower SPR makes sense, but at the same time, you don't want to play a big pot out of position, right? I don't want to play a big pot out of position. I think saying you don't want to play a big pot out of position is very vague. I'd say you don't want to play a big pot out of position with certain crappy hands that don't play well post-flop, or that are too loose. So that's why you need to be, you know, a little selective with like that. Okay, the hand you're doing it is like ace 10 off and king 10 off in the small blind versus button open. Those hands are, you know, strong enough versus their range that I'm comfortable doing that. But yeah, I don't want to like play king 10 off out of position versus like a middle position raiser for like 100 big blinds deep. What's going on here? We have an open, a 3-bet, a 4-bet, and a jam. And this player is covered. I mean, this player should be very strong. Queens plus, ace king, maybe ace queen suited. Yep, aces. So Fresh Matt helped explain the bounty being worth 25%. He says it's worth 25% because half of their buy-in goes to the main prize pool and the other half is a bounty when you get eliminated. Yeah, so it has to do with because, right, this player has 1250 of his buy-in went to the bounty, but only 625 I win, and the other 625 gets split into, you know, half of it in my head and half of it in the next person's head who knocks me out. So it's a little bit confusing, but that's why it works. So Brian Peterson says, it's 4.5 typical 3-bet size for you. So the way you want to think about 3-bet size is just make your base like 3x, and then you want to add 1x for every single flatter. So, right? So if it's a squeeze spot and there's 2 flatters, instead of 3x, you're going to go 4x, 5x, and so on. And then you're going to also add 1x when you're out of position. So 3x base, and then I was out of position, so I'm upping it to 4x because I'm out of position. And then if I'm really deep, I'm going to be kind of upping it a little more, whereas if I'm really shallow, I might be lowering it. So I'm guessing, Brian, the hand you're referring to was, I don't remember, like probably 20 minutes ago. I was probably out of position and we were pretty deep. And also I have a bounty on me and he covers me, so I need to give him a worse price. So I'm sizing up because of those reasons. But yeah, if I didn't have a bounty on me, I might have just went 4x, or if I was shallower, I might have went 4x. So Kapala says, so 200 big blinds effective, you would 3-bet from the blinds even more than 100 big blinds effective. I'm not super sure on the difference between 200 and 100 big blinds 3-betting, if that's true or not, just because that's not something I played that often since I'm not playing cash games. I've done, most of my work has been like 60 big blinds and lower, and, you know, a decent amount of 100 big blind stuff. But I would say like at 100 big blinds deep and 150 big blinds deep and so on, like from the blinds, you're 3-betting all suited broadways and even like 9-10 suited and even like 8-9 suited stuff. Yeah, you're just 3-betting those pure from the blinds versus a button open at like 100 bigs. Whereas when you're at 40 bigs deep, that's not necessarily the case. When you're at 50 bigs, that's not necessarily the case. Part of the reason is equity realization. When you're 40, 30, 50 bigs deep and you 3-bet, there's a chance that other player 4-bet jams all in and you get folded off an awesome hand. When you're at 100 big blinds, there's no risk of them jamming and you getting blown off such a good hand. So that's part of the reason why you also can 3-bet some of those hands more at 100 bigs, but not so much at 30, 40 bigs. And at 30, 40 bigs, you choose kind of more bluffs that you don't mind 3-bet folding. So Paul said, do you randomize at all? For example, you had queen 10 off and open 2.2 from the button, and then the small blind 3-bet to 9. So yeah, so when I open queen 10 off on the button and the small blind 3-bet, right? I open here and this guy 3-bet the small blind. First of all, I could flat queen 10 off. That's probably the bottom versus small blind open, but he covered me earlier. And when you're covered in a PKO, you need to play a little bit tighter, something I mentioned earlier, because your opponent who covers you gets to over-realize equity, and he has more excuse to kind of barrel off and stuff, because he can run into a big hand on the river and get your bounty. And because he gets to play more aggressively, that means we're going to get blown off equity more often. So you need to play a little bit tighter when people cover you and 3-bet you. So if it was not a PKO, I probably would have flatted there versus him because I think he's 3-betting well. But if it's someone that I don't think 3-bets enough, then I'm just going to overfold a borderline hand like queen 10. Randomized, I don't really randomize. I know a lot of pro players do it. I'm pretty anti-randomizing. I believe that I have a brain and I can watch game flow and I can kind of make adjustments and I'm aware of my image. So I just use those things to, when I have a 50-50 chance, to bias myself towards folding or calling or whatever. That said, I do understand that if you're playing a small field of players against the same people over and over and over again, it is possible that you think you're being balanced and you're not. And in that sense, it could be worth doing some randomizing. I totally get that. A little tempted to 3-bet there just because it's going to be so hard to play this out of position. So I could 3-bet there to like 10, 9, 10, and do the same thing with ace king, obviously, and jacks plus. It's just going to be hard to play this hand post-op out of position. So I don't mind turning that into a bluff sometimes and wasting it. Okay, so the live Chicago says, on that queen 10 off, would you ever turn it into a 4-bet bluff? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I could turn queen 10 off into a 4-bet bluff there, but I'd rather have like a hand like ace 8, ace 9, maybe some like king X suited, or maybe some king 10 off. I'd rather just have a little bit better blocker. The queen 10, like, he has a lot of 10x that he's going to 3-bet fold, like king 10 off, queen 10 off, ace 10 off, right? So I don't know that the 10 is a great blocker. I think the 10 actually blocks a lot of his bluffs there. It's an okay blocker, but not a great one. I would rather have like an ace or king in my hand. What is going on here? Some bounty action here. That sucks for me because this is the only player I cover. And he's going to be out of there. It seems like a reasonable play by all players there. So now I cover no one. So in a bounty, this is a bad situation for you. Because people are going to be targeting you and there's not much you can do about it. But it's whatever. I'm not that short. But I do need to be a little bit tighter with my bottom of my range opens because people are going to be calling me light. Jack 6 suited on the button here. We will open if it folds to us. So that last hand at our table, this is the replay. So this player opens and this player in the big blind covers them and it's pretty late position open and just flats jacks here. I would definitely always 3-bet jacks here. This is where people overvalue their tournament life. Again, jacks is a great hand. You really enjoy lowering the SPR, taking away their edge. You're going to get called by worse hands. So he should have normally been 3-betting jacks there, but even more so because it's a PKO. So now he leads here. Instead, I would have check raised. Obviously, that's a bad card. He decides to lead still. Check, check. Yeah, I mean, he could have won the bounty on this hand. You know, he 3-bet pre-flop and then check raise the flop or something. I mean, I guess the ace would have killed some action, but he won such a small pot that if he at least check raised the flop, you could win a lot more chips. Looks like he is getting 4-bet here now. Oh, wow, they're getting it in. Nope. And this player is going for the 4-bet again, or the squeeze this time. This is a hand that does okay against squeezes. He just 4-bet folded versus that player. So we do know this player is a bit aggressive. This is normally, I would just jam this in, no question. But the problem is in a PKO, he could just be doing this with like 7s and 8s and 9s really wide and call off easily. Whereas normally he would probably just flat those or fold. But that is the hand I want to bluff with normally. But the PKO just makes it a little bit weird. And he might even just like hero call off ace jack suited. Whereas normally he would just be folding that versus that big of a jam. So that's a close one. I was pretty tempted to do it there. I mean, we just did see he's capable of 4-bet folding, so it's super reasonable he could be going for a squeeze. You know, sometimes like, oh, I just 4-bet folded. Am I really going to squeeze light? It's like, well, I'm not going to fall for that because I do that shit all the time. So I could totally see a jam there. I probably should have taken some time to look at his squeeze stats a little bit. But I only have 358 hands on him. Yeah, I mean, squeeze decent amount already, actually. Yeah, I feel like I could have just taken that spot there. Ace-5 suited is the hand you want to bluff with, rather than ace-jack suited or ace-jack off, let's say, or ace-10 suited. Ace-5 suited is a much better hand to bluff with there because you unblock their bluffs, and when you get called, you're usually up against pretty premium, like 10s plus, and your straight outs are not blocked. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5, it's not blocked. Whereas with ace 10, ace jack, your straight outs are blocked when you get called. But that only is true when you're up against a very premium calling range. And my worry there was that his calling range might not be so premium because of the PKO. I feel like I maybe should have went for it there though. So Miko says, I've been struggling in bubble strategy lately. 109, what is, a 109D tournament. What does D mean? 109D. I've been struggling in bubble strategy lately. 109D tournament, 45 will get the money, 50 players are left, and you're in 38th with 12 to 15 big blinds. And you get ace king off for another position. Do you have some basic guidelines of when to fold this or middle pairs? So, okay, so Miko's saying, hey, I'm on the bubble, 5 away from the money, 45 get paid, there's 50 left. I'm in 38th, so I'm in position to cash, and I have 12 to 15 big blinds. Yeah, I mean, you're going to play way tighter in that situation. So easily folding like at least half of your opens. Maybe even 2/3 of your opens, but yeah, you're not going to fold ace king. You're just going to shove ace king. You're not going to open call it off. You're going to take hands like pocket eights from early position and just open fold them. Probably if you have tens. I mean, you could take some stuff like ace queen and pocket tens from early position and just min raise them, or like 2.5x them. So when you're really polar, you can raise bigger pre-flop. So what I would do is take some hands like ace queen off and tens and stuff and just like 2.4 2.5x from early position rather than make a big shove from early. That way if it goes like re-raise shove, you can still get away and stuff. And then I would do the same with kings and aces, and you know, maybe just 2.5x them from early, or if I'm middle position with queens, I might 2.5x but call a jam. Stuff like jacks, tens, nines from later, and ace king and ace queen, I'm just gonna rip pre-flop. But yeah, I mean, you're shoving more hands, you're not inducing as much unless it's really premium, and you're playing way tighter, so you're just folding a lot more. And some hands that you normally might jam, like ace 10, ace jack, or ace queen from early, like king queen suited, you just raise fold instead. So that's kind of your adjustment on the bubble. And sometimes you're arguing a bubble. I mean, it's not foolproof, right? But yeah, the times you'd be folding ace king is when like, you know, it's like someone jams in front of you and it covers you and you're like 5 away from the money or something. This is a spot I'm a little mixed on raising. I'm probably just gonna call. I think if it was the button, I think I'd raise here for value. Again, I don't have the bounty. I mean, I have the bounty on me and he covers, so I could get a lot of value here. It does suck if I get ripped on here, like by a pair or something like that. Yeah, it feels close. I'm really tempted to 3-bet for value there. If he was button, I would, but it just gets a little bit dicey if I get jammed on. I was gonna peel here versus a big bet. I'm probably gonna fold. That's the value of the big bet there, especially with your bluffs. You get to fold out a lot of equity there. Yeah, there's a chance I could still peel there. It feels close. I'm gonna mark that hand to review to see if I could peel there versus a big bet or not. Just gonna fold versus an open, just gonna limp versus that. This guy has a lot of incentive to raise and build a pot. It's a very small raise. I was gonna call a bigger one anyways. Okay, so I'm gonna correct something that's a conversation going on in the chat right now. So Nick says to Miko about the bubble scenarios when you have ace king with 12, 15 big blinds, and he says you could just limp and play passively depending on your stack size. If you're short, open jamming would be ideal. So okay, I agree with Nick that you can jam on the bubble with 12, 15 big blinds with ace king, but you should not be limping near the bubble. So when there's high ICM implications, which is like on the bubble and final tables, there is no such thing as a limping strategy. Like you should not be limping. Now, of course, I'm never going to say never, because exploitatively, if you think people are making mistakes against it, sometimes they'll do that. But definitely not going to be doing it on the bubble. Maybe at a final table or something, like exploitatively. But so here's the whole thing with limping. Why do you limp? Why is limping even a thing? The logic behind limping is it allows you to VPIP more hands. It allows you to play more hands. Every time you play a hand, right? Yeah, do I want to play this hand or not, right? This is the kind of thought process. It's like, okay, what's more plus EV? Calling this 7 suited, 3-betting it, or folding it. So I think 3-betting here is minus EV by some number. I think calling it is minus EV by an even bigger number. And I think folding it is neutral, it's 0. So I think we could all agree that I should go with folding there, right? That's the decision you have every single hand. Let's say I had an ace king suited there. Same thing. Folding is 0 EV. Flatting is like some plus EV. And 3-betting is even higher EV, right? Every single hand in poker is like that. Now, folding is 0 EV. When there's ICM involved at a final table or on a final table bubble, now folding is no longer 0 EV. Folding actually has a dollar value, an EV assigned to it, because you might fold and someone might get knocked out and you might move up in the pay jump because of it, right? So when there's ICM, there's value to folding. Like normally you're debating between those two options. Now there's a third plus EV option, folding. So because of that, that's the reason why we play so much tighter. We have this new option that's super plus EV every hand that we have to kind of choose as the opportunity cost. In ICM, everyone's supposed to play tighter. And the middle stacks are supposed to play even more tighter. Like even big stacks should be playing a little bit tighter. Mid stacks should be playing mega tighter. Short stacks should be playing tighter. Maybe if you're a huge dominating stack, you could open a little bit looser. But in general, everyone's playing tighter. This is an example of a really tight fold I'm going to make because of my stack. And it's a PKO. If this was a non-PKO, I'm never ever folding there. But yeah, so in ICM scenarios, you want to play tighter and you want to VPIP less hands. So the strategy with limping is that limping allows you to VPIP more hands, because the more you get to play hands that are plus EV, it's good, you're making more money, right? So normally limping is a strategy to increase how many hands you get to play and how many flops you get to see, whereas in ICM, you don't want to see more hands, you don't want to see more flops, you want to fold more. So there's no limping strategy. Again, you could do it exploitatively, because maybe at the final table you think people aren't going to raise your limps enough, or they're going to get scared and just check, and then that's fine, or play really bad post flop. But very, very rare would you do that. I've always done a little bit of exercise on breaks, but I'm doing way, way, way more these days. Something I started doing is every other break, I do exercise mat work, and I'm specifically doing exercises that are using muscles that you don't use when you're sitting for hours at work or on the computer or whatever, because your muscle memory kind of gets used to and I got a pretty decent setup where I have kind of my screen and stuff a little higher. I got a really nice laptop stand that I travel with, so I have a decent posture, but still your body's kind of gets stuck in this like shoulders rolled forward mode, and your hips and your glutes like aren't doing much movement, and that's really bad for you. And I have back problems kind of since I was younger, and kind of runs in my family's history as well. So I started doing I'm doing exercises that are the opposite movements, right? Like I'm doing stuff that's, pulling this back, using my glutes, getting movement in my hips and stuff like that. Stuff that's kind of flexing kind of this area and then trying to strengthen it at the same time. But yeah, there's a lot of value to getting movement and using the muscles and neurons that just aren't being used when you're sitting there for so long. Juan Pina in the house, what's up? I know I'm still seeing these messages a bit late. Queen Deuce, just because I'm scrolling through earlier messages, there's quite a bit to go through. Queen Deuce, we have an over, so we're probably going to peel versus small bet. We're not going to be peeling versus a big bet. Having that over is very valuable. Now, if this guy bets, we're a bit squeezed, so it's a bit tougher. Let's see what sizing he goes if he bets. I'm just going to fold. If there was a spade out there, I'd call, but I just don't like that I'm squeezed behind that player. You want to play a little bit tighter in those multi-way spots. Yeah, Queen Deuce is clubs I would call there. Or if I had like 5-6, something like that had some better outs. 6x with the heart. Nick says, do you have tips for building a bankroll with the micros? I have a good ROI, but I can't seem to make the step from low to mid stakes. I'm waiting for that bigger bink to happen. What do you think? Nick, you should, like, pretty much majority of students I'm working with are like right in that same boat. Like, it's a lot of people I'm working with are like 10 to, or like $8 to $30 buy-ins and trying to move up to that next level. And then probably the other 1/3 of my students are more like 109s and 215s online, like trying to make it up to 500s and 1000s. And it's hard to just say without seeing your game. But yeah, I mean, if you want to show up to one of our classes, I can ask you questions and kind of hear your thought process and definitely help you. You're kind of the target audience of the type of people I'm working with. We'll peel here. Yeah, I'd say most people I'm working with are non-pros, but like serious recreationals, like people with a job or a business that, or maybe people that are retiring that want to be competitive and profitable, but they're not kind of full-time pros. Or I do have probably maybe 20% of the people are full-time pros that are kind of mid-stakes pros trying to move up into higher stakes. So you'd definitely be a great fit. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to give you advice without seeing, because like I need to hear how you think about poker, how you talk about poker, and likely there's some kind of messed up logic in some spot that might be holding you back, where like you're winning but you're not winning at a high enough rate. And it also could just be dumb variance, right? So I'm curious. I would need to know like how long, like how many tournaments, what does your sample size look like and stuff like that, because it could just be run bad, right? Patrick Wang says, what's up, Faraz? Your student here supporting the stream. Let's go. What's up, Patrick? One of the newer students to the group coaching. Good to see you on here. Adrian says ace 10 ace jack question mark. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Remember, we are on a 5-minute delay, so if you have a question, make sure you kind of give some context of the hand you're referring to. Were you talking about how I said ace 5 suited is better to bluff with than like ace 10 ace jack? If so, let me know. I'm happy to elaborate on that if that was unclear why. Bad Medicine says, yep, I'm in internal medicine. I work in a teaching hospital, teaching medical residents and students. Trent said, sup Faraz, did GG ever get back to you about the PKO calculators while playing? Yep, they did, and they said they do not allow PKO. Oh, I wouldn't say what I was using as a calculator. It was more of a spreadsheet because there are actual PKO calculators. That would for sure be not allowed. Like I would consider HRC and ICMizer a PKO calculator, but just a simple spreadsheet that helps you calculate the value of the bounty is also not allowed on GG, is what they said. Fresh Matt says, there is an auto muck button in the settings. Got it. I think it would make more sense if it was like here, because then that way the majority of people just have auto muck on and it makes the game go faster. I doubt you're gonna get more than like 10% of the people to go into settings to go find the auto muck button. But good to know. I like to keep auto muck off because I like to show bluffs and tilt people. OE says, big fan of yours, sir. I met you at the WSOP in 2019 when waiting in line to buy into attorney. Good luck in the Venom. Awesome to hear from you. McFloppity says, how often do you play ACR? Every Venom, basically. I play every Sunday on ACR. They have great tournaments. I don't play a ton during the weekdays anymore because I'm doing a lot of mostly coaching or like preparing material or doing some study to prepare material. We're going to 3-bet this here. But if I was playing full time and not coaching, I would definitely be playing on ACR during the weekdays as well. But yeah, I play every Sunday on ACR. They got a pretty baller schedule for Sundays. And yeah, I don't want to flat this with so many people behind. It's just, I'm very prone to get multi-way with the offsuit hand, and that's not going to play very well. Big bet by this opponent. I can just fold there's a big bet. I could have obviously just c-bet that as well. I felt like I might get check raised a lot there by small pairs and even 10 jacky type stuff, and just decided I wanted to go for a free card as well. Instead, I need to be balanced there and make sure I'm checking back stuff like aces and kings there, which I definitely am. But maybe that player doesn't know that. But I definitely should be checking back stuff like aces there. And then I could allow that player to hang himself when he bets so big on the turn. And obviously some 9x. Don the Deuce says, hey, what's up, Faraz? I hope to make a session soon, but been busy with work. Content has been great, though. Awesome. Don, are you watching the videos on a replay? A lot of people that have signed up for my group coaching, probably about half of them don't make the live sessions just because the times don't work with their schedule. But I still hear pretty good feedback from them. What I try to do is I try to teach the lessons in a way where even if you're not there live, you can still get that experience. So what I recommend you do is, you know, when you're watching the group coaching session and I say, hey, what is your range here? I ask a student or everybody, pause the video have a notepad ready on your computer, write out the answer to what I'm saying, and then hit play and hear my response. Because going through that exercise is going to be really helpful. And there's enough students that likely someone will say a similar answer to you and be thinking the same as you, that likely you'll get pretty close to a similar experience as if you were there. So obviously, you know, being there is a little bit better for sure, but I've heard feedback from a lot of students who are watching it on replay and still getting a lot out of it that way. Thierry Aaron says, Faraz, I'm French. My name is Thierry. And welcome to the stream. Bonjour. How do you say nice to meet you again in French? I should know that. No, I'm Googling. That's not how you, that's not the way. Oh, enchanté, that's right. Enchanté. Ace is full in the house. Patrick, one of my old longtime students. What's up, Patrick? Good to see you. Are you coming out to WSOP? Have you been playing poker recently? Let me know what's going on. Aces Full says, congrats on the score. I did have, Aces says, get that money in the stock market. I'm getting it in the crypto market, buddy. I know the stock market's pumping too, but I'm all about the crypto markets as well. I had a nice second place score in a bracelet event the other day. It was a little bit disappointing to not get first because I really want that bracelet. But yeah, it was a 1,500 50 stack event. It was a 2-day event. Heads up only lasted one hand and I was the short stack, so it wasn't much there, but long battle 3-4 ways. And I was chip leader for a good part of kind of day 1 and day 2. But pretty solid score, pretty nice score going into WSOP. Pretty much covers all my buy-ins. So free rolling the series now, which is nice. B Purple says, good luck, Coach Faraz. What's up? Thank you, thank you. DR says, are you a fan of the great song Faraz? Of course I am. When I introduce myself to people, that's the mnemonic I give them to remember my name. Faraz, Faraz. When I used to run track in high school, I'd literally be like sprinting around the corner and people would be singing that. Guilherme says, are you still in Brazil? Yep, I am still in Brazil. I'm in Sao Paulo. Here for another couple weeks before I head to Vegas, back to Vegas for WSOP. Mr. Sadi says, how do you stay focused playing a single tournament online? Do you study player stats, etc. between playable situations? I'm only one tabling right now because I'm streaming. I'm normally playing like on Sundays like 9 to 12 tables. On weekdays, 4 to 6 tables. So I don't really one table very often unless I'm deep. But yeah, obviously I'm here talking nonstop. So that's keeping me entertained with you guys. That said, I think you made an interesting, I think you worded your question in an interesting way. You said, how do you stay focused on a single table, right? So Mr. Sadi is saying like it's so hard to play one table, which is crazy, right? It should be the opposite. It should be easier to play one table, but I totally get what you mean. And we're all victims of hardcore ADD because we have our phone, we talk at the same time, we're watching TV at the same time, we're eating at the same time. I actually went to a 10-day meditation retreat, silent meditation retreat, and a lot of what we talked about there was how doing all these things at the same time, right? Phone, talking, eating, it trains your brain to want multiple stimulus. And your brain, like humans, we adapt, right? Our chemistry even changes. Our brain chemistry adapts and changes. So we adapt to this world that's multitasking. And then when you go back and try to do one table or one simple thing or watch a movie or a slow movie or go through commercials, is like you need stimulus like ASAP, like your brain just can't chill. So your brain actually gets rewired. And there's things you can do to kind of bring it back the other way. And the most obvious is meditation. So, you know, if you have trouble playing one table or playing live because of this, try to learn some awareness techniques, some breathing exercises, and think of it as a workout. Think of me trying to play one table and struggling to focus, that it's a workout. It's a brain. You're taking your brain to the gym, and you need to meditate. You need to do all these things to kind of keep yourself focused during it. That's how I kind of think about it. Ace 3 suited here. Definitely not folding. Well, now I am. It's probably going to call. What HUD are you using? Is that a custom overlay? Yep, I'm using Poker Tracker 4. It is a customized overlay. You can go in there and mess with the stats pretty easily. IH says, did you only click perf GTO or clicked EV already in the MTT? Just tuned in. I have no idea what that means. Did you only click perf GTO or clicked EV? Yeah, maybe clarify the question, Mr. IH. I'm not following what that means. Vivian in the house, one of my group coaching students. What's up? Yep, I do need to flop better. Riley says, what events are you participating in the WSOP? Pretty much everything 1500 to 10K. Everything 1500 to 10K no limit events, pretty much. There's a chance I may dabble in, I think there's 1 or 2 25K no limits. There's a chance I might jump into one of those. Hi Faraz, it's Bob. Mr. Granny Has Nuts, one of our students as well. Your stream is the best part of my day. That's very kind of you. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. So this player's 4 betting here. Yeah, that's a good question, Juan. Juan, and something I could probably improve on a little bit too. But Juan says, what are the most important types of notes you should take an opponent without writing a novel? I get confused on simplicity. So I think the easiest is to separate, you know, pre-flop and then post-flop and have 2 sections, and then just be like, you know, opens too wide or 3 bets too wide, or, you know, folds too much to 3 bets. Folds too much to C bets or check rate, you know, high check raise, high fold to double barrel, you know, stuff like that. I usually end up writing a novel if they do something silly, like that's just like really you just need to explain. And I probably end up writing too many novels that I can't really read. I mean, honestly, I think it's we're jamming all in here, obviously. Pretty good spot. We're going to get called here likely. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't read the notes too much when I'm playing like a bunch of tables. I read them more when I'm like deep in the event with them and playing, you know, a few tables only. Just because it's too hard to read the notes otherwise. I'm going to re-enter if we get knocked out here. We're kind of around the threshold of where I'm willing to re-enter in a PKO. I normally said about 25% of the field busted, I'll still re-enter. That said, since we're streaming, I may even be a little bit more liberal about it. But yeah, we're right at 25% of the field busted right now, so this is about my cutoff point normally. And I may even push it because of the stream. Because I want to hang with you guys. I'm not done hanging with you guys yet. What? Everyone's gonna fold? I mean, you're getting a great price, y'all. There we go. Ace Jack calls. So this was not a great call pre-flop there. Wow. Holy shit. He just hit that. That sucks. This is a pretty good table too. Let's see if I could snap re-reg and get the same table. Nice. I got the same table. All right. Yeah, so early position raise, early position calls, you need to be super tight. You don't want an ace jack offsuit. It does not play well post flop multi-way. And especially versus early position raise and early position call. You need to be mega tight. So yeah. So Doe Smile says, do we sign up for Poker Coaching Premium to take part in the live sessions? No, the group coaching I do, it's not related to pokercoaching.com at all. It's my own thing. So here, I'll show it to you real quick over here. Let's make this full screen for tabling. Yep. So it's here. Let me make some space here. So yeah, so you go to livespot.co/Jaka. It's there at the top as well. And it takes you here. And you just hit, here there'll be a subscribe button where you can subscribe for free or subscribe for a paid. It's 99 bucks a month. And that gets you access to every week's lesson. And if you miss it, they're all recorded as well. So here's all the upcoming sessions. So Monday is a really, really, really awesome one. This is super high value one. Probably going to be one of my top lessons I've done. C-bang out of position. Most players get this pretty wrong. I've put a lot of hours into preparing this lesson. King 10 off will fold here because we're short and people cover us. So we want to play a little bit tighter, not looser. So yeah. And then here are all the upcoming dates. And I'm going to be, I usually fill in the topics like about a month in advance. I'm a little bit behind right now, but I'm going to get these filled in pretty soon. And you could go back to previous lessons by going to content library. We did multi-way pots the other day. I have a guest coach, Jeremy Menard. His name is So Appalled on ACR. He comes and does sessions once in a while. I review student hand histories about once every 5 sessions where I allow you guys to send in 3-4 hands and I review student hand histories. Check raising from the big blind, that's one of, and facing a check raise from the big blind, those are 2 very important lessons we did. Big bluffs, reviewing some deep runs I have, big blind defense, calling down versus double barrel opportunities. I really just, the way I constructing 3 bets, so yeah, I have all those lessons that you could go back and watch while you're waiting for an upcoming lesson that are weekly. And the way I structured the lessons is I think about the game tree, because this is how I think you should be studying, and this is how, you know, I work with my one-on-one students as well. First, you need to be solid on pre-flop opening ranges and 3-betting ranges. Opening ranges are pretty damn simple. Just go look at the charts. 3-betting ranges, I have some really good hacks so that you don't need to memorize charts. So that's what that lesson that's there is about. You know, knowing how to construct 3-bet ranges without using charts. And it's really important that you know how to do that because not everybody plays like charts, right? What do you do when someone opens too wide? What do you do when someone's too tight? What do you do when someone 3-bets too much? Or sorry, yeah, flats 3-bets too much. So I talk about kind of how to figure that out in game. Now, once you're solid there, the next step is flop play, right? C-betting versus the big blind. And being the big blind getting C-bet from the raiser. You're in that scenario about 90% of the time. So you want to study and get really good at the things that come up the most often, right? Like one time I had a student come say like from lesson 1, I was like, I want to work on like post-flop play and 4-bet pots. And it's like, why would you want to start there, right? That's such a rare spot that maybe doesn't even come up in a lot of tournaments. So I mean, if you're sick at everything else, then it makes sense to work on that. But get good at the stuff that comes up more often, right? So pre-flop, be rock solid. Then you want to get rock solid at c-betting versus the big blind, understanding what boards to check back on with the high frequency, which type of hands to do it with, which boards you can c-bet range on, which boards do you do a big c-bet size on, and which hands do you trap on, and which snares do you trap with. And then from the big blind side is, how do you check raise on the big blind, what hands did you float with, what hands did you call down 2 streets with, and that kind of stuff. So I start from that top and kind of work our way into kind of more and more complex stuff. Because if you start with the complex stuff and you don't have that earlier stuff down, your ranges are all screwed up and you're not even going to be able to read other players well. So sometimes people kind of look at the way I'm able to range an opponent so well and like basically call out their cards, and it looks like magic. It's not really magic. It's just if you understand how to break down someone's hand from the pre-flop, it's like you narrow it down to the flop, it gets narrowed down. By the time it's at the river, it's like there's only a couple combos left that they would play this way. And then it makes a lot more sense of how you could range a player so well and make it look like magic. For coming to those lessons on livespot.co/Jaka, which you see the link at the top there. Like I said, it's $99 a month, or you could join individual sessions for $33. But if you do the $99 a month, you get access to all previous recordings, and you also get access to our Discord group, which is pretty awesome. Everyone's pretty helpful and supportive of each other. We teach you how to do everything, like how to post hand histories, how to, what resources to be using, and all those types of things. How to use those resources if you're not sure. I'm not going to go into, so I'm pretty much open to answer almost any question, but a couple things I won't talk about are what my notes are on certain players. I also don't want to go too much detail on what the stats are on each player and that kind of thing, just because that creates a scenario where it's annoying to other players to kind of put their kind of reads that I have on them out there for the whole world to see. And also I don't want them to know kind of how I think about their game and maybe the exact stats I have on their game and that type of thing. So that's something I'm not going to go into too much detail on, nor am I going to share what my annual income is, which someone asked. I don't even think my siblings or friends know what that is. So, but yeah, other than those things, I'm down to talk about most things. Gonna fold here. I might open this normally, but again, I'm playing tighter with the PKO since I'm covered. I guess this player is a little short. I could have opened there. It would have been like a slightly loose open that I'm okay with. But this player has been pretty aggressive towards PKOs, so. Rosinator says, "Will you be vlogging WSOP?" I haven't decided. I started vlogging and I really, really, really enjoy it. And I was thinking I might just vlog all the time and do like a full-time thing, like some of the other vloggers there, and just put stuff out. But I started doing the group coaching thing as well, and then I also started streaming, and all of those things are kind of like full-time things. They're a lot of work. So I kind of realized that, okay, I need to choose between streaming full-time, vlogging, every week, or doing the group coaching thing. And I really enjoyed the group coaching thing. So I decided I'm going to just put my all into that. And maybe in the future, I would maybe start vlogging kind of once my process there is a little more automated. But yeah, also my wife does the editing for my vlogs, and obviously her hands are full right now with the baby. But I think in about a year we'll probably have a bit more help and things will be a little easier, and she might have more time to edit. And maybe if I've hired some people to kind of help me with my group coaching, then I can free up some time and then I'll do more vlogging. But I really enjoy vlogging. Like I want to do it. So right now I'm just doing like random vlogs here and there. Like once every few months I'll throw one out. So like I said, there's a really cool one coming out in a few weeks about a high stakes 50-100 televised cash game I played. And then maybe I'll do one for WSOP. I haven't decided yet. I'll probably see how my first week or so is going and see how I feel about my time commitment. But yeah, I do plan on one day doing the vlogs a bit more regularly. So Rico says, hi Faraz, do you offer coaching solely on strategy, or do you offer mental game coaching as well? I definitely offer more than just strategy with my coaching. The way I view working with my students is poker is a complex game, right? It's not just about the strategy. It's about everything. It's about how you manage your life. So that's really what I teach. I'm doing less one-on-one coaching these days, but I still am doing one-on-one coaching. But with some of my one-on-one students, like some of them just need strategy, and some of them have discipline issues about when to stop playing and how to manage their bankroll. Some of them have tilt issues. Some just aren't organized with their schedule and their buy-ins, or when they travel and booking stuff. So I kind of help with whatever it is you need help with, because I think that's what's made me a successful poker player, right? It's not just that I'm good at poker. It's also I've been able to manage my lifestyle. I've been able to manage the downswings, the upswings, and not get carried away in the game selection. And I have created all these systems and hacks for like, how do I keep myself on my A game? How do I recognize when I'm not on my game? What are the things I can do to get out of it and get back into the A game? So I help my students with all of those things. It just kind of depends what they need and what they're interested in. All right, looks like I actually caught up to all the messages finally. We got there. Hey, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitter right now. So about half the people are on Twitter, half the people are on YouTube. First time doing that using a restream. So glad to see it's working out as it should. Those of you watching from my YouTube or Twitch channel right now, don't forget to hit subscribe or follow so that when I do randomly stream, you know, and especially when I have new vlogs coming out. King 8 off here. Actually, this is probably too loose pre-flop. I probably should have just folded this pre-flop. Yeah. Gonna overbet here. I would do this with 4-5 and some 10 jack stuff with a heart or a diamond. Ace-9 suited here. Well, can't get in now. And this player jammed ace-queen there. That's definitely a super loose jam. I think maybe ace-queen suited would probably be a hand I would consider hero shoving with. Let's check out that action. So let's talk about some 4-bet jam. Grit16, what's up? Welcome to the stream. So it was an open, a 3-bet, and then a 40 big blind jam. So, okay, what should your kind of range be here? Definitely jacks plus and ace king are kind of the obvious ones. Now, let's say you think this player is aggressive, and that's a reasonable. Maybe you're like, this guy's covering him, and it's a bounty, like he's probably doing it light. Let me shove wider. I think he's full of shit, right? If you want to widen it, I would probably next go with like ace-queen suited and king-queen suited. Those hands will play well in that spot. Definitely like tens. Ace-queen off is definitely pretty wide. We are blocking a bit of his bluffs as well. I think this player has a lot of suited. Yeah, so that's the thing. This player, a lot of this player's 3-bets are like ace-x suited. So that's why king-queen suited plays a little bit better than something like ace-queen offsuit. You go to your home ball, says, Faraz, be my life coach. Well, ask what you want to ask here for now. But I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, in our Discord group, in our group coaching students, you know, people are a bit open there, and you know, talk about when they're going through depression or tough times, really struggling with things, and you know, people, including myself, we kind of give the advice we're able to give and give suggestions and talk about how we've fought through those things on our own. Ricky D says, how do you know when to overbet? So I guess two things. One, if you want to have, in general, you can have an overbet range with the kind of very nut part of your range. So when you think your hand is like 95% plus to win, those are the hands you want to, 95% plus to win versus their range. Those are the hands you might consider overbetting with. And then you want to balance it with the blockers that match those value hands. So, you know, if 10 jack is the straight, which is 100% to win, then, you know, having a 10 or a jack in your hand. So that's one way to think about it. But a lot of times it's like stuff like when your opponent caps their range. So when the flop goes check, check, and in position C better cap their range. Now the big blind can do overbetting in that spot. Or like, let's say it went check, check, and the turn comes an ace or a king, and you want to bet into their card. That's another time where you're going to want to do overbetting, because you're kind of betting into a card that's better for them. And another time you could do some overbetting is when kind of the big blind calls and there's a lot of draws, and that player check calls a lot of draws, and the turn comes a blank, and that player has a lot of equity because they have like this kind of second, third pair with the gut shot and maybe even a flush draw, and like there's a lot of stuff like that. Those are other spots where you can do a lot of overbetting because they just have so many cards that have to fold versus the overbet that have a lot of equity. What just happened that last hand? Yeah, when I'm one-tabling, I try to make sure I see any showdowns that happen, because those are important hands to get a lot of reads off of. So this is a spot where the guy could have overbet, but I think it's fine doing some non-overbets as well, but he could have overbet here. Maybe with some better jacks would make more sense. And then he checked on this. Jack 7 off here in the big. We're going to be flatting. Unless I went like call and we're like 4-way, then I'm gonna play a lot tighter, especially with offsuit hands. It's getting 3-bet a lot before it gets to me. And a lot of these hands, which is common in these PKOs, people are gonna 3-bet more because of the bounty. For those of you who don't know, I am giving away 2.5%. I'm giving away 2.5% of my action in this tournament for day 1A only. So any bullets I play today to 2 different people. So giving away 5% of my action. If you go to my Twitter and just follow the directions to the tweet I posted about the stream, you just gotta like, retweet, and reply. I posted it in the chat as well just now. It's on a delay, so you might need to scroll up to see it. Patrick Tobar in the house. What's up, Pat? Good to see you on here. Pat, are you going to be in Vegas playing any tournaments? TRZ says, change avatar to unicorn with sunglasses for an orbit. I mean, I'm not just going to change to any avatar just because someone asks. But, I mean, unicorn with sunglasses, that sounds pretty freaking cool. So, I'll do that. I'll change to unicorn with sunglasses. How do I find that? There's so many options. I've never changed my avatar. Well, I just went to the Joker one and I felt like that was pretty appropriate for me. Is there like a faster way to find? Ooh. How do you add the sunglasses on? Or is it a different avatar? No, that's all of them. Is there a way to add the sunglasses? Oh no. All right, well, we're halfway there. Now you gotta tell me how to add the sunglasses. Dude, do I have a day off tomorrow? Saturday. Okay. Apparently, my student, Sigma Nu, is at Chris Moneymaker's table and said he just sucked out on him to double up. For those of you who are following, Sigma Nu is one of our students from group coaching who got first in the 5 mil or the 2.5 mil guarantee 600 multi-flight for 395,000, which is insane. And what was crazier is our guest coach, Jeremy Menard, so appalled on ACR, he got third for, I don't know, like 240K or something like that. So guest coach and student, both deep in a 5,000 person field, gets first and third. It's pretty insane. We did a free session reviewing their hand history, and Jeremy is also doing a session on, I think, Wednesday, reviewing the final table as well. He had already done one, but didn't get recorded properly, so he's redoing that lesson. So if you didn't get to catch that, you still have a chance to catch the review of that final table with some ICM stuff. Should be a pretty good one. All right. I think, is this like the first hand we're opening on this new stack? Maybe second hand? Oh yeah, I think we called one from the big blind. All right. Good call from the small blind. We're just going to do a standard small C bet here. If we get check raise, we're not going to really be able to float here with no backdoor flush draw. Gonna go for it. If the clubs brick out, I'm probably gonna keep bluffing here since we don't have any clubs in our hand. Here's kind of an example of no equity bluff as the Antichrist mentions it. And I bluffed there because we don't have any clubs in our hand. So it's more likely he has something like 10 jack of clubs, 9 10 of clubs, king queen of clubs. And also, if he has a club in his hand, he's more likely to hero fold. So I don't want those clubs. So boom, we needed that. Big bluff. We really haven't had any momentum this tournament. That's actually significant because now we almost cover this player, we cover this player, we almost cover this player. And in bounties, covering people is super duper important. So that was a big pot to win there. And I'll get back to the chat after I take this break. Swear to pizza? Exercise time with the baby. Oh, we have 4 minutes left. All right, baby. All right, baby. Oof. He loves when I exercise. He just smiles. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. That's all, baby. I got you. Let's go. Here. Let's. assistance. Woo. Baby in the house. It's my exercise partner. Yee. Come on, give him a speech. Say something. Let's go. Let's get some walk practice in, baby. Ready? Let's go. Walk. Walk, baby. Walk. Come on. Yeah. Walk. Let's go. Come on. Focus, baby. Yeah. 1 step. 2, 3. Let's go. Let's start over. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. You should always order pizza. Wait, did you hear me talking about ordering pizza all the way from another room here? Ready for pizza party tonight, baby? Sao Paulo has really freaking good food, and particularly good pizza and good burgers. My wife always talks shit about the pizza in the US. Obviously, not everywhere, but the pizza is really damn good here. They have big Italian influence. So they have gourmet pizzas left and right. And burgers are interesting. Everywhere in South America, like obviously we have gourmet burger places in the US. And then we have kind of casual burger places. In South America, like not just Brazil, but everywhere, like gourmet burger spots is like a thing. Like they're very common, they're very trendy, they're kind of left and right. So it's interesting. It's pretty awesome actually. Another raise, another 3-bet from a short stack this time, or shallow stack I should say, not that short. Oh. You like that? Alright, let's drop them back off. Let's drop them back off. Aceful says, "Hey bud, your stretches during the breaks remind me of WSB final table you made and helping you keep loose." Yeah, I'd say the exercises I'm doing are a bit different from back then. Now those are more just stretching. Now I'm doing a kind of mix of kind of strengthening and stretching, and really focused in on specific back muscles I'm not using, which I talked a little bit about earlier. Sounds like we got the fam coming over later. The in-laws, my wife's dad and stepmom, and I think her uncle as well. We're all super close family, live nearby. We are right in the heart of the city in Sao Paulo, right next to the big avenue, Paulista. President was out here speaking just last week, and there were people protesting him and stuff. Mick Floppity says, "I need to rethink how I spend my breaks." You know what? Honestly, even pros, like that's probably like some of the lowest hanging fruit that people don't do. It's like night and day for me that my focus level, like 6-7 hours into the session, is just so much better when I do that stuff every other break. And it's one of those things where like if you don't run deep, it probably doesn't matter that much because whatever, but like for the times you do run deep, you really wish you would have gotten a good sleep and been doing those things and focused on how you're eating and all that stuff. Someone says you could do a lot on 5-minute breaks. Here's a funny YouTube video, how I spent my 5-minute break in Argentina. They did a funny video during my 5-minute break. Yeah, even when I'm on my 15-minute breaks during WSOP or live events, I don't like. There's people who like they get up on their break and then they're like kind of like thinking like what to do and you know where to go, what they're gonna do. Like for me, I've got it all pre-planned in my head. Like I know, you know, 30 minutes before where I'm going, what I'm doing, where I'm gonna get food, which bathroom I'm gonna go to that the line's not as long, and I'm gonna get there before everyone else. You know, little things like that. It's like, okay, by being efficient about it, I get an extra 6 minutes at the end of my break to go relax and meditate or stretch or whatever. Fish Fried AK says, "Do you speak another language?" Eu falo muito pouco português. Solo fala falinhas. I can speak very little bit of Portuguese, but I'm trying to learn a little bit more. I could definitely speak a decent amount of Spanish. Eu visitar Mexico Ciudad para 2 meses y Buenos Aires para 3 meses. And when I go spend, you know, a month in those places, I pick it back up a little bit more. I could speak a little bit of Urdu and Memoni, which is the language my parents speak from Pakistan. When I was younger, I was able to speak it a lot more, but I just haven't used it much. It's one of those things where if I were to visit and spend a few weeks there, I'd probably pick it up a bit. 7-4 suited in the big blind here, easy call. Pretty much any 2 suited cards calling here. Versus Mr. Adhesive Data. And we pick up not only a flush draw, but a backdoor straight draw here. I'll go for the delayed betting here. I could start betting there for sure. Gonna go with the bigger bet here. Just make sure we get ace high out of there and some 5x, 6s, 7s, 8s. I could have definitely bet the flop there. I mean, I'm fine calling a check raise. I would want to bet the flop small so that it's kind of easy to call a check raise and a turn barrel. Brazil is awesome. I really like it here. I'm actually telling my wife we should live here for a couple years. Yeah, I'm in Sao Paulo. I haven't lived anywhere in a long time, as a lot of you know. I live out of 2 carry-ons for about 12, 13 years. Actually, more like 15 years. But I am considering maybe moving to Sao Paulo for a couple years. Probably not now, but maybe about a year from now. Sao Paulo is a pretty underrated city. Most people, when they think of Brazil, they just snap go to Rio. I think Sao Paulo is like way more interesting. I mean, Rio has the more kind of touristic, like the classic, the beaches, and you have your kind of classic, you know, tourist kind of things to go visit, which is fun. I've done those things, nothing against those things, but Sao Paulo just has way more going on. It's a bit safer as well. I mean, crime in Brazil is high. Let's not kid ourselves, but it's lower here than it is in Rio. It's just, you know, it's a big city with nice things. You know, I walk out and I could have everything I want access to, like very close by. Very nice restaurants and bars and really good food scene. People are super nice here. It's a New York type vibe that's less crowded. I don't know, it is a giant population. I don't know, like 20 million or something. Let's see, Sao Paulo population. Oh, 12.3 million. I mean, I guess because it depends if you count the outer stuff or not. So ace jack off here. This is the guy that overplayed ace jack earlier. It's a little bit tempting to 3-bet him. It's just like if he rips on me, I don't feel good calling off. Maybe if I had ace jack suited, I would just 3-bet, and if he rips, whatever, it was freaking gamble because he might go too crazy. But I don't know, if he misunderstands the value of hands pre-flop, he might not understand how good ace deuce through ace 5 suited is to jam. So, which is actually bad for my hand. I want him to jam those hands. So we're gonna go with a pretty loose float here, just because I think this player has been playing pretty wide range. But this is a bit of a, I mean, I should be folding that normally. I'm making like an exceptionally wide call versus him. King high. He might barrel stuff like king jack. We block ace king. He's probably barreling queen jack. Small bet. King jack, king queen, king 9 suited stuff. Could have something like king 8 suited. There's not a lot of bluffs I could think of is the problem. I really should just fold this on the flop. Especially he sized up a little bit. I have all these suited hands with backdoors to float there. So yeah, the more I think about it, that flop is a pretty bad mistake. I know better. That was just a brain fart. So in these spots, I do see people floating too wide here, and I just fell into a mistake that I know plenty better. He sized up a little bit, not that much, but 2.5 would have been a third. Even versus 2.5, I mean, heads up, this is definitely fine to call, but multi-way, I should just get out of here. I have all these backdoor flush draws to call with. Jack Queen suited, King Queen suited, King Jack suited, Ace Jack suited, Ace 4 suited, Ace 6 suited, 6 7 suited, 7 8 suited, like all these things with the diamond, spade, club combos that I just don't need to call this. You know, maybe Ace Queen, I guess, is a little bit more tempting. But yeah, I'm losing to Ace Queen even. So I think this was not a huge mistake, but I think that was a little bit of a mistake. Ian Barnett says, I remember you was a sofa surfer many years ago. Yeah, I'd say I was more of I was kind of like a glorified couch surfer. Like I was kind of staying in a lot of kind of random people's houses all over the world and guest kept, but it wasn't just like full on strangers. It was like friends of friends that I haven't met, or like I'd meet someone on tour and go stay with them the next week, or stuff like that. So kind of couch surfing. A lot of Airbnbs. I used to do a lot of hostels and stuff like that. I really love just traveling and exploring culture and going places I haven't been before and that kind of thing. IH says, LOL bounty, so MTT. Also, overpot is usually when it's just overpot for a bounty and they will call often enough, but that thing I sent before is for normal MTTs. I'm not sure I'm following. Fish Fred says, if you don't know, if you speak Spanish or Brazilian that doesn't speak English, they should understand 70%. I don't think that's very true, Fish Fried. That's definitely not what the Brazilians here tell me. I was going to be really tempted to squeeze here. Damn. This is not an ideal 4-bet hand, but it's very tempting here. I just can't. I'm not even deep enough. I mean, I think this player might be witnessing this player open a lot and this player flat too wide. So this is a really good squeeze spot. I just can't do anything about it. Yeah, I don't know. My wife has generally told me people don't speak that much Spanish here. And then the other day I was asking my barber if people speak more English or Spanish here, and he was saying more English. One of the things Brazilians kind of hate is when people kind of lump them into South American culture, because like they're very, very segregated from the rest of South America. It's kind of like Russians. It's a little bit closer, but like when you think of like how different Russia is from the rest of Europe, it's kind of similar with Brazil, because their population is 200 million. So they just have like, and you know, with the way that the borders work here, it's not like Europe where everything is just like really easy to like go across, like there's actual borders. So yeah, Brazilian culture is very different than the rest of South America, than the rest of like Latin culture. They don't really consider themselves kind of Latin. They don't speak and understand much Spanish. I mean, a little bit for sure, just because it's nearby, but I'd say kind of the same way French and Italian, kind of some French people know some Italian and some Italians know some French. It's kind of more similar to that as far as their Spanish understanding here. Yeah, I tried speaking some Spanish to be my first time in Brazil, and they really weren't getting it, but I think some people that are like more patient with you, like definitely speak it. But yeah, the more I think about the Spanish versus English thing, it also might differ in the big cities, because I could see, because I'm in a major city right now where I think people are more likely to know English because they're in a big city. Whereas maybe if you go to the average Brazilian outside of the major cities, they're not going to know any English, but there's a chance they'll know some Spanish because obviously those languages are more similar. So I could see that argument as well. Daniel said you should try Romania. Man, I would love to go to Romania. It's like I've been so many places, and Romania has just constantly been like high on the list, and I just haven't gotten around to getting there just for whatever reason. But I definitely would like to. I've met a decent amount of Romanian people, and they're awesome people. They're just always like friendly, funny, like chill, hardworking. So I have a very nice vision of Romania. Adrian says, should we bluff that king river? I have no idea what hand you're talking about, because remember this is on a 5-minute delay. So if you want to talk about a specific hand, make sure you say, should we bluff that king river on the 9-10 suited hand on the Jack Queen X board, or whatever details you're able to provide. It makes it a lot easier to remember what hand you're referring to. Daniel says, why not 3-bet ace jack off? Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about why we don't 3-bet the ace jack there. I could have definitely 3-bet ace jack. It was close, but it's probably not my standard there. And the reason is the hand is too good to 3-bet. Sorry, it's too... Let me explain that for a second. Okay, so let's talk about constructing your 3-bet range. Well, I want to see this hand first. Okay, we're gonna play. I'll talk about that ace jack hand in a second. Okay, so Guilherme, who is, I assume, Brazilian from his name, says, I think Brazilians speak more English than Spanish. Kind of sad. Why is that sad? I mean, I guess I see what you mean, because they're in South America. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go big bets on this board because this nails the big blinds range, and we don't want to be betting here very often, so we're pretty polarized. I'm gonna go with the big size there. So with the ace jack here, I could certainly 3-bet. I'd say it's a bit close. So ace queen here is a no-brainer 3-bet because it's for value, and if this player comes over the top, we can go with it. And then ace jack is kind of in that middle zone where it's like, if we 3-bet here, is he gonna call with worse, like ace 10 and ace 9? But we're gonna fold out worse hands. So it's almost like we want to do some calling to keep in worse hands. Whereas something like ace 10 and ace 9, like let's say ace 10, for example, like it's a little bit, I'm a little bit more willing to waste that hand. But at the end of the day, I'm mixing with ace 10 and ace jack here. I'm doing both calling and 3-betting, but I'm a little less likely to 3-bet ace jack because if he jams, I'm kind of wasting a good hand, whereas I'd rather waste the worst hand. Like I'd be a little bit more likely to 3-bet like king jack and queen jack and ace 10 here. Maybe if we're shallower, even some ace 9. So it's kind of like you want to 3-bet the top of your range to get value from better hands. You want to call the middle of your range to keep worse hands in, and then you want to 3-bet the bottom of your continued range to get better hands to fold. But there's some hands that end up being kind of mixes, and that's definitely one of them. Scuba Steve, he's short. I mean, not short, but he's shallowest, so he has a big bounty. 1250. So he's got a decent sized bounty for his stack especially. So what's his bounty power? So we talked about bounty power. So he has 2 start bounties and about, less than a, okay, let me focus for a second. So I'm gonna also overbet here. just because once he caps his range there, we kind of have the nuts here. So I feel like my hand is 90% plus to win, like, and we block the straight that just hit as well, so we have a lot of equity. Yeah, I really want to get the chips in there. So I'm kind of betting big and over betting because we're attacking capped range. We have a hand that I'm extremely confident is the best hand. We have some nice blockers and some extra equity to pull some straights. So yeah, so yeah, you want to always kind of, when you think about your 3-bet range, think about what is your value 3-bet range. So okay, ace queen plus and maybe like 9s plus here. And then what is our bluff range? And with your bluffs, the way you want to pick your bluffs is you want to pick hands that are like almost good enough to flat, but not quite. They're kind of on the border. So like maybe stuff like, what happened? Fold. So maybe stuff like ace 8, ace 9, again, jack queen, maybe some like king X suited, some like queen 9 suited, some queen 8 suited. All these things that are like at the bottom of your kind of continue range that you're like, well, I could flat, but it's kind of dicey. But if I 3-bet, I'm getting better hands that dominate me to fold. Those are your ideal 3-bet bluffs. And you can use that logic from really any position and it will work. 3-bet the top of your range for value, call the middle, 3-bet the bottom of your continue range as a bluff to get better hands to fold. I've seen a lot of nice polarized triple barrel bluffs, but way less often I see triple barrels with the nuts get called down to get max value, especially since having the nuts blocks their calling range. So Slade, I think it depends on what your nuts are, right? So like, let's say you're in a situation where you have like top 2 and there's not a lot left for the other person to call with, then yeah, maybe you just want to bet small as a, so now I'd use my nuts as like a trap where I bet like a block bet because there's not much he can call with anyways, so I'm just using a small 1/3 bet as a trap because maybe he'll raise it or something, or we target third pair and stuff like that. So here's a spot where I'm going to make a looser. So remember all this time we've been like, oh, we're going to play tighter and stuff like that. Now I'm going to play a little bit looser because we cover this guy and we could get bounties and stuff like that. So now we're kind of in a weird middle zone where we cover some people and we don't cover some. Definitely opening here. I could 3-bet this pair if they open, but I feel like I've done a decent amount of 3-betting and stuff that I don't know how. Actually, this player wasn't there when I 3-bet earlier. I don't think this pair was there when I 3-bet earlier. Yeah, because I 3-bet like back-to-back hands, I think, earlier, but I don't think this player was there back then. And I do feel like this player might be opening wide to go for bounties now, especially versus those guys, so that's why I'm targeting him. Okay, so yeah, so Slade, I mean, there's tons of spots at triple barrel with like the nut straight where you're unblocking all the 2 pairs, right? There's tons of times to kind of value bet with like second set and third set where you're blocking, you know, top pair and stuff like that. So I don't know if I necessarily agree that triple barrels, I mean, of course, naturally they're going to get called way less often when you have things, right? Because you have it, right? So like, yeah, I mean, like it's like kind of like, I guess like in the nature of like, yeah, when you have, it's like, why do you get walks in the big blind when you have aces more than any other hand? It's because you have all the aces, right? So it's like, it's the same concept that, yeah, of course, if you have the thing, you're less likely to get called than when you don't have the thing. But that's why you use blockers to block the thing. But I wouldn't say it's way less. I would just say it's less. It doesn't mean like you shouldn't be betting big with the nuts. But yeah, if you're blocking everything and there's not much left they can call with, then yeah, you might want to not want to use as big of a size. But definitely an interesting kind of concept to talk about for sure, Slade. Yeah, Ghost says English would help more in the workforce, so it makes sense for them to learn it. Yeah, I mean that's definitely, I think, reasonable. Because yeah, I mean, for example, I was just getting a haircut earlier today, and you know, the manager spoke English, but the other people didn't. So obviously, like, he was able to get that manager position because he spoke English, and every once in a while there's travelers in Sao Paulo, and travelers are going to be more likely to speak English. I guess I don't know what percentage of travelers here speak English versus Spanish. That would be an interesting thing to look into. I would still guess English. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say because obviously English is the language of travelers, but you know, do you get way more Spanish tourists from Brazil just because of how close it is? That I don't know the answer to. Fish Fred says, I'm Brazilian. We can definitely understand and not reply in Spanish. If you need one-way communication, it can be useful. I'm gonna fold here again. I'm gonna play tighter versus these guys, not looser. They cover me. Yeah, so about that ace jack earlier we were talking about, where I said I can go either way. The reason why I leaned against the 3-bet is because the way this guy was kind of going for bounties in some other hands, I felt like he might just take any pair and rip it in on me for 40 bigs, whereas normally with no bounty they wouldn't do that. They would just kind of call. So because I felt like I was more likely to get blown off equity in this scenario because of the bounty. So that's why I leaned towards calling. But maybe I'd go for thinner value with like pocket 8s there and 3-bet 8s. So I'm also mixing 8s there for 40 bigs, mixing call and 3-bet. I might be more biased towards 3-betting 8s there because of that reason. So Fish Fried says, in countries, people see it as a compliment if you try to speak their language. That is very, very, very true. Especially true in France. So I think France gets a big kind of misunderstanding of kind of their culture with language and stuff. Because like, for example, Paris has a reputation of kind of people being rude to outsiders, and I think it's could be a little bit true, but I think there's also some misunderstanding there. Obviously, like, French are like very, prideful about their language, and Paris is a big city, right? So big cities are known for people being like a little bit rude. Like, it's like that in New York too, right? It's just people a little more kind of blunt, in your face, straightforward. It's kind of just the nature of big cities. It happens. So you got kind of both of those things happening in Paris. But I had an interesting experience. So my first time in Paris, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, whenever that was, I needed an ATM machine, and I walked into some random jewelry store in a mall, and I was like, oh, excuse me, like, do you know where the cash machine is? And, she replied, she's like, good afternoon. And I was like, hey, like, do you know where the cash machine is? She's like, good afternoon. And then I said, good afternoon. And then I asked, and then she told me, and I was like, okay, that was weird. And then later on, I was on a walking tour, and, the person explained to me, they're like, so when you meet people here, it's very rude to kind of go up and talk to someone and not say hello first, because they view it as like, you're kind of coming into my space, I don't know who you are, you're not like introducing yourself. Whereas like in the States, I'm used to like, you just go up to someone and you're like, like, hey, where's like Lawrence Boulevard? And you just like ask the question, right? But over there, it's considered like, hey, you should say hello first, which is super reasonable. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. And then the other thing is they're considered rude if you don't at least try to speak their language. And I totally get that, because I could see in the US, if someone just like rolls up to you and starts speaking like super fast Spanish, like a lot of people's reaction might be like, whoa, like you're in my country, like try to at least speak my language. Like, I'm not saying I feel that way, but I could see a lot of people reacting that way. So I think it's super reasonable that in France, like maybe there's that attitude a little bit. So after I got that knowledge, from then on, everywhere I went, I said bonjour before I said anything else. And I would try to I tried to learn just a few words of French, how to ask for the bill, or some random little things, like l'addition s'il vous plaît, some things like that. And people were way more warm to me just from saying the bonjour thing. But then, adding in a couple other like efforts, like, and then people saw that I couldn't really speak it and they'd speak English, and it was cool. But it was just like a 180 U-turn of like how much nicer people were when I just tried to speak their language and said hello first. So I thought that was interesting. Like, it was kind of a cool cultural kind of realization. And yeah, definitely when I travel anywhere now, I have a list on my phone of like, I just ask everyone like, how do I say this? How do I say that? And I try to learn like the everyday stuff. Like even like I have a list of like Polish that goes like, on my notepad that goes like, I don't know, 40 things deep. Just like how to say like normal things. And I do that like everywhere I travel. So in Polish, dobry wieczór, good evening. Do widzenia, goodbye. Dziękuję, thank you. Cześć, hi, bye. Dobranoc, good nights. Jak się masz, how are you? Nie rozumiem, I don't understand. Prosi, please. Gratuluję, congratulations. I say that to poker players sometimes. That's why. Or if I want to talk shit at the table, like if some guy gets really excited about winning a pot, I'm like, gratuluję. Ile kosztują? That's similar in Ukrainian and Russian as well. How much does it cost? I'm gonna open this, gonna call a 3-bet with this as well. This hand plays well. Kurwa mać. That means for fuck's sake in Polish. So you see, I kind of have like all these like slangs and basic phrases, and when you go around, people really appreciate that you are willing to kind of try to speak their language and actually like engage in their culture, not just like the hello, bye, that's it. Even go a little step further than that. People really appreciate that. What else do we got in Polish? Zgadzam się, I agree. Sok wishnowe, that's cherry juice, because they have this thing where they put like vodka with cherry juice. Wishnówka ze sokiem, I think that's some grapefruit vodka or something. Miłał mi. Oh, miłał mi se poznać, happy to meet you. I have Jezemy tańczyć, we go dancing. I was clearly trying to learn how to hit on girls in Polish when I was going out to the bars. Mała dama, little lady. Rachunek, prosi, the bill please. So I got kind of like little notepads of this for like a bunch of places. Czech Republic, Ukraine, France, and it's cool. It's fun to kind of know like 20 different phrases in like a bunch of different places, a bunch of different countries. And then when you meet those players in the poker table or just randomly on the street, you could speak their language. Like I've connected with so many people from different cultures, just like whether I'm in America or some other country, just like, you meet someone random, like, oh, I'm from this country, and you start saying a few things, and they're like, oh, wow, like they could tell that, okay, this person actually is kind of understands a little something about our culture, and it just like kind of breaks down a barrier to be able to connect with people. And connecting people is nice. I don't know, it's you're freaking human, and it feels good to connect with people. And there's like these little tricks and hacks and just things you can do to connect with more people, and it feels good. Slade says, thanks for so much wisdom. You're welcome. Absolutely. Any other questions? Feel free to ask. Daniel says, thanks for the explanations about 3-betting. I just started watching a webinar from the group coaching about 3-bet. So I'm not mastered it yet. I had a sticky note on my laptop, work your 3-bet. Awesome. I tell a lot of my students, take sticky notes and put them on your computer, and put stuff you really want to remember. For the 3-betting lesson, this is the one, I think I mentioned it earlier, but this one, constructing your 3-bet and flat ranges when facing raises without having to memorize charts. If you watch this and you do the exercise and hit pause, you will walk away from the session basically knowing how to 3-bet from any spot. You might need to double check some ranges to make sure you're double check that you're getting it right. But by doing these exercises and double checking the charts, you will have it mastered by the end of this. This is like a 1.5 hour lesson. So this is also on livespot.co/Jaka. Just go to the content library section to look at old lessons. And if you buy subscription, you'll have access to all the old lessons. Any questions about that, feel free to ask. Ghost says, I found French people to be generally a lot nicer than their reputation. Most French people have been extremely polite in my experience. I mean, that's kind of the case for everywhere, right? I mean, everyone's like, the idea that like some countries' people are like shitty is just like ridiculous, because like we're all freaking human, made out of the same shit. So like obviously we are a little bit victim of kind of our upbringings to some extent and our cultures, so that is going to change some things, but even then it's like people are just like reacting and responding and carrying themselves a certain way that they've kind of learned to be within their own culture. So lots of times something that may seem super rude to you, it's actually normal and not rude in their culture, and you're looking at what they're doing based on the context of your set of cultural rules, which isn't the same game that they're playing, right? The rules of social norms are different there. So it's not fair to judge people based on your rules. You should be kind of like, having empathy means being able to put yourself in their shoes. And having empathy is a really important skill to develop and really valuable. And people that have good empathy tend to have better lives and are happier, in my opinion. So I think it's really important to try to think from other people's perspectives rather than jump to judging. Whenever I don't understand something or something seems rude or not right, I always try to think about what are the other scenarios that I'm not thinking of why maybe this person's being that way. And sometimes people are rude, and it's just because they that's the way they're treating themselves, and they've gone through things in their life, or had things in their upbringing that have led them to be a certain way, and that sucks for them that they're like that, right? So I try to have compassion for people, and when I see someone who's super rude and that's all they know how to be, for me, I'm just like, man, that sucks that this person's like that, and have compassion for them, and that they don't know any better and they're reacting. And the same way you might have some disease or some issue or some weakness, this is their weakness, right? And they're not able to kind of improve that thing, or they don't know any better. So that's kind of how I like to think about it and have compassion for people. I just think things are better that way, because otherwise you go around like feeling shitty because someone else is a dick. And I don't think the way someone else is should affect how you feel. Like you should be in control of how you feel. And if you think about it that way, you're in control. If you let other people dictate kind of how you feel because the way they're reacting, you're letting other people control you. And it's really important to kind of understand that and be able to be above that. Otherwise, you're just like a robot where people can click your buttons and make you react a certain way. You don't want to be a robot. You want to be a thinking human being in control. And it's hard sometimes. We react to all sorts of things. It's called conditioning. Even if you understand that and you're really good at it, you're still going to succumb to that. But you know, by practicing being awareness, by doing meditation, by being thoughtful, by having conversations about those things, it helps you, you know, kind of be more aware and more mindful, and have stronger empathy. So Daniel said, can you please share a thought process on c-betting the low monotone board after raising with the 7-6 pre? That was the one where I hit top pair, right? That's definitely not a board I'm c-betting a lot. I'm definitely doing a lot of checking there. It was just the nature of, we had a hand that, I mean, we had top pair and we needed protection. And if I got check raised, I was willing to kind of continue in the hand. So I actually did tag that hand because I wanted to see how we should be responding versus check raises there. So that is a hand I might run. I believe you're talking about this hand, right? Yeah. So we open. So the way I'm thinking is, well, these guys are in the blind, so they have pretty weak ranges. We have top pair. Our hand needs a lot of protection. If we get check raised, I'm willing to continue versus these guys. And I'm shallow enough that if I have to get it in on some blank runouts, I can get it in. If I was earlier position and these guys were in position on me, I would just be checking probably range. So on monotone boards, when I'm out of position multi-way, I'm just checking everything. But in that case, we're in position versus two kind of weaker ranges, right? The blind. I mean, small blind's not that weak. They actually have a decently strong range, but the big blind's a pretty weak range there. So that's how I'm thinking about it. Like, definitely not a spot I was thrilled to be c-betting. It was just kind of like barely good enough to c-bet. A stupid poker player, that's his screen name. He just wants people to say that and have that reaction. Asked, not really a poker related question, but what resident hall did you live at when you're at UIUC? By the way, you guys don't need to ask me only poker questions. Ask me whatever the hell you want to. As you can see, I like talking about everything. So ask me whatever the hell you want to ask. I'll answer most things unless you get like overly personal, like someone's asking what my income was, or like, I'm not gonna talk about that shit. My resident hall, I went to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, U of I. I was in Weston Hall, and in the 6-pack, and our floor on the 3rd floor, we loved it so much, and we got along with our floor so much that I think literally like all but 2 rooms, like on the guy side, like stayed again the 2nd year. Like we're all like, let's just stay again, and everybody was down. It was pretty freaking fun. Like we had, like I think my neighbor had, they took down their closet door, they unscrewed it and turned it into a beer pong table, and they had a keg in there, which they weren't allowed to, but they had that going on. So that was the beer pong room. And then my room, my buddy Ben, who was kind of my rounding partner that I kind of grew up playing poker with in college, we built a poker table because he knew how to do that. So, and he would sell them. So we built a poker table from scratch, like out of wood, and made the felt and everything with staple guns. And we made like a legit nice poker table, and it filled up my entire dorm room. And we had games like in my dorm room, and people would sit on the bunk beds and watch. And that's kind of how it all started. Yeah, and then I had cards. Yeah, so I think we'd fold it up, or not fold it up, but we'd lay it up when we weren't playing. So yeah, people would walk in, and we had kind of the casino going on in there, and then the beer pong thing going on across the neighbor's room. So it was a fun floor. What was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, my dorm room. on my door to my dorm room, I had the cards Jack, Ace, King, Ace, which is my last name. I could actually spell my last name with cards. So I had, you know, Jaka and cards, and then in my room, I just had like, I had stuff. I had the, you know, the glow in the dark pen. I had glow in the dark. I just had these like, I don't know why I thought it was cool when I was in college, but you know that scene from like The Simpsons where they're reenacting The Shining, and like the lightning strikes and there's like all these like random like words all over the like crazy, like Homer's gone crazy. Like I can't remember the phrases, but he just has all these crazy like food, like hungry, like Homer phrases all over the walls and glow in the dark. So I basically did that in my dorm room with poker phrases like, you know, the flush, like check raise. I had my screen name, the toilet. I just had like random poker phrases everywhere. And then I had like a bunch of cards everywhere. So in the daytime, you see the cards everywhere and like little hands and stuff. And then in the night, you'd see all these like glow in the dark phrases all over. So it looked like a crazy mad poker dorm. And then I'd be playing there like, you know, till like 5 in the morning every night, like grinding, playing like high stakes cash games. And then on the, you know, we'd have the live games that we used to run as well, and in my room or in the corner unit. So it was fun. College was very fun. We started flying to, the first time I went to Vegas was in college as a 19-year-old. We were near Chicago. We'd have to fly out of Chicago Airport, which is about 3.5 hour drive from our college, a 3 hour drive from U of I. The first time I went to Vegas, I went to my buddy Ben's room. He lived in the next door dorm, next building over. And I was like, I went to his room and I was like, I think it was like 9 p.m. And I was like, yo, Ben, like, we got to go to Vegas. And then he was like, yeah, like, I know we've been talking about going to Vegas. Like, you know, we got to make a trip out there. And I'm like, no, like, we got to go now. And it's like a Thursday night, like a random Thursday night. And just like, he had gotten like an ID from somewhere and I had my brother's ID. And we were just like, and I'm not recommending anyone do this, but I'm just telling a story of what we were doing. But all right, I'll continue that story after we played this Ace King. Opening Ace King here under the gun, adhesive data, the big blind folds. So yeah, so Ben's like, yeah, no, and I'm like, no, we got to go now. And I'm like, I already looked at the flight. It works this much. I talked to our buddy G. Like, he's gonna drive your car and give us a ride to the airport. G was like our buddy that we'd always just pay him to like help us do shit. And then he's like, oh, what about, we got Spanish class tomorrow. Like we got homework we haven't done yet. I was like, G's Puerto Rican. He's gonna help us with the Spanish homework on the 3 hour ride there. We're gonna finish it on the car ride. Because it was all about like which classes take attendance in college. And I think we had like the classes we had on Friday didn't take attendance. So basically like on a whim, like convinced my friend, like I just, you know, and then by the end of the conversation, my friend was like, well, I guess I can't think of a reason why not to go. So my buddy Ben LeFew and I flew to Vegas, flew to Bellagio. Oh my God. That was the first time. So I think I had won like 10K, 15K in online poker by then, and like 2K playing like dorm games. So I had like, you know, 14, 15K bankroll, and we wanted to both take like 2-3 grand each to Vegas. So, what did we do? I was like, oh, like carrying cash is dangerous. Like you're supposed to get like traveler's check when you travel, right? That's what people do. Like, you know, like we'd never freaking literally traveled before. So, or traveled like that before. So, we go to the bank in the morning before the flight, and we're like, this is like a college bank, like the student union. And we're like, all right, like we need like $4,000 in traveler's checks. And I didn't know that traveler's checks came in like $100 was the biggest, $100 was the biggest note you could get. So we're in this like back room with them, and like you have to fill out and like sign, they have to fill out each one and we have to sign each one. So we're back there filling out like $4,000 or $5,000 worth of traveler's checks that come in like the largest size, 100, and it's a fucking grind. And they're just like, you know, like, you guys are going to Vegas, like, what, this is crazy, like, and they're just like, who the hell are you guys? This is like I said, I'm 36 now. This is when I was 19. So this was a while back. You know, pre like internet being as big of a thing as it was, you know. So yeah, and cell phones, I think back then you just had like the little flip phones and stuff. So yeah, we fly to Vegas and I jump in 10-20 no limit. He jumps in 81-60 limit. He was mostly limit player, and we had a freaking awesome week. I think I made like 4 or 5 grand. He made like 3-4 grand, and we flew back to school. And you know, we were the heroes at school. Like we just flew to Vegas and just won like 5-6 grand and flew back. And the very next week, and I think like not that week, the weekend after that was like spring break, and like we wanted to squeeze in another trip before spring break, which we already had plans with a bunch of friends. So we went and did it again, and this just became like a regular thing. And I think like on the third time doing it, like I think we stopped the traveler check nonsense by then and just started carrying cash. But I think we both brought like 3-4 grand each, and again maybe had like an 18K bankroll, and lost everything we had. You know, we ran bad this trip. All right, I'm gonna finish the story after this break. All right, break hasn't started, so we got a good 5 minutes here. you get more than 5-minute break because the hands don't the break doesn't start until all the hands are completed, and especially at a big field tournament with big hands and big time bank, ends up being like this is like a 9-minute break. So there's a lot more to this story actually. I'll keep going. While we're here, for anyone new who came, group coaching, I'm doing it weekly. livespot.co/Jaka, the link is right there. Something I'm super passionate about. I'm helping a bunch of people crush at poker. A lot of people are playing $10 to $30 buy-ins, trying to move up. Others are kind of in the $50 to $200 buy-ins online, trying to move up. We have people who play kind of $1,600 circuit events, take shots at $3K kind of main events or $500 live events. That's kind of the type of players we have. It's a lot of kind of serious recreationals, people that maybe don't play for a living but are pretty serious and want to win and are willing to study, don't have enough time to study 15 hours a week, but they're willing to kind of do 5 hours a week type thing. So here's all the upcoming events. If you go down to upcoming sessions, and content libraries, all the previous events. If you subscribe, it's $99 a month. You get access to all the previous sessions and obviously the upcoming sessions as well. And it's very interactive. So it's not just like watching videos or coming up to a live session. It's, I'm in there being like, calling your name out and being like, hey, what are you guys doing in this spot? What's your range? And then you're gonna explain to me. And then if you say something wrong, I'm gonna be like, all right, explain to me why you thought that. And I'm gonna work with you and help you understand the right thinking, the right logic, the right, kind of way to think through the spot. And then after I explain it, I'm gonna ask you guys to repeat it to me. And then I see kind of who's missing something. And it's just, I try to make it a space where people are comfortable being vulnerable and being wrong. And everyone's super helpful. Like if you say something wrong, other people will try to kind of help you understand it in the Discord groups or in the chat. So it's a really awesome thing we have going, and I survey students all the time to ask kind of how their progress is going and how they're liking it, and the results have been like really phenomenal. So obviously we have some students running super good who just won like a ring and a 300K tournament and all these crazy things, and that's run good, run bad. But on top of that, I try to survey students to actually see that even the ones who aren't running good like that are also happy, and the results have been really good so far. So we'd love for any of you who want to learn and up your game to join. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask. But yeah, you could go right there and sign up. Everything is recorded if you can't make the sessions live. For the sizing, I'm generally just opening a little bit bigger from later positions because the blinds are getting are gonna flat super wide, and I want to give them a little bit worse of a price. Whereas from early position, people don't flat as wide because you're under the gun. So I'm adjusting my raise size based on that, but I'm also adjusting based on like when the big blind is short and I want to lower the SPR and some things like that as well. Above the cloud says, is there a day plan for the WSB meetup yet? I'm from the group lessons and we'll be out there. Nope, I literally just sent the survey out, I think like 2 days ago or something, and then I'm sending another survey out to my one-on-one students. So I probably will pick a date this week. I need to go through all the results and look at my own schedule and figure it out. So no, definitely don't have, but yeah, for those anyone else who's here from the group coaching students, we're doing a WSOP meetup for anyone who's going out there. I haven't decided the dates yet. I just sent out a survey asking what dates you guys are in Vegas, and we'll see. Maybe we'll do 2 meetups, or maybe one of them will just be more chill, or we'll go for a hike, or maybe we'll do one thing that's more like a hike and another thing that's more like meet up for drinks or a meal or something like that. So, but yeah, we'll try to do something where we could hang for a few hours at least and really get to know each other. I went to Illinois State for freshman year, and now I'm a senior, but after reading your Wikipedia page about playing at university, I could only imagine how insanely cool it would be. Says, LOL, hard to not just drop out of school after making so much money young. You got to go through grit to finish that finance degree. Yep, it's super hard. It's super hard to finish school after that. My parents were like super anal about that, and I know it would have been a lot of drama at home if I didn't. But I'm actually really glad I finished, even though I knew I wasn't going to get a job or anything, because I think there's something to being able to start and finish something, and to go through that grind and that struggle and that stress and like just the dedication it takes to go through it when you know you're not even going to do that, and but it was a good backup plan, and it was a good peace of mind, and I'm really happy I finished. I saw a basketball move in the previous break. I can challenge you to one-on-one. Let's go, baby. I grew up playing hoops like probably like every day in my life, like maybe like literally not missing a day from like 6th grade till like college. I would go play pickup games like 3 hours before sundown. I played in high school. I was 4-5. I have not been playing much recently, which sucks. I would love to be playing, but I have not been, so I'm probably pretty out of shape. But I usually need to go play like, I don't know, 4 sessions or so, and then I'm usually back to pretty okay. Rashid says, I played poker 10-12 hours a day online in undergrad, but never made it big. Was there something that you were doing that really helped you, like a study group, 2+2 forum, or did you just run good? When I first started, I didn't even know like online forums and like 2+2, like that was just not even a thing I even knew about. I was just like a hustler, like trying to go out there and just grind. And I'm super competitive. I'm always like, I've talked about playing basketball and stuff. Like, I'm just super competitive. When I was in 7th grade, I started like getting really athletic, and I was like kind of like crushing a lot of people in the pickup games, and I just like thought I was like good enough that I was gonna make the basketball team. And then I went for tryouts, and I made it to like the very last round, and then I think they needed to cut like 2 more people, and I was like one of those last 2 people that got cut, and I was just like completely shocked. Like I just was sure I was gonna make it, and it kind of made me realize that like I'm this like street baller, but I never really learned these like actual like real fundamentals that the coaches want me to have. So I swear to God, like something out of Rocky or some shit, like after I didn't make the team, like every day I would like I bought jump soles, and like I would run like 2 miles up this hill. I would go to the basketball courts and run liners like every day. Like while people were playing pickup games, like I was just not playing pickup games. I was literally running liners. Like I remember one day it was like pouring rain, and I was out there like running liners. Like I just did everything I could do. And then the next year, not only did I make the basketball team, I was starting. And that's just kind of my personality. And it was kind of the same with poker. Like I just like really, really wanted to win. And like, it's funny because I'd never heard anyone say this before until I was watching a Phil Ivey interview recently. And he mentioned this about how he just really wants to win. And I instantly knew what he meant when he said that. Because sure, anyone can say that. But when I played poker early on, like I would try to get every edge I could. Like I would watch like every single thing I could. I would try to get every info I could. And I would just, it's like when you're playing basketball, like diving for those loose balls. Like just going the extra edge, right? Like doing that shit on break. Like what is it that your opponents aren't doing that you could be doing differently? Or like even like just like having the patience to like do some like fake tell like 10 times throughout the night, so that like in a big pot you can like get someone. Like just like little things like that. I would just go out of my way to do whatever I could, and that's kind of I think those are some of the things that helped me succeed in poker. So I think another thing is I'm really good at asking questions. So even though I didn't have those forums and, you know, I didn't read books or any of that stuff, like I would ask people that were good. I would just ask them a lot of questions, like, what would you do here? Like, why? Like, why? And I would just like try to understand, and like I would not be, and I still do that. Like when I'm trying to learn to do like Facebook ads or like email marketing, or and I'm talking to someone who's really good at that stuff, I think I'm really good at asking questions, and that really helps me succeed. So for the 2.5%, I have not announced the winner. I'm going to wait till the end of the day to announce the winner, because obviously if I don't make it through the day, then there's no point of even announcing. But any bullets I play today count. I'm probably not going to re-enter at this point. I'm on my second bullet now, but how long are we playing? We are playing, trying to figure out how many levels we play today. Anyone know what time we end today? Or we're on level 14, and we play until 18 levels of late registration. It's gonna come up next. So we play until the end of 28, and we are on level 14. So that's a ways to go still. So 765. So another 5 hours. Is that right? 20 minutes. 7. So 140 more minutes? No. Oh, 14 more levels, yeah. So 280 more minutes. So 4.5 hours of play. So yeah, we'll pick the winner in 4.5 hours if we're still in. Jam Balance says group coaching, great value. Yep, one of my students there. Glad you're enjoying it. Fresh Matt says worth the time and money. Appreciate my students here in the chat, kind of vouching for them having a good experience with the group coaching. I think I got sidetracked of what I was talking about earlier in terms of some fun college stories or Vegas stories. I think I was at the point of the story where I went broke. What's up, Craig? Good morning. Another one of my students from Australia. So yeah, on the third trip to Vegas college, we went broke. I mean, we didn't break our bankrolls, but we broke what we had brought with us, which was a few $1,000, like 3,000-4,000 each. Probably was like a quarter of our bankroll or something. And then we maxed out our debit cards, right? 500, whatever we could get. So now we're busto, and we have 2 more days in Vegas. So we're like, well, what do? We got 2 days in Vegas and no money, but we have a credit card. So we just did like, I mean, we were just like we're in college, and like, you know, I think we like made like 20-30 grand now, like within a short period. And like, it was just like, imagine all the dumb shit you wish you could go do and buy when you were a kid, but like your mom wouldn't let you or whatever. You didn't have the money to do it. Now you can go do it. And you're just like a kid in a candy store. That's what it was like for us. Like my friend saw some guy like selling some like flying helicopters like on the strips. It was like he bought one, and we just like were playing with it, and like here, let me play this ace king. Okay, this is a good spot for me to squeeze in the sense that it's nice to kind of take away. It's a nice spot for me to cover this guy. Like if I win this pot, I'm gonna cover this guy moving forward. I went really big here because they cover me, and my hand's not going to play great post flop, so I'm kind of trying to incentivize a jam here. This guy calls here, so we're going to bet for value here to get some value out of like ace king, ace queen. Quick call there. I'm going to go ahead and bluff since we have the king of clubs here. He's snap calling, snap calling, snap calling. I would rather not have the king of clubs now if I was gonna bluff, because I want him to have something like the king of clubs. 4-7, what the fuck just happened? What was that? What the hell was that? Wow. I was not expecting him to have that. That was insane. All right then. I will put a note that he flatted the 5-7 suited there. Or 4-7 suited. Those bounties, man, people like to go for them. Yeah, on the river, I want him to have like ace king of clubs, ace queen of clubs, king queen of clubs, so I don't want to have the club in my hand when the club bricks. I would rather be bluffing with ace king without the club. I'm just trying to pull up. I'm trying to pull up the hand so I could see. Was he double gutted or did you just have like a straight gut shot there? Okay, let's see that replay. What the hell happened there? So I guess he called light because he covers me. I guess he opened light because he covered me too, maybe. Just like overvaluing the bounty a bit. So, oh wow, he didn't even have a gut shot. And then he turned a gut shot. What the hell? Oh my god. I mean, I guess I would have got bluffed. If I checked there, he probably would have bluffed me. Damn, that is fucking crazy. Even if he doesn't hit that, he's probably gonna bluff me. Damn. Yeah, if a club came, I might have just shoved. I mean, probably would have shoved, yeah. Oh. Yeah. All right, ace king here. Just gonna shove this in. If I had ace king suited, I would maybe consider 3-betting, but we're a bit shallow. I might even just shove because it's late position in the bounty, and this guy is going so extra wide for the bounty that who knows what he might call with. Come on, give it to us. Whoo! I thought it was gonna be over. I was having so much fun on this stream. You guys have been having some great questions and stuff. I didn't want to go, but I'm not re-entering this late in the PKO, so that was going to be go time. Well, we almost covered that guy. I mean, I guess when he covers us, he's just going to go. I was expecting him to show up with something ridiculous just now, not eights, but he actually had a legitimate hand. So, N-Millie7 says, I watched a video the other day where you bluffed the dude with trips that was on YouTube. Because you called mad quick. That was dope. So actually that's an interesting hand that he just brought up, because I'm talking about kind of extra edges and stuff like that. I'll post that video in the chat right now. So this was a big bluff that I did on ESPN2 in PokerStars 25K buy-in NAPT tour. They used to have a US tour like way back pre-Black Friday, and I bluffed this dude off trip jacks in a hand where he should never fold trip jacks. Big bluff I made on ESPN2 that I'm about to talk about. Okay, so I put in the chat so you get some context. So the reason why I made that bluff, well, actually, you know what? I'll explain why I made that bluff in like 5 minutes in case anyone wants to watch. It's like a 2-minute clip, so I'll wait 5 minutes and explain. Because it ties back into that, like trying to fight for any extra edge you can get, or just like. Someone said, did you remove the video on YouTube where you were staying in Aria playing in an online event? Nope, I did not. That should be on there. It was the WSOP online main event. So if you just go to my videos and Faraz Jaka Poker on YouTube, you should see it. Anyone who's not already subscribed to my YouTube channel, hit the subscribe notify button. I throw out some blogs there once in a while, some free content and some free streams like this. So you'll get notified if you're hitting notify. Daniel said, I'll pass after hearing your story about running lines. It's all right, man. I'm probably out of basketball shape right now, and my back's been pretty fucked up. So my back's actually getting a lot better now, but I don't know. I haven't tried to play basketball in a while since I messed it up. So we'll see. I'm going to try to get back on the courts maybe during WSP and see how I'm feeling. Okay, I'll link you if you can't find it. It should be there though. You just go to my videos. By the way, I'll post this one more time. Anyone who's interested, I have a free 11-minute clip from one of our group coaching sessions. It's about double barreling with no equity bluffs. This is a spot that really separates the top players from the okay players. It's really too good content for me to put out on social media, so I have not put it out on social media. I just share with people that are interested in my group coaching, and I'll share it here with you guys. So I'm posting it in the chat now, but remember it's a delay, so you might have to 11-minute video from one of our group coaching sessions about double barreling. Okay, so this is the video you were asking about. Here's the video at. So yeah, so the reason why. So the reason why I bluffed that guy with the Queen 3 versus the Ace Jack was, well, first of all, I did a bunch of research on the player before the final table, because this was the final table. And obviously everybody looks at Hendon Mob now and does that. But back then, that wasn't like a thing everybody did or even knew about. Like Hendon Mob was very new. So I'd researched, I knew everything I needed to know about him, and he probably didn't know I knew all that stuff about him because he wouldn't expect me to look on Hendon Mob. That wasn't like a thing that everybody knew back then again. So I knew it was his first big final table, and then something that I saw was like, I think I was like hanging out and I saw like a bunch of his friends had just come in, and I kind of overheard them like, and I just kind of was like, I'm nosy, man. I want to know like as much as I can about my opponents. So like I found out that like he just like flown them in, and this was like, you know, so like literally his boys and like some lady, and they all just came in, like 6 or 7 of them, and he was greeting them and stuff. So I kind of like had that info on him. So they were like late to come sit down, and they just sat down. So now it's the first hand they were watching him play, and it's been like an orbit. So that's when this hand happened. I'm like, dude, this guy does not want to bust like right now. So that's why that queen 3 hand, I checked back the flop because, you know, my hand's like, you know, he cold called, so he has a strong hand. So I'm like, all right, this guy could have like a better queen, a king queen suited, ace queen suited. Maybe he's got like aces or kings he's slow playing, or ace king. So I'm like, all right, let me just check the pot control. And then he bet on the turn. I think what the turn was like a jack, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I played my hand like I have a jack, so I can rep this jack. So he bet the turn, and then on the river, I'm like, and he didn't bet very big, right? So it doesn't look like he has a jack. To me, it looks like he has aces, kings, maybe ace queen suited, and it does not look like he has a jack to me. I was not trying to get him off a jack. I was trying to get him off aces or kings, and my read was that he's not going to make a big hero call without like something very close to the nuts, because he doesn't want to go home right now when all these people just flew in to see him. And that's literally why I pulled the trigger on that river. And I think that's why he folded. I didn't expect him to fold ace jack and put me on the one hand that could beat him, queens, but I expected him to fold aces and kings. So I think my read was right about his nittiness in the spot, but I did not think he had ace jack. The diamond is satisfying, Craig. I agree. I know it's a little delayed, but needed that. Craig Collins in the house. What's going on? Craig. I did see the email you sent me, Craig Collins. I did not have a chance to respond yet, but I did read it. I am doing I'm not really doing any live one-on-one sessions. That said, if you book one of my coaching sessions and we're both in Vegas, like I'm happy to do it in person, just like in the same time slot. But I'm not doing a lot of one-on-one coaching during WSB because obviously I'm playing like crazy, and I'm still doing the group coaching stuff. So I'm not gonna have a lot of availability, but I think there's maybe like a couple slots. So if you want to book something and we both are there, then I would be open to doing it in person. But yeah, I usually like honestly like in person or Zoom, it's not going to be that difference because a lot of what I need to coach effectively is like having the replayer up, having the tools up, and a lot of so it's going to be on the computer even if we're in person. It's just us sitting side by side versus us sitting on Zoom screen sharing. So I wouldn't say it's that different, but yeah, if you book something and it works out, we could try to do that. And yeah, I am going to try to do the meet and greet. I emailed everyone asking their dates, and I'm going to pick something hopefully in the next week or so. I got to figure it out. Yeah, I assume anyone who's coming to WSP is vaccinated. I saw your question about that as well. Yeah, I guess I don't have to email you back because I guess I answered everything you talked about. So yeah, just book something and we'll see if we can make it. Opening king 4 suited here. I could open a bit bigger here, but it hasn't seemed like people are attacking me too hard right now. This is the 7-4 suited guy. I could see a bit wider versus him because he's calling so loose, but my hand just sucks on this board. I just don't have anything going for me, so I don't mind just check folding. Also, it's really, for me to lose 4 big blinds sucks because I won't cover this player anymore. And if I lose a little more, I won't cover this player. And I'm pretty close to covering this player. So again, you want to be really mindful in these PKOs of who you're covering and how expensive a bet or a call is in terms of not covering other people anymore. Or winning a pot might help you cover a lot of people. So you might have extra reason to call. Like sometimes you might want to make a break-even call on the river because it helps you cover people. Or sometimes you might want to fold a slightly plus EV call because you won't cover people if you're wrong. So think about that stuff. Oh, sorry, I spaced. Rashad says, can you finish the story about what happened after you lost everything in Vegas on the trip? Yeah, so we're in Vegas, again, underage. This was like the third trip we've gone. We crushed it all the other trips. This time we lose the $5,000 or so we brought, maxed out our ATMs. So we're like, what could we do with, a credit card only? And we just started like buying random shit. Like I think we went to like Excalibur and like, I had a caricature made of me with like poker cards that I still have in my house, in my parents' house. I had a bobblehead doll made of myself. Again, my friend was just like buying like random shit, like the flying helicopter and just like anything you could do with a credit card. We were just doing. And then I remember with the whole trip we were trying to buy some weed. And, obviously back then it was not legal. You couldn't just go buy it at the store to buy it off someone. So the whole trip we're like, yeah, let's try to buy some. We didn't really know anyone. And then, so we're walking like on the strip now at night. And some guy like walks, like we're walking this way and this guy's walking like adjacent. And like as he's walking by me in like the perfect voice, he just goes like chronic, like right in my ear, like just like perfectly so like I could only hear and not my friend or not anyone else. He said chronic if you didn't hear my whisper. And I'm like walking by and I'm like, shit, like that guy's got weed. Like we don't have any money though. Like there's like literally have not a single bill. And I'm just like, damn, like maybe I shouldn't tell Ben because he's gonna be really disappointed. So I'm like, man, we're two smart guys. We can figure it out. So I'm like, Ben, like that dude's got weed. So we just like run back to him. We're like, yo, like, what's up? And like, talk to him. And we're like, all right, so we don't actually have any cash, but we got a credit card and there's a fat burger right there. And he just starts cracking up. And he's like, well, he's like, what time is it? He's like, well, my family do gotta eat, and I'm getting a little bit hungry. And it's like, all right, so we make a plan to meet back there in like an hour and a half, and basically we bought the dude some burgers and bartered some burgers, and he gave us some weed, and we made it happen. So that was pretty funny. Back in those days where you can just freaking go to the store and buy this shit, like you can in most places these days. So yeah, then in college, first 2 years in the dorm, then we decided the third year we were gonna rent a big house. So we rented this 9-bedroom house. We called it the Poker House, Poker Haus. And we brought the poker table there that we built. We're running games. We're having parties. We obviously we had that poker money. So, some kids with some money, splashing around a bunch. So we'd have the best kegs. We'd have like the Guinness kegs and like the stuff no one else is buying. And we had some pretty sick parties. Like we'd have like 200-300 people show up. And we'd be running games there like throughout the week. And we always had like one table, like we had a game like a few times a week. And one day Barry Greenstein was coming to give a talk to students, because Barry Greenstein went to our university like obviously like 20-30 years before I did. And he was giving a speech like at Follinger Auditorium, which was like the math auditorium, which is like a huge building. And I just figured like 50-60 people might show up who play poker. And like we got there and it was like, I don't remember how many, but it was like 1,000 people there, like maybe more. Like it was a lot of people. And I was just like, holy shit, like there's this many people that play poker here. Like I had no idea. So like immediately, like I had a clipboard with me, and immediately I just took a piece of paper out of my bag. I wrote name, stakes, number, email. I think phone number. I don't know if phone number or email. And I just passed it around. And had my buddy like help me, and like we just went to like different rows, and like by the end of it I had a freaking like list of like 60 people. And literally the next day we had like 2 games running, 2 dealers. We were like ordering pizzas and like we were in business. So that was like the start of like the poker house. Well, it started before that, but that was really where it like started booming. And I met Kevin Schultz from there. Kevin Schultz ended up being one of my students in college and one of my super close friends as well. And he went on to win PCA for like 2 million. And he's won some other stuff as well. And that relationship started from literally that me passing around that little thing. And I remember my friend and I, Ben, we went and talked to Barry Greenstein, and we were like really excited to talk to him and, you know, like try to explain to him that like, hey, like we're serious players, like we're playing like legitimate stakes and like we're going to be pros and stuff. And like, he just like all he was just like, don't drop out of school. Like he was just like really worried about like us dropping out of school. And like, he was just like, finish your school, like don't drop out of school. And like, and that was like the extent of the conversation with him. Craig says, have you heard the easy way to verify vaccination for WSP? I have no idea. I haven't looked into it. All I've heard is the app is like super easy, and it is super easy. Like, have you tried it and is it not easy? Because I was just under the impression that it's super easy. I actually meant to do it. I think my friend Kevin Yu, my buddy Mr. Yu, just sent me an image that he just did his vaccination thing, and he said it was. I think he said it was super easy. If you're on the stream, Kevin, if you could enlighten us, or anyone else who went through the process, and enlighten us with how easy or hard it is. Daniel said, it's almost 2 a.m. here and I gotta wake up at 6 a.m. So sorry, but I have to go. Thanks for everything and hope to see you on day 2. Take it easy, bud. Thanks for joining. Get a good night's sleep. I will not be streaming day 2. I only stream day 1s of this, because I'm not a full-time streamer, so I'm not really streaming regularly or all the time. And when I'm playing a lot of tables or just deep in something, I like to focus a little more. And when I'm streaming, I just really like to hang out and chat and talk and coach if it's a coaching stream and that type of thing. But whenever I do make it deep in these events, I usually will make some sort of content out of it and review the hands with my group coaching students, or make a video series about it on pokercoaching.com and stuff like that. Just to clarify, because a few people were confused about this earlier, my group coaching is completely separate from pokercoaching.com, so they're not related. Livespot.co/Jaka is the group coaching, and any questions about it, feel free to ask. Queen 9 suited here. We're gonna go ahead and open here. We do cover the big blind. This practice guy is going at it with us. I'm not gonna be able to defend here. Yeah, I really want to play pots with this guy since we cover him. That's a huge 3-bet, so I'm going to be folding more anyways, but I would fold that hand versus normal size anyways. Yep, someone else says the vaccine app thing is super easy. It just takes 3 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's also what I'd heard. That's pretty straightforward. What is the app called? What do we? If you can share the instructions, that would be awesome. Maybe I'll do it after, or maybe I'll do it right now as well. I'll do it after the stream's done. But I'd love to hear. I don't even know what you're supposed to do. I just didn't look into it yet. Flatting King 9 here from the big blind, standard call. We do cover this player. Our flush draw is not good enough that I want to check raise, get it in. I'm gonna lead on this jack. This is a so-so card to lead on. I should be doing more leading on like a 7 and a 3. Because he also has a lot of jacks as well. So I'm not doing a lot of leading on this card. But I do feel like we have one of those few hands that might want to lead. I mean, we get like King 10 and King Queen to fold and a bunch of ace highs. Yeah, that's a little bit of a questionable lead. I'm not crazy about it. Oh, I'm gonna tag that one to look up. You want to be leading more, and notice how even though I won the hand, I'm not like, oh, I played the hand great, right? I'm trying to be very objective about it. I don't like the way I played the hand because I don't think that's necessarily a huge lead card. And the reason is because he has a lot of jacks too there. I think leading on a 7 and a 3 is going to be way more prevalent because we have a lot of 7s and 3s and he doesn't. Whereas jacks, we both have a similar amount. If anything, I should be check raising some jacks and getting it in. So maybe I don't even have that many jacks. They play that way. Jack 10 here, we will be opening. This guy's been super aggro in the small. I could consider peeling versus a 3-bet with this hand, especially versus how wide his range could be. I'm gonna call the small little block bet here, and he has 9s with the 9 of clubs. So that's, yeah, I mean, that player, for as aggressive as he's being, I mean, he should be 3-bet getting that in. I'm gonna check call this one. That's a great turn card. Easy continue on that card. Okay, so the vaccination thing is called clear. That's not the greatest card because he could have hit some queen X, but I don't think he's gonna value bet his queen X too much because we might play an ace like this. He has 8s. That hand really doesn't make sense to bet there. The 8s. It makes sense, yeah. So this player's just kind of stabbing all over the place. Now we're on break. All right, BRB. pizza party going on in the house. Normally I wouldn't eat pizza when I'm grinding, but this session's gonna be over soon, and it's day one, and I'm one tabling, so this is a pretty chill, laid-back session today. So I'm being a little naughty. Sao Paulo Pizza, they really make some damn good pizza. A lot of restaurants here. We got this goat cheese with zucchini, like this calabresa with onions, and this one looks like it's just tomato and like 5 cheeses or something. Three cheeses. I'm gonna mute the mic for a little bit while I eat. Back from break, opening 10-8 suited here. I could maybe make a tight fold here, especially with this player being so aggro. This is definitely the bottom of what I'll be opening right now. Again, I'm playing tighter because it's a PKO and I'm a shorter stack. So I'm going to under-realize equity while the bigger stacks are going to over-realize versus me. I'm just check folding here. We're just hoping to get a free card. We want to be very tight with our C betting from cutoff or late position versus button because our range is so wide here. If I was under the gun versus this player, I would do a lot more C betting in general with my range, but because I have a stronger range. But here I got a wide range and they have position on me. So like under the gun versus, this is something I'm going to be literally teaching on Monday. We're doing an entire 2 hours on that topic. But under the gun versus cutoff, you should be C betting around like 65% of the time. And when you're like cutoff versus button, you should only be C betting like 25 to 30% of the time. So that's how much tighter you need to be. So yeah, I'm doing an entire session on that Monday with our group coaching with the live spot link. And I got a whole presentation kind of made, and I honestly, it's some cutting edge stuff. It's probably 100 hours worth of like solver work that I've turned into like really easy to understand, digestible kind of strategy and exploits that you don't need to be like a hardcore high stakes player to understand. So yeah, I'm really excited about that Monday session that's coming up. It's going to be at 2 p.m. PST, but it will be recorded if you cannot make it live. You just need to be a subscriber on livespot.co/Jaka. And if you're not, you could join just that one session for $33, or you could subscribe for the monthly for $99. All right, I'm gonna answer some of the questions in the chat in just a second, as soon as I finish my meal real quick. All right, we're back on. Damn, that was some phenomenal pizza. Okay, I'm gonna have some more of that in a bit. All right, let's see the comments. Great weed story. Nope, that's old. Yeah, the vaccine thing on Clear is super easy. So you just download the app called Clear, right? I thought Clear was like, is Clear the same company that does the airport stuff? Like the fast lines at the airport? Clear Pass, is that the one? Is it this purple one that says, you can't see that very well, huh? Oh, that's a blue one. Is it this one at the top, this Clear Pass thing? I don't know if you can see that or not. I'm assuming it's this Clear Pass one that's purple. So I'm gonna download that app. That's for being able to play the WSOP. I see Christina's in the house. What's up? What's up? Luke Walker says, hey Faraz, huge fan here. I've watched a ton of your deep runs in the WPTs and really enjoyed your style approach to the game. What's the best advice you have for beginners trying to get out of low stakes games? Well, what I would say is, we'll just see some other comments on that. IH says Bankroll management, Luke, and the rest is up to Faraz, who teaches winning poker, playing EV, it seems like. GTO greater than EV greater than fun player long term. So, Luke, what I would say is it's really important that you have a process. Because to answer your question, right, I don't know enough about your game to say specifically, right? It's very vague. But I'll answer your question in two ways. So, first, I'll just say generally, what you want to do is your process is you want to have a way to record hands, meaning you're getting hand histories, and or if you're playing live, you're writing them down on your phone in a notepad or something like that. You need to be documenting hand histories, and it's a lot easier if you just use Poker Tracker and get the hand histories from like ACR. That's way easier. This guy limps here. He should be playing tighter, not looser. So not. I guess he's trying to keep this player in maybe. I'm gonna raise here. This guy snap calls. I was almost thinking about limping to let this guy do something silly, but if my hand was suited, I would have done that. Just offsuit hands play so bad multi-way that I didn't want to take the risk. All right, this guy's shoving it in. He's probably got like pocket sixes. Let's go. Oh man, if this guy calls, I'm gonna have to think about it. And God, if he calls, I think I might just fold. I don't cover him either, and yeah, now I'm calling. All right, well, if I bust, I'll stick around to answer those questions at least before I go, but how about we just double up, because it's probably a flip here. Oh, he's got ace king? What? No way. We're due. Ho! Boom. That's freaking what happened to us earlier when we had ace king and that guy had ace jack. So fair is fair. Fair is fair. Now we cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people here. I'm gonna 3-bet here. This fucking guy. This guy knows I'm aggro too, so he could definitely go for it here. All right, let's see. What do you want to do here? One sec. So let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and c-bet small here. I think we can get value out of worse aces a little bit. We control the size of the pot a little bit. We clear out some equity 3-way. This guy could have some middle pocket pairs. So tempting to bet. I don't see this player folding a pair, I guess. It's really tempted to bet there though. God, it's such a weird spot. I mean, I'm probably just gonna fold. He'd have to have floated with like king, queen suited or queen, jack suited. This guy might be slow playing a big hand here. Like a set. Like a full house now. Ace 5 suited. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just folding. Every spot's just so weird because this, if you guys haven't seen, this guy's been doing some absurd stuff, so. But yeah, I think it's hard for him to have a lot of bluffs there, to be honest, even as crazy as he's been playing. What do you say? What is that, dessert pie? What the hell?
Pizza.
This is a dessert pizza from this place. So banana and what is that, chocolate? Jesus.
You would want to do one.
I mean,
Savory.
I'll have another slice of pizza and then I'll have this later. I don't know. They're the calabresa one. Yeah, I normally eat super clean when I'm playing, but like I said, there's only a couple hours left. It's day one, and I'm one tabling. So and tomorrow's an off day. Sunday's gonna be obviously a big day as always. So I'm gonna be behaving Saturday night and all day Sunday, eating very clean. Oh, okay. So Luke's question, right? So yeah, a couple things. So first of all, you want your system. So your system needs to be A, you're documenting hands. B, you're reviewing those hands on your own, because when you're not in the midst of battle and you have more time and you're less stressed, you could think through those spots a little more clearly and have, right? So reviewing them on your own, and you're going to figure out some of the answers just thinking about them deeply and without pressure. And then you're going to have some hands you're still not sure about. Now, those hands, you need to have a group of players that you can talk to in a WhatsApp group, a text message group, a Discord group, whatever, where you send them hands, you ask for feedback, they send hands, you give your feedback. And these groups should be people that are similar skill level. Ideally, you want people that are a little bit better than you. If they're way better than you, it's just not going to work. If they're way worse than you, it also doesn't work. So people similar skill level. Now, a lot of people don't have that. It's really important to try to create that group. So when you go and play poker in places, you want to meet people and find people that you get along with so you can make these groups. I do get that it's hard. Probably 90% of my one-on-one students used to tell me that they just don't have that. None of their friends play poker, they don't play serious. And that was part of the reason why I created the Discord group for my students. Just trying to recreate kind of something that I thought was super important for me to get really good at poker. So, you know, if you look here, I'll show kind of what my I'll show kind of my group coaching channel a little bit here. So yeah, here, you know, I have these channels here, hand histories where people can post whatever hands, and I kind of help teach people the right format and how to convert their hands and stuff like that to make it easier for people to read and the right, you know, lingo to use. We have, you know, a channel for pile solver for using Hold'em resources calculator, online poker sites, like what are the best tourneys coming up and good guarantees or special events. We have a money exchange group. So just having an organized group like this is really powerful. You could create that on your own, just again, by having a group of 4 to 6 friends that you share info, you know, like, hey, this is this new book I'm reading that's great. Hey, these are the great resources. Hey, there's this new thing that people don't know about, and just being able to share info, or hey, people are doing these big 3 bets now, like why is that happening? And just being able to talk about that, or so that's kind of really important that you have that group and you try to create that group or get into some group. So documenting hands, having people to talk hands with. Okay, now reviewing your hands. So we said review your hands on your own, review your hands with others, and then lastly, review your hands with tools. Now, I get that if you're not a professional player, you don't want to spend so much time studying and stuff like that, but I would say something like Hold'em Resources Calculator or ICMizer is a very, very, very simple tool, and it's not that hard to use. So yeah, I get that you're not going to use Pio if you're not kind of a super serious player, but you know, you could use some simple programs, or at least get your hands on pre-flop ranges and that type of stuff. Like not having pre-flop ranges is just like not having the basic tools to like be able to play poker properly. Everybody should have ranges. I could put, I made a document of like different pre-flop ranges you could buy, and I got some discounts for my students. So I'll post the link in the chat in case anyone else wants that. Purchasing pre-flop ranges and some discounts. So I'm rambling a little bit here. So you need to be able to document hands, you need to be able to review hands, and then you need to have resources. So your resources are going to be like your pre-flop ranges, and if you want to go a little bit more advanced, like Hold'em Resources Calculator, ICMizer, and things like that. And then the third thing, whose question was answering? I was answering Luke's question, right? So the third thing is now some sort of study system, right? So for studying, you could go watch videos, you could join a group coaching thing like the thing I have, or you could go get one-on-one coaching, or you could go read a book. I feel like videos and online stuff is better than books because they're quicker, they're more efficient, they're more up to date and that kind of thing. So if you document hands, you review hands and talk hands with other people, and then you have a study resources, which is like videos or group coaching or something like that. If you do those three things, you will be successful in poker. Right? That is a system. That's like a foolproof system. I mean, obviously, if you have some deep demons and discipline issues you're not able to get over, I mean, maybe there's a chance you still can be successful. But, you know, generally, if you're in a good group, you know, people will be able to help you with that and give you suggestions and tips as well. So really, you know, people get so caught up in like the details of poker, and they miss this kind of overlying kind of infrastructure that you need to have in these systems. Focus on that. And then go into the micro of making each one of those things good and talking strategy and stuff like that. And obviously, yep, good bankroll management is obviously super important, and learning about that. But again, when you're in those groups and you have that system, you have those resources to tell you about bankroll management. You're in those groups to talk about bankroll management, right? And you're going to get a lot of that stuff from that infrastructure that you have. Fresh Matt says, what are some tips you would give someone traveling to play in a series? Don't fly and play the same day you land. I mean, unless you're flying like, you know, California to Vegas and it's like an hour, obviously that's reasonable. I would say definitely like organize your play schedule. Just see if this guy raises here. I think he's most likely raising a lot of his aces. So you could just lead here. And he's going to raise, which he's been doing a lot of crazy stuff. He obviously could check back some ace-x. That should be a pretty scary card for him with Jack Queen getting there too. But he could totally just have checked back an ace and think that we're not going to put him on there. And I feel like if he keeps betting, it's likely he has something here. I mean, that's a huge overbet on a board that's so bad for him. So that's fine. I'm happy to fold there. We're going to have ace king and Jack Queen and tons of stuff to combat reverse. But yeah, we still cover this player and this player, so that is good. And we want to be careful about not falling too far behind these guys. So yeah, traveling for live series. One sec. It's a lot of noise. So to continue with Fresh Matt's questions about tips for traveling for a live series, get there early, make a spreadsheet of everything you're going to play. So I usually have an Excel sheet. I list out like the date and then the time, the tournament, the buy-in, and then how many re-entries. It's good to list out all the buy-ins and re-entries ahead of time for two reasons. One, you want to make a plan for how many re-entries you're going to play. Even for online poker Sundays, I do this. Because the worst is like when you bust out of a tournament and then you're making an emotional decision to go and re-enter. That's when you're emotional is not when you're making the best decisions, right? So it's good to kind of plan it ahead of time and give yourself like, all right, I'm going to max myself at 2 bullets or 3 bullets, or I'm only going to re-enter up to 30 big blinds, and make that decision ahead of time. And obviously once in a while it's okay to change your mind, but you want to be aware of if you're doing that all the time for emotional reasons or because you had new information. This tournament was way softer than I thought or whatever. Also, this way you have the right amount of buy-ins. Like, so many players I see like, oh, they want to re-enter, but they don't have cash, or, you know, sure, sometimes it happens to me too, but there's certain players that it happens to all the time. And it's like, okay, you're not organized, you're not planning ahead, you're not thinking ahead. So just being thoughtful of stuff like that. Generally, wherever you're going to play, I would immediately locate where all the bathrooms are, because you want to know where are the bathrooms that everyone else doesn't know about, that I can maybe skip the close one and go to the further one, because I'll just get a little bit more exercise and I don't have to waste 5 minutes of my break in line. I can spend that 5 minutes relaxing, meditating, stretching, whatever. Things like that. So I'm really big on kind of optimizing. Same thing with getting coffee, where you're going to get coffee from, where you're going to get food from a break. So many tournaments I travel to, you know, everybody just wanders into the same spot. And yeah, sometimes that is the place to go. There's no other option. But so many times there's like some other little secret option that people don't know about. It's a little bit of a further walk, but it, like, you know, by walking an extra 5 minutes, you save 10 minutes on your dinner break. And I try to just like really optimize all those things. And don't just assume where everybody goes is where to go. Sometimes there's just some good secret bathrooms and stuff like that. Zach says, could you explain the overlay you're using? I appreciate it. Sure. I'm using Poker Tracker 4, and you can kind of customize it to show different stats or reorganize the stats. I try not to go into too much detail on the stats of what is what and what stats are on people, just because I don't want to give my opponents too much information. But I mean, I could tell you the stats you want to be looking at and have on here are going to be stuff like VPIP, pre-flop raising. VPIP is how many hands they play. Pre-flop raise, C-bet percentage, fold to C-bet, 3-bet percentage, fold to 3-bet percentage. And then when you click in there, it has a lot more detail and stuff like that. But yeah, pretty standard. Poker Tracker, Hold'em Manager is what everyone uses. And there's some good tutorials and stuff like that online if you want to set that up. Alex Quinn says, how do you implement new tools learned or strategies where it doesn't negatively affect your game, overthinking spots, or trying to play high level? Good question, tricky question. So first of all, when you learn new things, you got to realize it is going to negatively affect your game in the short run, most likely, right? Because you're trying. It's like, let's say, you know, you're a basketball player with kind of some nasty form, but you hit your free throws all the time, and someone teaches you a new form to shoot the right way. It's like, okay, you're gonna shoot worse than your crappy form at the beginning because you're not used to this, right? And there's other things that come with this that you're not familiar with. So sometimes you gotta sacrifice a little bit of EV in the short run to try new things, but in the long run, it's better, right? So if you learn some new thing out of a video, some new concepts, you're gonna try them. All of a sudden you're like, oh shit, well, like, I don't know what to do on the turn, or when this card comes, or when they re-raise me. You're gonna get into some weird spots, and it's gonna cost you EV at first, but that's part of the learning process. I know I talk to some students who are like, well, I know you're supposed to flat from the big blind, but I don't, super wide, but I don't do it because I don't know how to check raise and do all these things, so I would rather just avoid it, which is kind of understandable, but at the same time, it's like you're avoiding putting yourself in a difficult spot and learning those difficult spots. You're just avoiding it, right? So you need to throw yourself in there and then get into some problems and then talk to people about those problems and learn and figure out the next step. But yeah, getting too high level, I have that issue myself where sometimes I overthink a spot or I play too high level and the person's not really thinking like that. That's a hard question to answer, Alex. And for me, the way that I try to improve in those spots where I don't overthink it is just trying to be in a zone. Because when I'm in the zone, I don't do that. When I'm out of the zone, I do that. So how do you get yourself into the optimal zone? You do what I'm doing here on my 5-minute breaks. Every other 5-minute break, get on the floor, do exercise, do stretching, do breathing exercises, go do sprints, eat good. Like, the more I do that stuff, the more I'm kind of in tune. Like, when I'm in tune with my instincts and my knowledge, it's like I kind of like know what to do in most spots. And then when I'm like not in a good space is when like I overthink it and these things happen, or I don't pay attention to as much detail or whatever. So really just figuring out, like, you should know how to get into your zone. Like, what gets you into your zone? I should be able to ask all of you, and you should be able to answer me that question right away. I bet most people probably can't answer that, and that means you're doing something wrong, right? You should know the answer to that, because you can't figure it out when you need it. When you figure it out, you're in a bad space, and you're not going to be able to. When you need it, you're not going to be able to figure it out. You're going to figure it out ahead of time. Elizabeth says, I notice immediate difference when going off your diet while playing, for sure. I definitely agree. For me, exercise is even bigger. Like, when I get a nice exercise and workout and stuff like that in, I just play so much better. But yeah, I agree with diet as well. And as terms of working out and stuff before playing, I don't think it's great to do big, heavy lifting and intense stuff before a session, because then you're going to be sore and your body and muscles are going through a lot of recovery. And I think that can take away from your kind of mental ability when your body's recovering like that. Same thing with like eating a big meal. When your body is digesting, that takes away a lot of energy. And that's energy going away from this. So that's why fasting is great. Intermittent fasting is great while playing. Of course, it takes some getting used to, but after the third, fourth time, it's easy. Same thing with the heavy. So I like to do kind of like heavier workouts that might leave me sore, like on off days. And if I'm playing, I like to do kind of lighter workouts that aren't going to leave me sore. And really working out a lot of muscles that I'm not going to be using while I'm playing. So when you're sitting, what are all those muscles that aren't being used? And I try to do those exercises. So Bad Medicine just said, I just bought Pile Solver. Any specific resources you would recommend for getting familiar with Pile Solver? Let me play this hand and then I will show you. So, well, I'm probably gonna end up folding here. Let's hit limps to us again. It's good. We're going to be limping here if it folds to us. Bad Medicine, who's in our group coaching, I have this Quip doc. Quip is something that I have access all my students. I have a bunch of folders and student materials. So if you just go on to Quip and go to how-to videos, I have some stuff here. So there's a PIO video, there's a how to use Quip, there's a Hold'em resources, there's how to convert hand histories and all sorts of stuff. So I have this. If you're not familiar with Quip yet, I have this folder of, not that one. I'm going to fold here. So this is the shared doc I have for all students, and there's some how-to stuff, some tools, some hand history analysis, some lesson guides and stuff like that. So you want to go in here and go to the how-to videos and images. And here I have info just for basic stuff. I've created videos, and the PIO one is actually not one that I've created. That's someone that another student suggested. I do a PIO lesson with my one-on-one students where I basically show you how to organize and create the infrastructure so that you can run hands way more efficiently and save the hands and organize them and be able to get them quickly. And probably like, it's like an hour and a half lesson. It's probably like a 70-minute lesson, and it would probably save you like, it would have saved me 100 hours because I used PIO inefficiently for the first year and probably wasted 100 hours. So from that, I basically created a lesson out of it to save you guys time. I would do it as one of my group coaching lessons, but I don't think enough people on our group coaching use it yet. I'm going to survey people after the series, and once like If like above 30% of the people are using it, then maybe I'll do a group coaching lesson with the Pio. And same with Poker Tracker and stuff. We got a raise, a 3-bet, and a shove from a short stack. This player's. So this player was 3-betting this short stack, but couldn't get it in versus that player. Interesting. Luke says, thanks for answering my question. Absolutely. You're welcome. Fresh Matt says, I mostly get in the zone when I just take a 5-minute break and sit outside and do some deep breathing. So that's great. And Matt, I would challenge you to come up with 2 more things, and I would challenge you to make one of them something intense. So I like the breathing and the stretching and that kind of stuff. I do it as well, but I think it's good to have something intense as well that can really snap you into a good zone, especially if you're in a bad zone. Especially if you're tired. Sometimes you just need something a little more powerful. And it's good to just have different options. Sometimes you're in a scenario where you can't do one of your things and you want to do another things, or it's just good to have multiple things. Keeps it fresh as well. So I would challenge you to have 3 things. 3 things that get you in the zone, that get you off tilt, that get you into focus, and at least one of them being intense. Intense could be a cold shower, could be push-ups, it could be wind sprints. Adrian says, you should try Argentinian drink called mate. I'm definitely super familiar with mate. I got back at, in California, at my parents' place, I have a bunch of mate stuff that I had brought back. But obviously it's not realistic to travel with that all the time. But yeah, I went through a bit of a mate phase. It's great. I've spent a decent amount of time in Argentina. Probably done... I did like a month there to play W Coop a few times. Some of my good friends have some property there, so I go and visit them sometimes. I've probably been to Buenos Aires maybe 5-6 times for like 2-3 month trips, or like 1-2 month trips. Usually stay in San Telmo. Gap Poker says, I use Prime Mine before in tournaments and on breaks, but I probably should do that online as well. Yep, absolutely. No reason to treat online any different than live. Online's very intense, man. I mean, you're sitting longer, you get less breaks. I mean, you're kind of zoned in. Like, your brain is firing and focusing way more online than live because, like, you're just seeing so many more hands and it's faster. And less time to act. And only 5-minute breaks. Something I definitely have kind of given a bit more credit to recently is just how important it is for your brain to get breaks. When you take a break, your brain takes all the information that you've been kind of taking in, and it organizes it, and does a bunch of stuff, and it categorizes it. And when you don't give yourself that break, it's not able to do that. So if you're working and you have an intense work thing, like I've been in those modes where I'm, doing a startup and like you got too much shit to do, like no time for break, like go. Or you're studying or playing poker, it's WSOP, and you're like, I can't afford to take a break. Like, no. Sometimes taking a break and doing less is actually going to yield you more because it's going to give your brain, again, that time to process and that rest you need. Yeah, any group coaching students here that are not in the Quip Docs yet, just DM me your email address or email it to hello@farazjaka.com that you want me to add you to the Quip Docs, and I will add you. 6-10 off here. We're gonna call. This is a decent check raise candidate here. We should be check raising some stuff like king queen here as well. That's fine. Alex says, are you playing any non-WSP events? Yep, I'll be playing some events at the Win and the Venetian. Not a ton. Like I might just like the 1600 and 1Ks at the Win Venetian. I might just late reg those at the very end of the night, just to kind of reduce hours playing. But yeah, like the 3500 main events that are at Win, I'll definitely come and play those on time. See how much longer we have for day one. We've just been hanging in there all day. Haven't really gotten any, we haven't even gotten all in for a chance to win a bounty. But we do cover 2 people at our table, considering we only have 20 big blinds. Starting stack was 300K, we got 253. So we're definitely in an okay position in terms of being able to win bounties. We are on level 18 and we are playing, if I remember, it was till level 28. Yep, playing until the end of level 28. So we have about 9 more levels because we're about to hit a new level soon. So 9 more levels of 20 minutes. So 3 hours. It's a long day, a very long day. But this is a big event. I mean, it's $1 million for first, and it's a lot of players. So it's a very good structure, and if you get short, you still have a lot of chances to come back. So this is kind of like you're playing the WSP main event. You know, it's a pretty serious structure. Nice and slow. You get short, you still have a lot of time to come back, and so on. Check 8 suited here. Just gonna fold from early position and a shallow stack. People are gonna be going for us with the bounty. Our bounty power here is probably, it's just under 1. Oh, sorry, it's just over 2. It's just over 1. So it's slightly a good deal for people to go for a bounty. This guy's bounty power is fucking great. Because he's got like 1.5x start bounty. And then he has almost a third of start stack. So, so is that a start bounty of, is that a bounty power of 3 if I'm doing that correctly? 1.5, 1.5, and then 1.5 divided by 0.35 about. So yeah, he's got a bounty, this guy's got a bounty power of 4. So that's very great to go after his bounty. For those of you who were here earlier and heard us talk about the bounty power explanation at the very beginning of the stream. All right, Vivian says, I just woke up, double up and knock that roll the dice out dude out. Okay, roll the dice dude out. Yep, that is the plan. Yeah, that'd actually be very nice because even though I'm short and this is kind of a whatever day, no. How you gonna play me like that? Oh, come on. This table, I don't cover anybody. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to double to cover somebody. I guess we're just gonna double to cover Phil Andre and Nickel 9 and then knock out one of them. How's their bounty? 937 and 1250. All right, we'll just do that. I'm getting a little bit tired right now, so I'm gonna do some breathing exercise. One I did earlier, or actually we got a little break coming up. Maybe do it after on the break. Break's not for another 5 minutes, so we'll do the breathing exercise now. If anyone wants to try it with me, feel free. First, to start, breathe in your nose and push your belly out, and then breathe out your nose and push your belly in. So right now, you're just training yourself to be able to breathe in and out of your belly. That's the first thing you do. So it's a little exercise to warm you up. So breathe in your nose, into your belly. Make sure your belly's getting bigger. And then when you breathe out, your belly should be getting, smaller. You have to do that a few times. Cover one nostril like this. Just covering one nostril, breathing in. Fill up that belly. Cover your other nostril. Suck your belly in. Hold for like 5-10 seconds, and then after that you're going to release from the other nostril, and then you're going to keep doing that, cycling the other direction. So I'm going to go ahead now. Wait, sorry, I need to see this hand. But I'm going to go ahead and do this while I'm watching the hand. messed that one up. All right, definitely feel a little bit more awake after doing that. Might do some more in a little bit as well. Alex says, will you be putting up any action on Newstake? Nope, I've never put any action up on Newstake or the other site, but I do. I just sell to my kind of email. Like I have a group of investors who regularly buy my action, so I just sell to them, and I open that up to whoever's interested. So if you are interested in buying any of my action ever, just email me at coaching@farazjaka.com. and just let me know. And then what I'll do is I'll add you to my Excel spreadsheet. Whenever I have a package available, what I do is I'll package together like 3 months worth of tournaments, usually like 200-300K worth of buy-ins. I'll sell a percentage at a markup, and I actually make it pretty fun. Some of my investors probably in this group watching right now. I make a WhatsApp group, and you know, I'll if I have interesting hands, I'll post. If I do interesting analysis, I'll post PIO outputs and my reasoning. And if there's fun all-in sweats, I'll record them at the table and post them in the WhatsApp group. So I try to make it fun for investors and educational as well. If you are interested in ever buying some action, it's usually about 1,500 minimum. Just email coaching@farazjaka.com. Usually I give previous investors first dibs, and then if like 1 or 2 people drop out, I'll have a spot, and then I'll just email the people that are next on the list. So, or sometimes if I'm doing something, doing something drastically different, I'll just email everyone, fresh start. But yeah, feel free to email me. All right, break time. Eric says, on breaks while playing live, I lock myself in a bathroom stall and hold my arms straight out and do a set of squats. Works wonders for focus. Yeah, I like squats as well. Why do you do them in the bathroom stall as opposed to just like outside or in the hallway? Curious if there's some other benefit of doing it there. I sometimes do, because I have a bad back, I sometimes do squats where I hold on to a doorknob. But I need to leave a door open for that. Yeah, I should just find like a regular spot that's like not as many people walking around there, like in one of the side halls, and I just kind of lay out over there and do my exercises. I'm thinking this year to maybe even just bring a yoga mat with me to WSOP and just something that could easily strap into my backpack or whatever I'm carrying. Yeah, like at Hard Rock, I usually just go out to the grass. They have like fake grass outside. That's a nice spot. Or there's, I mean, usually casinos have a lot of good carpet space. It's a good idea though. I haven't thought to do squats as one of my WSOP exercises. I should add that in. Jack 5 off here. I'm gonna pill here. Just thinking about 3-betting. If I was a little bit deeper, I mean, I could have 3-bet there. Yeah, I could have 3-bet there. I think I like 3-betting a little better than flatting with a hand like that. Well, probably gonna be jamming this one in versus any sort of mid-position action, or depends how loose we think this guy's opening here. But yeah, I mean, I think we'll get called by some worse hands for sure. Now we could definitely get it in. We'll get called by hands that dominate us, that are suited for the bounty, and maybe even king jack off. Could call. So how's our bounty power? Well, we have 1 bounty and we less than the starting stack. So our bounty power is above 1, so it's a pretty decent deal. This player is not opening super loose because of how they're covered by almost everyone. Well, they shouldn't be, at least. And they did use a bigger size, which is kind of showing that they're a little bit more polarized. I could call here too. I'm a little on the fence about calling or shoving here. I could go either way. Definitely should be able to get some fulls out of like ace 8, ace 9 off. Maybe some suited aces. I would think some stuff like king jack suited, king 10 suited, queen jack suited would be tempted to call. agua con gas. I'm a sparkling water person for sure. Gabe Poker says, so much value in the group coaching, even though I haven't been able to make it live for the last couple of sessions. Glad to hear that you've been enjoying it even when you're just watching the replays. Again, I mentioned this earlier. If you sign up for group coaching and you're watching replays because you can't make it live, just whenever asked questions, what you would do, hit pause, have a notepad out, type out your answers, type out the ranges, and then hit play. That way you still get the exercise. Spread this out a bit more. Oh, did we get moved again? No, we did not. Oops. I'm gonna close and reopen my table real quick. Oops, so that I can try to get my hand history replayer up. It's been a long day. So we covered nickel 9 barely. That is significant. They got a decent sized bounty as well. Barely cover them. So he has a 1.5x bounty and a starting stack, so his bounty power is a little over 1. So it's not an amazing deal, but it's a solid deal going for his bounty. Yeah, I ended up not playing a second table today. Just because, like I said, I'm in like break mode right now. This is my break in between. As I said when I started the stream, the last month and a half were super intense. We had ACR had the Boss Series, PokerStars had W Coupe, GG had WSB Bracelet events, Party Poker had WPT. Like these were like 5K buy-ins, 10 mil guarantee, like a bunch of insane events. Do I want to call here? 3-way, you should be calling any 2 suited cards. Same heads up on the big blind. But once it gets to 4-way, you want to start folding some of your crappier suited hands. What the hell is that? I probably would have barely called just because I'm shallow enough that I don't need to worry too much about reverse implied odds. But had this player called, I would just fold here. So a lot of people get that wrong. They think, oh, the more people to call, the looser you call, right? You're getting better odds. But that's not true. It's harder to realize equity when there's more people. You're out of position versus more people. There's more card sharing. There's more flush over flush. So once it gets to like 4 or 5-way, you need to start calling like super tight. Most people call way too loose. Because of that is why the series I'm doing right now in the group coaching is to prep for WSB is really related around a lot of multi-way stuff. Excuse me. Because in WSOP, people don't squeeze enough, people call too wide. So you end up with these 4 or 5-way pots, and you need to know how to play multi-way. You need to know how to play out of position, see bet out of position. You need to know how to squeeze really well. So that's why the current series we're doing is based on that, because live poker, that happens quite a bit. Roma Bluff says, hi all, good luck man. Welcome Roma Bluff. Thanks for bringing your energy. What about you guys? Are there a lot of people, or not a lot, but are there a few people here in the chat that are playing Venom as well right now? If so, say what up. Let us know how you're doing. Share your screen name if you'd like to. If you don't, no problem. And there was a misclick that last hand, as it looked like. From Drama Maker. If you have any questions, anything in poker that you want some help with or want some insight on, feel free to ask. And happy to share some thoughts. If you have any questions about PKOs and how to value the bounty or any of that type of stuff, feel free to ask as well. If you want to wish me some good luck on this Ace King in the small blind, feel free to do so, because I will happily take it, as this is our time to double up. See, here in terms of covering people, doubling up doesn't really do much for us, but covering this guy is important. So getting this reshove through is going to be really nice. So if I was suited here, even though I could 3-bet, I would lean towards jamming, because doubling up doesn't help me cover anyone, but getting this through and covering him is significant. Let's just have him call with the good old ace jack like last time, and we will hold this time. Actually, that's even better. More dead money in the pot. That's a little scary though when he's jamming that much. Oh, he does have ace queen, and we're doing just great against ace queen. Hold one time. Boom. Nice double. That puts us in the hunt. 500K from a 300K starting stack. We're definitely not crushing, but we're definitely back in the hunt. Let's see, we have 500K. Average stack here is about 838K. I mean, average doesn't matter that much. What matters is how many big blinds we have and how many people we cover. So we'll let this update. We'll see what it says. We don't have the best table in terms of covering people, but hopefully someone can stack someone and get short, or this player loses some chips. Been getting in a lot of ace king flips today. I think we won 2, lost 1. We have 2/3 of the field is knocked out. We've been playing for 7.5 hours. We're on level 20 right now, playing till 28. So 8 more 20-minute levels. We have a squeeze here out of the big blind. This player calls a squeeze. You do need to have a pretty tight range. Well, I guess he's in position, so he's going to be a little bit looser when calling a squeeze in this spot. Oh, Vivian says, don't fold anything ever. Live poker limps every hand. Gabe says this happens in Michigan poker sites as well. Everyone wants to see the flop. It's Michigan coop time right now. Yep, so in those games where it goes raise, call, or limp, you need to be good at squeezing and know what hands to squeeze with and why you're squeezing, what it's accomplishing. So it's really important to go get some charts and look at squeeze ranges, and then try to learn and understand why you squeeze and what hand you squeeze with and how you adjust those ranges based on how people are playing. Here we have a small bet. So this is a nasty board. This player can do a lot of checking on this board. Maybe this is an interesting board to kind of maybe run on Pio, actually. Not now, but when we're not playing. I'm curious to see what this player's c-betting range looks like because he doesn't really have sixes, sevens, and all those hands in his range. He could have 6-7 suited, but this is a pretty scary board. So I would think here you might want to just check aces and kings and queens even, but maybe bet like some more vulnerable hands like jacks, 10s, 9s. Maybe bet some like queen 9 suited stuff that connects to the board. But I'm curious to see on Pio just how often you need to bet versus check there. So that would be a good hand to run. I will try to mark those hands so I can run them later. I'm guessing this player has some sort of pair with no club. I mean, if you have a pair and a club, you kind of need to just go for it here. But he probably has like 10s with no club or something. Staying alive indeed. It's just been, the whole day's been like that. We get like unlucky or lose some hands and end up at 22 bigs. Then we get ace king and then we shove and then we double. Except for the one time where ace king lost to ace jack and we had to re-enter. I re-entered once today. I re-entered with about 27% of the field knocked out and my cutoff was right around 25% to re-enter in this. But because we're streaming and I want to hang with you guys, I decided to fire again. And let's find out if it's worth it. Gabe Poker says he is here playing with 33 bigs. Awesome. Good luck to you, Gabe. Hope to see you in the money in this thing on day 2. Yeah, when I said one time, it's funny you say that because as I said one time, I was like, why am I wasting my one time on this? I was literally thinking the same thing, but fuck it. I just get to use one time when I want to use it and I won't overuse it, but I could, one time for me is more like 7 times. So it has 7 lives, my one time. Got a check raise here, or no, a raise versus snap re-raises. Interesting. Well, there's a queen, 1 card straight, so not that interesting. But it looks like you got that player to fall for it. The little 10% bet there. Jack deuce suited, we'll call here heads up versus Mr. Rumcakes. Not too much we can do on this board. Just gonna be check folding. Even if we had jack 5, jack 6 with hearts, that has a lot better backdoors. I'm still just gonna fold there because he's under the gun. So when you're up against the under the gun player, we just need to do more folding. Maybe if he was like button and we had that scenario, I would continue with the jack with the straight draws as well. Definitely just need to respect the under the gun opener's range a lot more and do more folding. Dapper Dave in the house. What's up? Thanks for the good luck. Raise, raise, squeeze. And yeah, he doesn't need to squeeze so big when this player is that shallow, which is why he went small. And that's the guy we covered for the bounty, so this sucks for us because he's either going to double or bust. And I guess if he doubles, we almost cover him still, but nope. So that was bad for us. That was the only player we covered. And that was obviously super loose, but I think it's reasonable to consider there's a bounty. But if there was no bounty, that would just be like a fold or like a 3-bet fold pre-flop. So now... yeah, we don't... in some spots before, we maybe would have played a little bit tighter so that we could remain over that guy's stack. Now that doesn't really exist. So we're just going to kind of play. But we are going to be aware that people might call us wider, so we can 3-bet and bet for value thinner. We might want to bluff less with the bottom of our range for our opens and 3-bets. Alex says, why is it better to 3-bet our offsuit hands rather than our suited hands? How do we decide what suited hands are better to flat with rather than 3-bet? So yeah, great question, Alex. That was something I was talking a little bit about earlier, but we can go into more detail. So in terms of better, I wouldn't say it's always better to 3-bet offsuit than suited. It kind of depends. But when you're shallower, it's better to use your offsuit hands as 3-bets because you don't mind wasting them. So like, let's say someone from, how about let's do this. Let's do this, and then let's pull up a poker tracker so we could teach some 3-bet strategy stuff here. Actually, you know what? Let me pull up one of my some of my 3-bet coaching hands. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull that up for you. And we can talk about 3-betting. 3-bet opportunities. Okay, so this is a 3-bet opportunity quiz that I did in one of our group coaching lessons to talk about this. So I'll go through some of those spots with you guys. So here, right, what do you want to do? I'd say this is generally a fold, but I don't mind doing an exploitative 3-bet here. Let's try another hand. How about ace 10, right? What do you want to do with ace 10 off here? So here, I would 3-bet ace 10 off, but I would probably just flat ace 10 suited. So goes to your question, why is it better to 3-bet offsuit? Well, because ace 10 suited is too good. I don't want to 3-bet ace 10 suited and get jammed and then have to fold such a good hand. So I'd rather waste the offsuit one that's not as good. The other thing here is the position situation. Offsuit hands don't play very well multi-way and out of position, whereas ace 10 suited will play a lot better than ace 10 off out of position. So I'm kind of 3-betting like ace 10 off to also get these guys out of the pot. Whereas with ace 10 suited, I don't mind it as much. Now, let's say you're like 100 bigs deep, then it changes a little bit. Now we don't really want to 3-bet some like crappy offsuit stuff like ace 10 because it doesn't play that well in a big pot. I mean, I'm still going to be 3-betting those offsuit hands from like later positions just because they're good enough. Like you're always 3-betting some offsuit hands and some suited hands. But like if you compare ace 10 off to ace 10 suited, it's like, yeah, ace 10 suited is much better. But like here, for example, like I might waste queen 9 suited, but that's because queen 9 suited is like not good enough to flat, and I don't mind wasting it. So I don't even know if I'd agree with the comment that it's better to 3-bet your offsuits compared to suited. It just depends. Like, yeah, ace 10 off 3-bet here, queen 9 suited 3-bet, king 8 suited 3-bet. A better way to think about it than the way you're kind of phrasing it, Alex, is think about what are the hands at the bottom of your continuing range that have good blockers that are not good enough to call with, but they're almost, right? Those are the good that you don't mind wasting, right? Those are the things you want to kind of say to yourself. So I don't mind wasting ace 9, ace 10, king 8 suited. What about king jack suited? I feel kind of shitty to 3-bet king jack suited and then get jammed and have to fold it, right? It's too good. So I'm just going to call king jack suited. What about king 10 suited? You know what? I don't mind wasting king 10 suited, so I'll mix and I'll 3-bet sometimes and I'll call sometimes. So it's really more about thinking about how good the hand is and how much you're willing to waste it. Why is my video frozen? So yeah, hopefully that was helpful, and if you have some more questions on that, feel free to ask. This is literally one of these sessions I did for the group coaching. I talked about it a little bit earlier. For anyone who wasn't here, on the livespot.co/Jaka. If you go to livespot.co/Jaka and then you click this content library tab, you could scroll down and you could access any of these previous lessons I did. And if you sign up, shoot me a message because I'll suggest some stuff to you. Constructing 3-bet and flatting ranges when facing raises without having to memorize charts. That's the lesson you would want to watch, Alex, and you'll probably, by the end of that, I think you'll be rock solid on that topic. And I have some other stuff like double barreling, calling down versus double barrels, check raising versus the big blind, facing a check raise versus the big blind. So the way I try to structure stuff is what's kind of the beginning of the tree. Because if you're not good at pre-flop 3-bet ranges, then how are you going to be good at post-flop? If you're not good at flatting ranges, you're going to be messed up on the flop. If you're not good at double barreling ranges, you're going to be messed up on the river. If you're not check raising right, you're going to be messed up by the turn in the river. So I kind of organize them from going from those kind of earlier parts of the game tree to later. I know my video is frozen for some reason. Let me jigger that up. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me remove that real quick. And put the video back on. Still frozen. Why is it doing that? Guess let me unplug my camera and put it back in. Let's see if that fixes it. I don't know why this shit's frozen. Jack 3 off, we can fold. Well, Unfrozen. Nice. There we go. What's up, y'all? We back. We alive in this thing. All right. And yeah, when we're talking about that 3-bet strategy, it's a lot easier to teach that when I could pull up ranges. So what I do in that session is I ask you guys, hey, what would you do here? I have you tell me what is your value 3-bet range, what is your bluff 3-bet range, and then I teach you the logic, and then I pull up the charts, and I could show you if you're right or wrong, and then it just kind of helps to be able to look at the ranges while I'm explaining that, and it makes a lot of sense. And then I could also show you what is the other player folding and why you're 3-betting queen 9 suited and ace 9 off and ace 10 off, because that player is folding hands you dominate. And when you could see both ranges like graphically in front of you as we're talking about it, it really helps you learn and understand it on a deeper level. So in that session that I just showed you on live spot, I'm not playing right now. I can't pull up the ranges because I'm playing, but it'd be a lot easier to kind of retain that information and understand it when I have all the tools with me. I missed a couple hands that had showdown, so I'm just going back to check them out. As when you're one tabling, that's one of the benefits. You get to see a bunch of showdown. So I always try to keep an eye out for those. See what happened here. So cutoff open, warm 3-bet, drum kicks called. Check, 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 and check down. So, okay, so 100 bigs deep. Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable flat. It sucks to get it in there. Then check, 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 check. And this player had queens, so they checked. Yeah, I think both plays seem reasonable there. I would have value bet that river with the queens. I mean, yeah, that's the only thing I would have done differently there. Ace 3 suited here. We get to play hand finally. We've played very few hands on this table. Haven't really had many opportunities to. I could better, I could check here, I could go either way. I'll start betting now. I could check the turn to start inducing some bluffs. Let's see what the turn is. If it's a deuce or 4, I might be a little tempted to keep betting. Now I really am tempted to bet to protect my equity a bit and charge. We have such a shitty kicker though. This is a little bit dicey spot because we have a shitty kicker, but we have so much equity that we need to protect. I mean, there's just so much out there. I'm going to tag that to running a 3-way. Yeah, if that player didn't call, my plan was to check the turn to induce bluff out of this player. This is a spot I'm normally probably opening, but because it's a PKO and we're covered, I'm going to play tighter and fold. All right, I'm just, again, watching those showdowns that I missed to see what happened. I'll watch it with you guys. Bet, call, check on a dangerous card. Now this player, okay. So when you bet, so this player bets, and then this is a bad card for him, so he checks. So this player has capped himself, and now an ace came. This player has a lot of aces, and you're betting into the ace. You could use a pretty big size here. Because you're betting, like, your bluffs aren't going to work very much here if you bet 7, because he's just going to call with an ace. Like, the right bet size... The right bet size is the size that makes this player indifferent. And this player is not going to be indifferent with an ace here. It's like such an easy call. So, I don't know. I feel like this is a spot with your 7 or your hearts. You should be going more like 12 to put kind of pressure on this player. And then, because you have all this stuff like 8-9, 9-Jack, you know, Jack Queen with the King Queen, like King Jack with the heart, like all those hands are going to bluff. And it's just not going to work if you go that size. So it just feels like this player is so heavily biased towards value there. See, look, that guy didn't fold ace-3, right? He probably didn't even think about it at that size. So yeah, I think you're missing value here with this size, and you want to go a little bit bigger. And I know people get caught up, like they really want to get called. So they want to bet smaller, but you're also missing a little bit of value there. Alex says, how do I get access to LiveSpot? So LiveSpot is my private group coaching. And if you look right above my head, you see the link. You got to type it, livespot.co/Jaka. I will put it in the chat as well again. So yeah, LiveSpot is my private group coaching. We meet once a week, usually on a Monday or Friday. I rotate between 2 p.m. PST and 5 p.m. PST. Even if you can't make it live, all sessions are recorded. You can go back and watch the content library to see, you know, we probably have a good like 15 different lessons there. And I also, after you sign up, I email you a list of previous videos that I recommend for you to go back and watch. Sessions are super interactive. Once you get to livespot.co, just hit the subscribe button that's here, and you can sign up for a free coaching, a free account or a paid account. A free account is just like once every like 2-3 months, I'll randomly do a free event like this, and you can access it. But the paid account is $99 a month, and you get access to every single session and all the previous recordings as well. And you get access to a Discord group where a lot of students are, and we talk strategy and we talk resources, and I'm active in there as well. Yeah, I try really hard to make it good value for you. So, you know, my goal there is whatever people are spending in coaching, that they're able to easily make, you know, 3, 4, 5, 10x that back, you know, with their poker profits in the long run, which shouldn't even be close. Marlon P in the house. What's up? What's up? Marlon's looking to get back on the grind. One of my students. I'm gonna fold this versus under the gun. Maybe versus the button I might peel there. All right, Ace King here. As you guys know, that's about all we do on this tournament. We just fold, and we'll get shit to play, and then we get Ace King, and so is offsuit. It's never suited, so we'd never be like thrilled about playing post flop with it. And then we just get it in, and we're flipping, or oh no, we're usually dominating them, and then we usually win, but sometimes they win. So all right, history will just repeat itself. And this player should have a lot of incentive to raise here. I'm going to go with the check raise here. I felt like the opponent might have bluffed with a lot of queen highs on the, a lot of queen high or jack high on the flop. Yeah. Just a little bit of a gross spot. They could turn 7x into a bluff. They could turn diamonds into a bluff. I feel like if I had bet a little bit bigger here, they would be a little less likely to raise, being scared that I have a queen. Yeah, it might make more sense that he would bluff more with jack high on the flop, not with queen high. But yeah, I was thinking he might start betting queen and jack high to get me off ace high on the flop. We don't have any diamonds in our hand, which is good. Gross. Hit queen 7. Yeah, I'm pretty mixed on that spot. Gem Farmer, oh my god, Faraz, big fan. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Yep, sure, I could share the lobby. Here is the lobby. Well, it started with 288 entrants, 78 players remaining. Average stack is 1.2 million. We are sitting on 325, just about a starting stack after losing that hand there. And yeah, that's about it. We got another, how much time do we have left on this? We're on level 22, playing to level 28. So 6 more 20-minute levels, so 2 hours left. I am playing, it looks like a locker room. Yeah, it does from that angle. This is my office in, I'm in a 3-bet fold here. This is my office in my Airbnb in Sao Paulo. It does look like a locker room. That player cold calls. That is a strange cold calls. I'm really tempted to check to play it like I got ace king. Obviously, I'm letting a flush draw peel for free, but let's think about this. Our worst pair is going to call me if I jam. This player might fold some pairs if I jam. This player will not. If I check here, it just looks like I have ace king all day, and I feel like these guys are going to try to bluff me. I would much rather have a heart, but just like feels like a free 19 big blinds if I just check. So I'm really tempted to just check here. I mean, if a heart comes, whatever. Like, we're getting it in either way. So I'm tempted to make a really naughty check here. Well, we let ace 5 has a lot of outs too. Yeah, I guess our hand's vulnerable with the ace as well. All right, screw it. Let's just go with it. If I had ace queen here, I would for sure check. But I'm thinking hands like ace 5, 5, 6, and these have some good equity too. So let's just get it in. All right. Obviously not a good cold call pre-flop. You really should have no cold call range there pre-flop at all. So yeah, ace king hand we called off. A little dicey. I don't know if I'm happy with my call there. I feel like I was just like indifferent and called. I kind of rather I should fold if I'm indifferent, especially in such a soft tournament. So yeah, I feel like I'm just so 50-50 that spot that I should fold. I have, a good enough edge in this tournament. I don't need to take such a thin spot. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom and then hit the mat a little bit. Locker room with Faraz Chaka. Ace Jack here. It's a good spot to 3-bet. I don't mind wasting this hand. So yeah, I don't mind wasting this hand, so I'm willing to 3-bet it, because if I get 4-bet, I'm likely pretty crushed. This guy 4-bets here. I mean, his sizing's a little big. He's kind of I mean, I guess he could still fold. Yeah, he could still fold. It's a bit big. Guess it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I would probably go like 18 if I was him. Ace Queen here under the gun. Again, 3-bet here. This is going to be an interesting spot. First Mr. Beast mode. So it's essentially, I mean, that's a big 3-bet. So it's basically a 26 big blind jam and he has a bounty on him. Man, this is such a weird spot. What I call a 26 big blind jam, because I'm basically assuming he's committed here. What I've called the 26 big blind jam from that player, I'm going to say no. If I was suited there, I'm probably going with it. Folding Queen 5 there because we're deep. So yeah, the ace queen spot. So yeah, that ace queen spot. Let's do the math on that manually because that was a close spot. I should tag it to review on HRC when I'm not playing. PKO hands. Hey. Hey, come on, smiley baby. Say hi. Hold him here. Hold him here. Smiley baby. So excited. So excited. Ooh. Okay, okay. So yeah, let's pull up the replayer and go through that ace queen hand there. I mean, he had a bigger bounty on him too, so it was very tempted to go for. I could maybe open here, going for those bounties. Yeah, I could just open there. Since I cover both. That was a little bit of a tight fold. I should have just opened there. I was a little distracted pulling up the hand history from here. So let's look at this hand. So essentially the way I'm trying to treat this is that this player just opened jammed. So first of all, remember, we got to know what is the bounty power on this player so we know if it's a good deal or not. So this person has 1.5 start bounties and basically 1.1 starting stack. So 1.5 divided by 1.1 means they have a bounty power of 1.36. So it's a good deal. It's not like an amazing deal, but it's a solid deal. So the start bounty is worth a quarter of the starting stack at the beginning of the tournament, which is 75,000, but it's worth a bit more as more people get knocked out. So so my guess is instead of 75, so like it's worth 75,000. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a start bounty though. He has 1.5x start bounty. So his bounty is worth 112,000 at the start. But because we're deeper in the tournament, that bounty gets worth more and more and more as more people get knocked out. So I'd say his bounty is worth about 120,000 chips. So the way I should look at this is like he shoved 330 into a pot of 58. So for me, it's going to be 330 plus 330. Plus this 32 dead in the pot. And then plus the extra 125 that I'm winning in bounty chips. So it's like I'm winning a pot of 817,000. And I'm risking basically 300,000. So 300 divided by 817 tells me that I need 36.7% equity versus range. So I'm not going to use the equity calculator when I'm playing because I don't know if that's allowed with the TOS or not. But I'll let, if someone here wants to do it. So I need 36.7% equity to break even there with his bounty. So what range do we want to give him there? I mean, I guess there's a chance he's folding too. I just assume there's no chance he's folding. Well, to be conservative, let's say there's no chance he's folding. Yeah, I don't think he's folding. So what range do we want to give him? I would give him... Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should have put it in. I would give him 10s plus. I would give him 10s plus and ace queen. I mean, I don't see him doing that with ace jack suited. I mean, who knows? You could do it with 9s. But yeah, how about this? Can someone put this in an equity calculator? If you have Poker Stove or something, just put in pocket 10s. Put in pocket 10s and put pocket 10s plus and put in ace queen plus. And then run it against ace queen and tell me how much equity I have. Because I need more than 36.7% equity to break even there. So, okay, so Dapper Dave has a question about. By the way, if you ask hand questions, remember to tell me the context of what happened because I'm seeing this on a delay. So the question someone had is on LiveSpot, if they purchase to join one of my group coaching lessons, can they access, and they do the $33, see there's this drop-in price, $33, so you could just come to this session only. Yes, if you purchase a one-time session for $33, you will permanently be able to access the replay of this video. So the answer is yes, Mr. Dapper Dave. IH says, you should have played different earlier. It's scripted, you will lose the ace king. Usually because of that. Jonathan says, what's his 4-bet range in that lineup? Queens plus an ace king. I don't know. So again, tell me what hand you're talking about. Like, tell me what hand I had and what the scenario was. Because again, you're talking about a hand from 4 or 5 minutes ago. So I'm not going to remember the exact details or which hand you're talking about. There was a couple 4-bet hands. Alex says, him calling your 3-bet queen 10 suited doesn't give you any thought on maybe calling his 3-bets. Okay, so that's an interesting point that Alex made. Yeah, I was thinking about the fact that he just did some crazy loose play. But here's a big mistake I think people make. Here's a big mistake people make. Just because someone makes a really loose play in one spot, they kind of accredit that to them being very loose in another spot. And to me, cold calling a 3-bet super loose is such a different action than 3-betting loose, because just think about the personality that cold calls loose, right? That's a very loose passive play. If anything, someone who's very loose passive, when they 3-bet, it's even stronger because they just call, right? So if anything, him cold calling that might make me think his 3-bet is even stronger there. Now it's different if it's someone who's just super loose and going and aggro and like goes forward and like he hasn't shown me signs of like 4-betting loose and 3-betting loose and aggressively going for the bounty. He's more like passively going for the bounty. Well, and there he's covered too, right? So, yeah. So yeah, sometimes like some guys like calling super loose, or like, you know, very loose pre-flop, and then all of a sudden they like do some like huge bets post-flop, and they're like, oh, well that guy like was like 3-betting like ace-7, like, so I call. It's like, well, playing loose post-flop and pre-flop are very different. Like I know a lot of people that are super tight pre-flop and loose post-flop and vice versa. And sometimes that's people's strategy. Play loose pre-flop and then play tight post-flop or vice versa. And they trick a lot of people with that strategy. Jim Farmer says, which final table is the most memorable for you and why? That's a tough question. Jose says, okay, so with the ace queen, I only had 34% equity versus the range I assigned them. So yeah, so it sounds like my ace queen off fold was good. It looks like it wasn't that close. So I guess put in ace queen suited. What about ace queen suited? So my guess is ace queen suited is probably like right around 37%. I could bet this. I'm going to check it back. Yeah, I could have definitely just bet it. I could go either way. Now we'll check one more time. Just make it look like I have a 6 or 7s or 8s or something like that. I think now if he checks, I'm pretty comfortable value betting. I mostly bet on the flop. A lot of people don't check raise king X as much, which is more reason to bet, but there is a bounty and people might be a little bit more likely to do it. And now he overbets the river. Interesting. I mean, we're blocking some 2-pair combos. We're very high in our range. It looks like we have some sort of... It looks like we have like ace high or like sevens. We're gonna have nines here sometimes. We're gonna have jack nine suited here sometimes. The only player we don't cover if we call this is here. GTO wise, this is definitely a call for sure. Oh shit, I'm out of time bank. I mean, well, I guess the decision was made for me. I'm not sure if I was gonna call there or not. Juan Pina just got home. What's up, what's up? Yeah, so seeing what you guys put in the chat about his range, I like my fold. An ace queen suited probably would be the border. Yeah, a lot of people don't bluff that size in that. I mean, I think he's a reg, so he's probably capable. I don't know enough about his kind of his range there. Yeah, GTO wise though on that river, that should be a call. Because I'm pretty much I'm like at the top. To be honest, when I check back there, I'm at the top of my range. So I basically just folded something that's like super, super high up on my range. And I'm blocking a lot of 2 pairs that he plays that way. So I probably should call, to be honest. It was pretty 50-50. I mean, yeah, if I was playing like in a high roller versus a bunch of like top players, I would for sure have called there. Someone asked, out of all my final tables, which are the most memorable? That's a tough question. So I'm trying to think. I'm going to pull up my Hendon mob to try to think through what the answer to that would be. Let's see. I'll go through some final tables, see which were interesting over here. Let's see. So I could organize this by prize to see the biggest final tables I had and talk through them a little bit. So this 15,000, so this used to be the standard WPT Bellagio events, used to be 15K buy-ins here. This was a pretty epic year. I got second in the Bellagio Cup for 774K, and then literally later that year, the next WPT Bellagio event, I got third. Which would be the most memorable out of these? PCA, I mean, I would say it's a... I would say this PCA one was super memorable because I was literally chip leader like for the last like 3 days, like a 6-day event, and I was chip leader like day 3, day 4, and like coming into final table, and I was wearing like a monkey hat, and I had the amount of chips I had was like insane, like the stack. I remember making like some crazy shapes. Let's see if I can find it on Google. It was just like so fun. Yeah, this was literally like for 3 days straight, I just had like piles like this, and I think I had even a bigger stack than that. So that was super memorable. And then I lost like a huge I opened button with jacks and small blind reshove like 40 bigs with 7s or 6s and hit. I ended up busting out. I ended up getting short and then busting out in third, probably making an ICM mistake. I'd say that was probably the most memorable because I was downswinging. So this was 2012. Yeah, so after my big years in 2009 where I won Player of the Year, I kind of downswung for a couple of years. And then that PCA was like finally the end of my big downswing. So yeah, because I had like my first big year, like giant year, like million. I think I cashed like 1.6 million that year, and I started playing like all the 25Ks and wasn't really selling any action in them, and just downswung like 700 grand. And that PCA was like the kind of like comeback for me on the downswing. So that was memorable in that sense. I'd say the most one of the most memorable times in that 2009 year was so 2009. I'm in the WPT Player of the Year hunt, and there's like a couple people like right on my ass in points, and I'm like 25. I'm in the 25K Bellagio Championship, deep in the money, chip leader. I control my own destiny. I mean, if I found table this, I get Player of the Year. I ended up like misreading my hand versus David Williams. I'm misreading the board and like didn't realize there's a 1-card straight there. And then ended up like calling like a big river gem with them, like with that when I had like aces, just like misreading the board. And I was like so tilted about it, obviously, as you can imagine. And I was not planning on going to like Monte Carlo, the EPT event in Monaco, but I was just like, I don't know, I'm the type of guy where like when I make a mistake that I know I shouldn't make and that I can correct, like I need to go back in there and kind of correct myself. Ryan Hogan, one of my students in the chat, he was just telling me that he's that way, and I totally sympathize with that. Because so I literally like I busted out in the money when I was like chip leader, and I control my own destiny to win Player of the Year. I fucked it up. So I'm just on tilt and like on tilt, book a flight to Monaco to go fly to go play this EPT, like 18-hour flight away. And while I'm like getting on the flight the next day, they're at the final table, and Sean Buchanan and like one other guy, or I think Sean Buchanan's the last guy left who he can catch me if he gets like top 2 or something, maybe top 3, top 2, and he's like with 6 left. And I think there's 5 people left, and I'm sweating this on my phone. Flight takes off, you know, I'm on like a 9-hour flight now. And I got this huge fucking sweat for Player of the Year. And when I land, first text, I see like 12 texts pop up, and the first one's from my dad saying like, congrats, Player of the Year. So that was like, I know that's not a final table, but like that's like a really memorable moment for me, because it was just like this excitement of chip leader of the 25K championship, control my destiny. Like I fucked it up. Like I'm not going to get Player of the Year now. We're just like on this massive, stupid fuck up to like tilt flying over there. And just like the way it all unraveled, it was like, it was great. It was ridiculous. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, so on that ace queen hand I folded, I manually did that math, obviously. I think I got pretty close. It's going to be a little more accurate if we use HRC, Hold'em Resource Calculator, which maybe after I bust, I'll throw it in there real quick. Yeah. Jonathan says, oh, under the gun. Okay, so Jonathan asked a question earlier, right? And then... what was Jonathan's question? I'm trying to scroll back up. Jonathan asked, what's his 4-bet range in that lineup? And then the hand Jonathan was asking, he just typed, says, under the gun 2 big blinds. I 3-bet to 7 big blinds, and then, oh no, I had ace jack off, Jonathan. And then the player right behind 4-bet to 20 big blinds. What's the 4-better's range? Okay, got it. I know. I remember the hand you're talking about now. Thanks for writing that out. Yeah, I had ace jack off there, so that was an easy fold. Because ace jack off would be a fold versus a 3-bet anyways. So what is his range there? His range there, well, let's see. I'm trying to remember the exact stack size, because that's going to influence thing. The bounty makes it a little bit different, obviously. So this is the spot Jonathan's referring to. So for value, his range is going to be ace king and queens plus. I think if you have pocket jacks here, it's pretty close. I think tens and nines you can just comfortably fold. So yeah, I think for value, queens plus and ace king basically, and jacks is like a maybe. And then for bluffs, the bluffs I would want to have here would be like king queen suited, ace queen suited. And that's another reason why it's nice kind of going smaller, because if you have ace queen suited, it kind of could be like a value kind of 4-bet, but like fold if they jam. Like you could still get value from worse, and you could get ace king to fold. So I mean, ace queen is definitely a bluff still. It's kind of in the middle, but yeah, I would say bluffs should be like king queen suited and ace queen suited type hands. Maybe, I mean, yeah, I mean, ace 5 suited there would be super loose. But yeah, maybe because the bounty, he's going to go a little bit wider. But I don't know. My bounty is not that big, right? So my what do you call it? My bubble, what do you call it? My bounty power is not that big because I have 2 starting stacks and only 1 start bounty. So my bounty power is 0.5, which is very low. So he's not getting a good deal to go for my bounty. Let's say I had like 10 start bounties, and then I only have, and then, right, chips wise, start stack is 300K. Let's say I had 10 bounties and like 2 starting stacks here. And now my bounty power is like 5. Now it would make sense for him to go way wider and like do like 8s and 7s and like, just a lot of freaking shit that he's willing to gamble with me with, if my bounty was that big relative to my stack. Roman Bluff says, Faraz, is there a 5-minute delay? Yep, there's a 5-minute delay. Whoa, what just happened there? Oh, it's straight on the board. Okay, what else is going on in the chat? Yeah, sorry, Roman. Oh, we got king. We got ace king here. I'm gonna rip it in because there's a bounty on him and we cover him, and we're off suit, and the hand won't play great out of position. So I can just do this with like small pairs even, and like I could be really loose here, with like some like queen jack suited, king queen suited, king jack suited, king 10 suited, and I could just be really aggressive here. So I think this player might call me off light, thinking I'm just going for the bounty. So yeah, if I was suited here, I might just 3-bet to like 7.5 or 7.2 or something. Like queens plus and ace king suited, ace queen suited, I'm just 3-betting there. But like ace king off, ace queen off, and jacks and tens, like those hands that won't play go out of position, I'm just gonna jam. Dapper Dave says, Faraz, please do a session where you float the turn and gain equity, such as a flush or straight draw and brick the river. Which hands and situations do you bluff rivers? For sure. That's I'd have to do some filtering to come up with that session. One thing I do, it's gonna be hard for me to remember that as a session, but one thing I do is every few sessions I'll survey students, and I'll post a survey, and I'll give you guys a chance to put suggestions of what are things you want to learn about, and what topics, what situations, what scenarios. So Dapper Dave, if you're planning on joining some of those group coaching sessions, whenever I send one of those surveys out, totally throw that in there. And then, because that way, like at the end of the month, when I'm thinking of new things, I see what's the most requested thing in those surveys, and I pick lessons based off that sometimes. Mr. Sadi says, do you still have that hat? I don't. I mean, the thing is, I don't have a home, so all my shit's just all over the place. Like, some of my stuff's at my friend's place in Poland that I used to like. There's this town called Gdansk. Really beautiful town, actually. I should show it to you guys. When I was traveling the European poker tour nonstop for about 8-9 years, I kind of had a place called Gdansk, Poland, which I made my hometown. Gdansk, Poland. Really beautiful. It's right on the Baltic Sea. You get this like Hansa style architecture. Really beautiful. Just like a hidden gem, man. It's like some of these places you just never heard of. Obviously, if you live in Europe, you've heard of this place, but I think a lot of people in the US have never heard of this place. This is really gorgeous. Hansa style architecture. So these skinny tall buildings, they're the same you'll see in Amsterdam. And the reason why these buildings are so skinny and tall is because, so the Hansa people lived on the Baltic and on the sea, and they used to do trade like by a boat. They were kind of businessmen. And the laws they had for property taxes were you get taxed based on the width of your property. So people just started building upwards to basically as a loophole against the property taxes. So that's why a lot of cities like Amsterdam and here that the Hansa people rule do have these kind of buildings. It's a really beautiful place. So yeah, I was there playing EPT tournaments. I was just traveling and vagabonding and doing hostels and stuff, but I was also playing tournaments. So yeah, I have a lot of my random clothes are there. A lot of my clothes are in San Jose at my parents' place. Some are in Boulder in my house, in my storage that we rent out. Hats. I'm definitely known for my hats. So I think I got some good hats somewhere. That blue hat. I still have this hat. I missed the fro. I still have these dough things for sure. Oh, I thought there was a picture where I had a bunch of hats. My fedora. This is obviously one of my favorite fedoras. I freaking lost this hat, and that's really annoying because I really like that yellow hat. I left it in the airport. Here's some of my hats. This one, freaking Dan Smith borrowed it from me when he was wasted at a party and lost it. And I don't even know if he remembers. He like begged me with these puppy eyes, like, can I borrow it? And I was like, I saw him like trying to get laid, and I'm like, all right, go for it, man. You're having a fun night. Then he freaking lost it, and I think he was wasted, so he probably doesn't remember it. I still have this hat. I still have these fedoras. Those are most of my hats. I'm sure I have a few more. I do love my hats though. Yeah, Beast Mode's range is really wide, for sure, and he's raising any two. But again, there's a difference between what people are willing to raise with and three bet with. It is, because I'm risking a lot to call his all in. I'm basically risking my stack and my bounty power. So we've talked about bounty power when calling other people. Another thing you need to look at is how much your chips are worth and your bounty power and how significant it is to lose those chips. So calling his all in there, just, you know, if I'm off there, it looks like I wasn't even, I mean, I could add some more hands because it looks like, all right, let me think here. Might do a decent amount of checking here because these cards hit this player a lot and this player's not going to fold any ace highs. So I might be able to just get a free card this way and I could try to bully him off an ace high later. Also, I keep in worse hands, like he might have king 10 and jack 9 and all those hands. I get to keep those hands in. So let's start betting here now. I could have went a little bigger. Make sure I get ace high out of there. Yeah, I could have went like 5.5 to really put pressure on ace high here. Yeah, I think I should have went 5. It would have been easier to get all the chips in on the river. This player check raising here is so gross right now. Well, that's a great card for him to bluff. Yeah, I mean, that's just such a golden card for him to bluff. I mean, he has a lot of fours there for sure, though. And we're blocking the spades, so he's not that likely to have spades. I mean, he could just have 3-6 suited, 5-6. Deuce 6 suited. This guy could have pocket fours. No. Well, I'm glad I got to get to the river and realize all my equity there. So here, we cover this opener. Arnold says, my grandfather on my mom's side was from Gdansk. Awesome, that's cool. Yeah, Arnie, you're from Chicago, is that right? I know obviously there's a lot of, there's a huge Polish community in Chicago. Chicago has the largest Polish community outside of Poland. Snowy in the house. What's up, Ethan? Good luck, good luck. Thank you very much. Yes, I am still in Brazil, Ethan. Gem Farmer says, is Kevin Hart a good player? He's definitely decent. I mean, he's not a great player. Like he's not like, you know, studying and, oh no, I got frozen again. Why? Why? Oh, why? Okay. Fixed. There we go. I don't know why that keeps happening. Oh, nice. Craig's been to Gdansk as well. What were you in Gdansk for, Craig? So random. Kevin Hart's really fun to play with. He's freaking hilarious. He's so funny. And he's really chill and down to earth. Like he's like, obviously, like he's so successful and famous. that like he's just like in another world, which is just true. Like you're in a lonely world when you're that rich and that successful, because not a lot of people can relate to you in your world and your life. That's true for like all different like phases of like wealth and fame and stuff like that. And I think when you get to those really extreme levels of wealth and fame and stuff, even if you're just a famous YouTuber or whatever, it's easy to kind of end up being like a weird or shitty person or really self-absorbed. And it happens to a lot of people. And it's not that they're dicks. It's just like, it's difficult to deal with kind of the world they're kind of dealing with. And it's hard, and there's not a lot of people to relate to it, and they get sucked in and they're not managing it well. It's really hard. And I think Kevin Hart is like phenomenal in the sense that he's so down to earth, so normal. Like he's just not a guy with a huge head. He's very humble. So yeah, it was very clear from the session I played with him in Monte Carlo. Dapper Dave said, Faraz, which tour did you feel had the tougher player pool, the World Poker Tour or the European Poker Tour, and why? Aggression, more GTO style, other factor? Well, that's changed over time. So, the World Poker Tour was there, and then I'd say the European Poker Tour used to be very soft, and probably equally as soft as the World Poker Tour. And then maybe like, I don't know, how long ago did Black Friday happen? Black Friday Poker, what year was that? 2011? All right, okay. 2011. So I'd say like after 2011 happened, like US poker players got way worse because there was no online poker for them. They weren't playing against their best players anymore, which was on stars and stuff. So over the next 4 or 5 years, US players got a lot worse, even still till now, which they're starting to get a bit better now. They went from being like the toughest players to like, just like they're playing in softer, more recreational pools, not against the best players, which is whatever. So I'd say the European Poker Tour, when I was traveling at hardcore, was like soft and equal to World Poker Tour. And then once I started like playing less in the EPTs, which is probably like, I don't know, 5 years ago, I'd say right around that time, it was getting really tough. So I'm glad. I think I was game selecting really well. Like I was kind of thinking about traveling less in Europe. I'd done it for like 6 years straight. But at the same time, the games were getting tougher there. And I noticed the US games were getting way softer, like the World Poker Tour events and stuff like that. Because again, people didn't have online here, but I was traveling abroad playing online, to places like here in Brazil or Buenos Aires or whatever, or Mexico City, to go play in these big online series. So I was still competing with a lot of the top players on PokerStars and Scoops and stuff. And then you go back to the US and you're like, man, these guys are falling behind. So the World Poker Tour got really soft. And I'd say it still is like relatively soft. Because again, a lot of the top players are in Europe now, in Germany, they're playing on PokerStars, and they don't have as much incentive to fly into these WPTs because, first of all, it's expensive, right? The flying abroad. But on top of that, there's some tax issues now. Like a lot of countries, they get taxed right away, and it's hard for them to get the money back. Not all countries, it depends if there's like an arrangement with the US or not. But yes, some Europeans that used to travel to the US, it's a little harder or not as worth it anymore. Changing my screen name to Fedora Faraz. Pocket deuces here, I'm just gonna fold. If that player jams, I'm gonna shove though, because they have a big bounty. So they have 2x. So I think their bounty power is like 3. So if that player jammed, I would definitely get it in my deuces, because their bounty power is very big. They have 2 start bounties, and they only have like 2/3 of the start stack. So like 2 divided by 0.66. So their bounty power is 3. So that's a big bounty to go for. Real just when you're playing live. Real just chillax says, when you are playing a live series and have multiple tournaments and are fortunate enough to be bagging late, how do you wind down and get a good night's sleep for the next day? Yeah, that's a great question actually. So yeah, so is that Christina, by the way? I can't remember if that was your screen name, Christina. Real just chillax. So yeah, you play day one. You have day two the next day, and you play till like 12 o'clock, and you gotta like get back there by noon, and it's hard to wind down for sure. So, couple things. So first of all, I stopped drinking coffee or caffeine in general. We talked about. I stopped drinking caffeine after. I try for 4 p.m., but sometimes I push it to 5 p.m. Because if you drink caffeine like after 4 p.m., it has a reasonable chance to kind of delay your circadian rhythm. So something that's important to understand is when it's time to go to sleep, your brain starts to release chemicals that help you fall asleep, right? Like melatonin and some other things as well. And there's also kind of a clock telling your brain, when you're going to get up in the morning, and these things happen the night before. And then in the morning, you have hormones that fire up and get you going. And right, sometimes you wake up with little energy even though you slept a long time. It's because your hormones aren't firing. And you could usually feel that. As funny as it is, for dudes, lots of times you wake up with a boner. That usually means like your hormones are firing in the morning. That's a good sign if that's happening in the morning. So I don't know what it is for girls, if they have some equivalent or how you feel it. I just know for myself and from what I've researched. But yeah. So if you drink coffee and caffeine too late and you're staring at your phone and stuff like at 2 a.m. and watching screen and you have fake lights. All this stuff messes up your sleep cycle and your clocks and these hormones firing in the morning. So just trying to be thoughtful of that type of stuff. Drinking alcohol or smoking weed like 3-4 hours before bedtime really messes with your REM sleep. You don't get good REM sleep. If you don't believe me, go get one of those rings, Aura rings that tracks your sleep, or I can't remember what the bracelet one's called, but go track it. And you'll see it's a very clear correlation that when you drink or smoke late at night, you don't get good REM sleep. So yeah, just being thoughtful about those types of things. I have, I think, Flux is automatic on your phone. Make sure you have that nighttime thing on your phone. Make sure you have Flux on your computer as well. It's FLUX. It's just a free program. It makes your screen like yellow at night. There's these really good glasses you can get if you're looking at your screen late at night as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm usually pretty damn wired at night as well, like after playing an intense session. Like I do have a hard time sometimes winding down after Sunday sessions because they're so intense. What do I do for live tournaments? I can't, it's so fun. I can't remember what I do after live tournaments because I'm just like, I'm so out of live tourney mode right now. So ask me that question again, like in a month, because I'm sure after going to the WSP, it's going to kind of come back to me. I do stuff like I go in the hot tub. I take a hot shower. I drink tea. I drink non-caffeinated tea. Like there's some nighttime tea that also kind of help you wind you down. So those are some things I definitely do. I used to be against watching TV for winding down. And I've changed my mind on that a little bit. We're going to call this. I think it's okay to watch TV at night, but it's probably like watch stuff that's not like so stimulating, that's making you think and like, because that's probably not greatest. But if there's something you can just watch and you don't have to think too much, that's probably better. Like the last thing you want to do before sleep is plan. That's one thing I learned because I'm really bad about that. I love making my to-do list and like doing all that shit right before bed, planning the next day, doing my emails, updating my spreadsheet, my finances, my bankroll stuff. That's the worst stuff to do before you sleep. I'm very guilty of that. I still do that sometimes, but because that gets you into planning mode. and right, and you start thinking about stuff, and especially like to-do list. I've read you really do not want to do that before bed. That's gonna just that also releases chemicals because it gets you into this planning mode. If this player jams, I think we got to go for it. They have two, yeah. I think we got to go for this if this player folds. This is one of those spots I'd like to double check as well, but bounty power of 3, right? Because he has 2 starts, he has 2 bounties. Oh, he has a bounty power of 4. Yeah, I mean, I would go with it very liberally here. Like, I would probably go with like King Jack suited here, even with this player doing that. I would maybe go with King Queen off and like Ace 10 suited here. So, because he needs to go super wide here, and yeah, Ace 10 would have been good. King 6 off. What the hell? Yeah, that is way too. So, when you're shallow in a bounty, you need to be tighter, extra tight. Couple of tables. Man, we just don't get a chance to win any bounties. We're gonna get one soon. We're gonna get one from Scumbag Brad. Yeah. So when you're short in a PKO, and especially if your bounty power is as big as that player was, right? They had a bounty power of 4. You need to be mega tight, man. I mean, you should shove for value wider, but you're not gonna get any folds. So I mean, maybe that was a value shove, the King 7, but that's a bit pushing it. So yeah, you should be shoving way tighter with the bottom end of your range, and you could kind of widen the value part of your range a little bit, like the ace highs and stuff. Craig said, did you have a gangsta place in Chicago? A room with hats and shoes? It was on a vlog. There was a cribs kind of card players who do like a cribs thing. It was called like high stakes living, where they would go and visit like poker players' homes and stuff. So I was on the cribs version. I think high stakes living. Yeah, it's on YouTube. So yeah, that was the Chicago place I was in with the hats and shoes and stuff like that. So that's probably what you're thinking of, Craig. That was like, I was very young. That was like one of the first few interviews I ever did. First video interviews I ever did. Break time. All right. See, you guys are asking all these questions and time flies. Like, I was getting yawning and tired earlier. Now you guys are asking questions and I'm awake, and these breaks are coming up super fast. So I like it. Keep asking me questions. The more you ask questions, the more I talk, the more fun we have. Got about an hour and 15 minutes left to play. I'm gonna make a loose call here. Remember the guy in the big blind was the one who's been doing some funky stuff. So I kind of want to get in some pots with him. Because we're gonna flop like that and hit the gut shot. Boom! I told you. Yeah, I don't know. I know what I'm talking about. I told you. Now let's get max value. Come on, just check raise this with your 9. Small bet here. Guess we'll call. Maybe the guy behind will do something weird. Tempting to raise there, but it's hard to have a lot of bluffs there. I mean, I guess some 7x, 8x. But even what's 7x, 8x? Like, I mean, I guess king 7 and king 8 would be like my main bluffs. Like, I don't think ace 7, ace 8 want to bluff. I would just call. So, see, I just couldn't think of a lot of bluffs there, which is why I decided to call. And I don't know enough about this player to exploitatively do it. He's betting big now. I could totally turn my hand to a bluff here. Like with some hands to try to get him off a king and rep a 9 or some shit like that. He snap folded, so it looked like he had nothing. That was another benefit of just calling that turn. I can do some bluffs on the river when overcards come. Or maybe he just hits his overcard. That was a pretty good takedown. That was a very, I mean, look at that. I all of a sudden cover 1, 2, 3, almost 4 people that I didn't cover. So that's a huge, so those, that extra 7.5 big blinds is worth so much right now. So again, and I keep saying stuff like that because I want you guys to get in the habit that in the PKO, you're paying attention to that. If I call this bet, who do I not cover? If I win this pot, who do I cover? And add that to your analysis of your pot odds, because that's really important. Come on, let's get some bounties. Just gonna min raise here because we cover these people. So I'm not worried about them. Flatting super wide. This guy is funky. Got a good player in the big blind. Great flop. Pretty much the nuts. He doesn't have 4-8 offsuit. He only has 4-8 suited. Obviously, he could have king 8 suited, king 4 suited. So definitely some 2-pair combos, but not many. This guy could check raise here with, I was gonna say you could check raise here with like 7-8, 4-6, 4-5 type hands. How do we feel about this card? Well, King Jack beats us now, so that's one bad thing. But we are gonna bluff pretty aggressively here. Like with Ace Queen and Ace 10. I'm gonna be firing quite a bit here. I'm most worried about this player because he has King Jack in his flatting range there. If he raises here, I might consider a hero fold. If he raises here, I'm a little more suspicious of like 8x of diamonds, 5-6 of diamonds, 6-7 of diamonds. We have a diamond in our hand, which sucks. Yeah, I really don't like the diamond in our hand. I mean, here's the thing. What does he call on the flop? 5, 6 of diamonds and 6, 7 of diamonds. That's one thing we beat. Is he gonna play 8x of diamonds this way? I mean, he could do that to get this player to fold a king. Shit, 11 seconds. I just feel like people don't bluff on this line very often. 8s and 4s are the things that beat us. God, I don't like that queen of diamonds in her hand either. That's a tough spot. I'm gonna mark that and send it to some friends. That's a gross spot. I'm gonna mark that spot right now. So gross. He really has a lot of king jack there specifically, which sucks. So I guess we're worried about 4s, 8s, and king jack. What just happened there? Short stack double up. I want to see what they had there. This is where I'm going to the Discord group that I have with the people that I talk strategy with. And I'm going to post that hand in there. And that's kind of like what I talked about earlier, that you guys should be doing as well. You should have a group that you can talk hands with. Very, very, very important. If you don't, then you could join my group coaching, and we have hand history channel and all that stuff as well. Pocket fives in a small blind versus Mr. Crazy. How much has this guy been opening? Oh my god, my fucking time bank. I was probably gonna call there. I forgot I have no time bank. I was debating if I wanted to jam or call. It's a bit of a wide jam. I normally wouldn't jam fives versus early position raiser, but as you guys know, this player's been a little cray-cray. So I was trying to see how wide he's been opening. If he's been opening really wide from early position, I might just go for it. One issue though is this player might have a lot of like 6s, 7s, 8s there flatting, and that they won't 3-bet him, but they'll call my jam with. So, but the other good thing was if I jam, I cover this and he folds, I cover him now, and that's important. So that's kind of what was going on through my head there. The king queen hand was gross. Those are the kind of folds where like GTO wise it's never a fold, but exploitatively you can make some hero folds there like that. I probably need to manually put in his combos and just see what price I was getting there to see if it's a call or not. I mean, I could probably pretty comfortably I could run this on like one of those poker cruncher apps. I mean, I could literally I think his bluffs and stuff are pretty obvious, like 5-6 of diamonds, 6-7 of diamonds, and some 8x of diamonds. I guess the big question is, does he have like ace-6 and ace-5 of diamonds on the flop? That's a big question. Like, is he peeling with ace-5, ace-6, ace-7 of diamonds, and ace-10 of diamonds? Yeah, so maybe I'll kind of put those hands in and take them out and see like how close or how far we are. The queen of diamonds in her hand didn't matter that much versus him. We block ace queen of diamonds. That's the only one that maybe he could have had. I'll make a loose open here in the cutoff. I'm only saying loose because we're short and it's a PKO and everyone behind us covers. But again, I'm trying to get in some pots with that big blind, and if I could get my chip stack above these guys, that's a good thing. Vivian says, there are some spots where solvers bluffing the draws and other spots where they give up. Probably has to do with how much value the hand's still left in your opponent's range if you continue bluffing. Fabian, sorry I missed your message earlier, Fabian. He says, hi Faraz, greetings from Colombia. What is your strategy to study and when to start in poker? What do you mean by when to start in poker? For studying, what you want to do is you want to make sure you get really good at the pre-flop stuff first. You know, make sure you have charts for, all the pre-flop charts. You should just buy them. It's kind of a necessary tool anyone playing poker should have. And then you want to make sure you're good at 3-betting and flatting versus 3-bets. So make sure you're kind of an expert at that. Because if you're not really good at that, all your post-flop plays are going to be screwed up. So I would start with that. And then once you're good with that, then move on to c-betting versus the big blind or facing a c-bet from the big blind. What I just described is like 90% of tournament poker. So there's all these other spots that are like sexy and exciting to like go and study and try to get good at, and you should, but a lot of people skip that stuff thinking it's really basic, but there's a lot of even good players that are being held back because they're not good at that 90% stuff I just kind of described. An option for you to get good at that stuff here is these group coaching lessons that I've been doing that are recorded. I've talked about this earlier, but I know some people are asking some of the same questions, so I'm guessing a lot of new people showing up. livespot.co/Jaka. We meet once a week. We have different topics every week, and they're all recorded to rewatch later. If you're subscribed to this, you can go back and watch previous lessons. So I have a lesson on 3-betting pre-flop, constructing 3-bet and flat ranges without needing to memorize charts. I have lessons on double barreling, calling double barreling, c-betting versus the big blind, check raising versus the big blind. Hit the subscribe button here on livespot.co/Jaka. The link's right over there. I have solutions for all parts of the game tree to help you kind of get started, and I give a lot of guidance on how to study and that stuff as well. So for how to study, you need to document hands, take notes, write down your hands from live poker, use Poker Tracker for online poker, and then you need to be able to send those hands to people. You need to be able to review them yourselves. You need to have a group where you could talk. That's why in my group coaching, we have a Discord group where you can post hand histories. So I showed that a little bit earlier, and I could show it again. So here's the Discord group that we have for the students, where you can post your hand histories, and we teach you about programs and other study resources and that kind of stuff. So we have all that stuff. And obviously, if you can, and the last thing is, so you want to be able to document and review hands. You want friends and peers to send those hands to talk hands with, and then you want some sort of study material. So that could be you're watching videos from a training site, you're reading a book, or you're doing some sort of group coaching or one-on-one coaching thing with someone. So if you do those three things, then you will be good and you will win at poker. Have that basic infrastructure set up. Man, we keep getting like really close to like building up an awesome stack and having some great stuff happen, and then we just get into some nasty hand and things don't work out. It's been a grind today. Monkey May says, congrats on the second place finish in the 50 stack. I know it must be bittersweet. Monkey May is referring to the bracelet event that I just got second in. The GG WSOP 50 stack, second out of 138 entries, 187K score. It was nice, but yep, I wanted my freaking first bracelet. But, you know, I don't feel bad about how I played at all. Heads up only lasted one hand, but three-way, four-way, and whatnot. I feel good about how I played, so really nothing to feel crappy about. I try to feel good or bad based on if I feel like I played good or not. Well, a lot of chat to catch up on. How did I miss all this chat? Okay, I guess it happened in the break. Craig says he was in Gdansk for a business trip. Gotcha. 2011 feels bad, man. Not following that convo. Vivian says, the famous video where the Russian was bluffing and he called the king high. Oh, talking to someone else, I think. Kyrie says, if you need to sleep, just take melatonin. So yeah, melatonin's a good option for winding down. The thing I'd say with melatonin though is I wouldn't take melatonin every day. I think it could get you into some bad habits. If you cannot fall asleep every single day, then there's some underlying issue, and melatonin is just helping you cover that up. It's like, why is your brain and body not naturally producing melatonin and helping you fall asleep, right? So you don't want to have that Band-Aid permanently. But yeah, let's say you flew and your schedule got messed up and you want to use melatonin to kind of fix it, or you're just using melatonin like once or twice a week. I think that's super reasonable. And yeah, that could be a good move for, you know, after day one where you're worried you're not gonna be able to fall asleep. That's super reasonable. Here, these guys have some huge bounties, and their bounty power is very low. My bounty power is not that high, so they shouldn't be going too crazy for my bounty. There's a lot of, this is an interesting situation because I'm shorter than these guys, but if I just gain 5 big blinds that cover all these players, and these guys' bounty powers are huge. Like if I could pick up $1,500, $1,400 from stacking these dudes, so I got to be really thoughtful about how I'm spending my chips right now. Because going after my bounty is not that worth it. It's just like average. My bounty power is 1, but going after their bounties for people is super worth it. So I don't have to play crazy tight, but a lot of people don't know about bounty power and they might overvalue. So I got to understand, are people like this guy might overvalue going after my bounty or something, but yeah, so these are just thoughts that are going on in my head. I'm going to answer, I got a bunch of questions in the chat. Let me go through those in a sec. Squeeze here from the practice. Let's see what he's doing it with. Dapper Dave said, saw earlier today in Poker Masters where Badzukiski called an all-in heads up with Jack 9 of clubs for 21 bigs. The other guy had A6 off before calling. He muttered to himself, standard call. How is it a standard call? Yep. Like someone else said, I need more information than that. I mean, are you talking about blind versus blind? Are you talking about button versus blind? Are you talking about where's under the gun? Like, you really need to know stack size and positions and stuff like that too. But yeah, it sounds like usually there's not a lot of scenarios you can call a reshove with Jack 9 suited. But yeah, I mean, maybe if it's like button versus blind or like small blind and big blind, but even then, yeah, it's quite a bit. Yeah, it seems like a loose call. Ace-3 suited here. I don't think people are just going to go crazy versus my flat here because I could be trapping. And again, my bounty's not that huge. So I don't think people are going to be going crazy. I was tempted to 3-bet. I could have 3-bet here. 10 plays okay multi-way. I would have been more likely to 3-bet some A6, A7 and stuff suited. Having deuces and threes in your hands aren't great to 3-bet. You kind of want the blinds to have deuces and threes. Those are you're more likely to just get auto folds behind when that's the case. Oh, this sounds like the A6 9 jack of clubs was a heads up hand where they were heads up playing. That could make a lot more sense. So Monkey May review says, are you considering a final table hand review on live spot or poker coaching? Yeah. So the 50 stack that I got second in, I started that during, it was a poker coaching stream because I do streaming once a week for poker coaching members, which is separate from live spot, my group coaching. I was thinking to make a poker coaching video out of the day 2 hands, just reviewing it on Poker Tracker 4. Especially since I started it there and a lot of people from poker coaching were sweating the whole day. So I just figured it makes the most sense to do it there. I haven't gone through the hands yet, but assuming that I assume there's some good hands. So I don't know. I'm probably going to do I'm going to do day 2 as one video and maybe the final table as a second video. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Monkey May. I'm going to do my poker coaching videos in the next week or so. So I'm probably going to have an answer by then. But yeah, I probably will. Someone says, can your one-on-one poker sessions teach you how to use Poker Tracker? Absolutely. I was actually thinking to do one of the group coaching sessions teaching people how to use Poker Tracker, but I want to wait till after the series since most people are playing a lot of live right now. And I also want to make sure at least close to half of my students are playing online and using Poker Tracker to make it worthwhile. But yeah, I'll probably do a Poker Tracker group coaching session after the series. Someone says if 62 people are left, why are you still caring about bounties at this point? So it's actually the opposite of what you just said. The deeper you are, the bounties are worth even more because more money of the prize pool is gone. So this is a progressive bounty. So that means a regular knockouts are kind of dumb. No sites really do regular knockouts anymore where it's just oh, it's a $200 buy-in. There's a $50 bounty on you. And even at the final table, the bounty's worth $50. Those are kind of pointless to do. So these PKOs, the way they work is half the bounty goes on to you and half goes into your pocket. So what ends up happening is the bounties get bigger. And so this guy's bounty is 1,500 when it started at 6. And when we get to the final table, people are going to have bounties that are 10K and 15K on them. And when you get, right? So bounties are crazy important as you get deep. Half of the prize pool is in bounties and half of it is in the payouts. So literally half of all the money to be earned is in bounties. That's why you still care about them. Okay, so let's think here. I'm early position. 7 to 8. I have some good boards. I have some good turn cards to keep betting on. I maybe could have went a notch smaller here. Yeah, actually I like the size because it's a little easier to maybe get some floats out of there, like Queen 10 floats. And I have some good back doors, 7 and an 8. And obviously the hearts. And I could get Ace 10 to fold there. Yep, this is day 1 of the tournament also. It's not actually 62 people left. There's going to be a lot of people left still. Let me play this hand. So min raise from this player. Now, I don't want to get blown off this hand when I don't have any clubs. If I had a club, I could stand a check raise a little better, and I'd be more likely to bet. Trying to get him off ace high here. That was a bit risky, but I just didn't think he had a lot of kings in his hand the way he played it. I mean, yeah, ace king, but that's it, because like king 10, king jack, and those are probably going to rather be betting on that turn at least. And we obviously could have jack 9. I could have some like king queen and other king 2 pair type stuff. So this is interesting because we covered this player. How big is their bounty? This. So this player has a pretty big bounty, right? What's their bounty power here? Kind of tempted to rip it on his ass here. It's a big bounty. If he was a little bit shallower, I'd be really tempted to just rip it on him here. I mean, worst case, he calls it ace king, and there's so much extra dead money in the pot because bounty is so big. I mean, not so big, but it's decent size. So he's got 2.2 start bounties, but now his stack is going to be bigger. Now it's just, yeah, so he has a decent bounty power now. It was a little bit bigger last hand when he was shorter. And now he covers me. That was another reason I was tempted to like just rip it in there, but I don't know, that's kind of a lot. Queen 10 suited versus an early position raise. Yeah, that's a bit too much, I think. Someone says, do you have a favorite player? Not really. I've never really had a favorite player. I just don't think about poker in that way. I mean, I have people I like and really respect, but I don't have someone that... And it's because I never really got into poker as like a fan of poker. Like, for example, like I know a lot of players that like they watch poker on TV, they follow everything, and they play as well, and they definitely like, yeah, I'm a fan of poker. I'm definitely not, like I've never really watched poker on TV much, other than like, oh, I have a friend there, I'm reviewing something I was in or something, but I don't really like follow a lot of poker other than like, I mean, once in a while, obviously, if there's some really interesting storyline or something like that, and it's not like I'm saying you shouldn't be a fan of poker, like. It's just not something I was doing. Like I was just during a lot of that time when some of my friends were really following poker, I was just doing a lot of traveling and vagabonding, and I didn't even have a TV. Actually, I still don't really have a TV. Yeah, I haven't had a TV for like, I don't know, 14, 15 years. Like, obviously you could watch stuff a lot easier online now, but yeah, I just never really got into kind of watching a lot of stuff. Like I just started watching TV series like in the last couple of years because my wife got me into stuff, but so that's just more of a personal thing. Kyrie says, I take melatonin every day to sleep because I regularly abuse powerful stimulants. And yeah, I think that's definitely a slippery slope, right? I would be careful because, right, you're using something, you're abusing something you shouldn't be doing, so now that's causing you to abuse something else to make up for that, and then you're going to need something else. I've actually been around some friends who started like that, and one thing led to another, and they're in a kind of a pretty bad place that they couldn't get out of anymore. So I'd be very careful. You know, there's nothing you should be using every day that you cannot stop. Like even coffee, alcohol, weed, whatever, even carbs, anything. Like you should be able to take a week off, take a month off from anything. TV, poker, whatever. If you can't, that's a problem, and you should try to. So I'm a big believer in being able to prove to yourself you can take a break from anything. I know it's hard if you're kind of past a certain point, but it's very important to try if you can, if you're willing to. Yeah, there's 4 day ones in this tournament. This is day 1A. Day 1B is on Sunday. And then the next Friday is day 1C, and the next Sunday is day 1D. If we can make it through today, we don't have to play any of those, and we can save like 10 grand potentially. But it'd be nice to make it through with some more chips. Ace Jack here. If this guy shoves, I'm calling. Here we go for the bounty. He shoves so fast. But yeah, I mean, he's still gonna have 8s and stuff like that. So yeah, his bounty power is big. There's a lot of extra chips in that pot, so we got a call here. Come on, give it to us. Remember that guy who sucked out on us with the ace jack with the ace king? That sucks. Yeah, I don't think there's too much to think about there. Normally in a non-PKO, that would obviously be a fold. Not obviously, it's probably, yeah, that's actually probably pretty close normally. But with the PKO, his, the start bounty is worth 100, we started with 300,000 chips, right? Yeah, so start bounty is worth like 75,000. And he has 2.5 start bounties, so his bounty is worth 187K if this was the beginning of a tournament, but as more people get knocked out, the bounties get worth more and more and more. So his bounty was probably worth, I don't know, like 220,000 chips there. So that's a lot of extra chips in the pot. So 220,000 divided by, the big blind is 16,000 right now. So there's like an extra 13.5 big blinds in the pot. I mean, that's a shitload. So yeah, it wasn't even close. That's like a must call there. I probably got to call like a lot of stuff there. Like I got to call 10 jack suited there and stuff. And yeah, he's even going to be reshoving like king queen for value there probably. King jack suited maybe. Because he can get called by worse. And just even take it down. Maybe get some ace X's to fold. So definitely calling any pair there, even deuces probably. Jim Farmer says, I watched all of your fawn tables since I was 10. Damn, that's a lot. Since you're 10. Props. You've probably seen more of them than I have, because I think there's some of my fawn tables I haven't watched. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that you learned from them. I think there's a couple shows that I was meaning to watch. I never got around to it, and now I can't even remember which they were. Lots of times I don't even have access to watch the final tables because they're on TV and I'm traveling and I don't have those channels, or you know, I'm in some random country and then I just never get around to it. And I kind of like to watch it when it's more recent and relevant. Ace 3 suited here. Man, I can't believe we haven't gotten a single bounty. So many good chances. But maybe we'll get a triple up here. How about like a call? How about like a call from him and then like a rejam so we can like 3.5x up? That'd be a nice way to get back in it. And he rips. My bounty power is pretty good. It's like 3-ish, 3.3. So good value going for my bounty with how little chips this is. Yeah, I mean, he could just be shoving like 4s here reasonably, especially since he covers this player. Chop it. All right, I'll take it. I believe when you make day 2 of this, you're not in the money, but you're very close to it. That's how they usually do it. Where you're like less than an hour away from the money usually. How much longer do we have? Level 26 is ending. So we have 27, 28. So we have 40 more minutes. Okay, at least we're not gonna like go to day 2 with 6 big blinds. That would suck. Yeah, so just so you guys know how the bounties work, if we had knocked out that player there, Chad, we would have won 1,562 straight in our pocket, which is pretty significant. That's why it's worth going for the spot, super loose. Five four suited. I mean, we're gonna be putting chips in the pot here. Ideally, if it goes like raise, call, or re-raise, or shove, because then there'll be a bunch of dead money in the pot. So let's see some fighting for my bounty so we can get some dead money in the pot. I'll probably just call rather than shove because you never know. The flop might come like ace, king, queen. Or actually, there's a lot of flops that I could probably just check fold versus because I have like the nut low here. And yeah, versus that, we definitely want to go for it because there's going to be, if he folds, there's a lot of dead money in the pot. He's getting a lot of, oh, that's a great scenario. Come on. I'm happy with this scenario so far. Hit us. Oh, come on. So many outs. That was the hand. That was going to take us to like 12 big blinds because of the dead money. That's unfortunate. So I guess I'll be playing again on Sunday, day 1B, my third bullet. That sucks. I won't be streaming. I'll be playing a lot of other tables. So I'll just be focusing. Fun times, you guys. It was fun hanging with you guys. You guys asked a lot of good questions. Hope to kind of hang with you guys somewhere. Join me on my group coaching, livespot.co/Jaka, and you get to hang every week and talk strategy and learn from me and be in my Discord group, and I'm super active. So hope to see you guys there. If not, I usually stream Venom like quarterly, once every few months or something. So yeah, I'll see you guys there. Had a lot of chances today for something awesome to happen, but just never happened. So, all right, I'm gonna call it here, and I will see you guys somewhere next time.